Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic 1 check. Mic 2 check. Mic 3 check. Mic 4 check. Mic 5 check. Mic 6 check. Mic 7 check.
Oh, the clerk's mic.
Staff mic 1 check. Staff mic 2 check.
Diego's mic.
Wireless mic 1.
ADA mic check. Podium mic check.
I'd like to reconvene the Board of Supervisors here. We have the roll call, please.
Yes, good morning. Let the record reflect all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Adams appearing via video conference.
And Chair, pursuant to AB 2449, Supervisor Adams will be attending remotely under the just cause exception due to a contagious illness.
Thank you. And we'll ask for the announcement of the Spanish Interpretation Service. Diego?
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis, seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés y español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. That will go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Lopez, you want to lead us?
Here we go. Please join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any additions or corrections?
There are. Under Budget Workshop Scheduled AM, for item number 7, a new attachment was received, augmentation requests. And under General Government Consent, the Department of Emergency Management is requesting an emergency add-on as item number 12.1, which is a proclamation of a local emergency.
And Chair, pursuant to Government Code 54956.5, this board can do an emergency add-on, but they may have to determine that an emergency exists related to the landslide on State Route 1 and vote to add the ratification of the emergency proclamation to the consent agenda. So we would need a vote on that right now
To add it.
I'll make such a motion.
to add.
We have a,
That it include that the emergency does exist on that landslide on Highway 1.
I'll second.
we have a first and second. Should have public comment on this.
We should.
Is there any public comment from any chambers or online? None. That will bring this to a vote then. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, it has to be a roll call.
Oh, I'm sorry, roll call, yes.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yes.
Supervisor Ruascu?
Aye.
Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
Supervisor Alejo? And Chair Supervisor Church.
Aye. All right. That added, we will move on to our ceremonial resolutions. We only have one before us. It's for Monterey County Earth Awareness Month. Is there any public comment on this matter? No one in chambers, no one online?
I'll move approval.
Move. Second by Supervisor Askew. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. We'll move on to appointments then. We have one appointment. Is there any public comment on this matter? Seeing none.
Approval.
We've got a motion to approve. Supervisor Alejo.
Second.
Second, Supervisor Lopez. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Sorry, roll call again.
Supervisor Lopez? Supervisor Ruascu? Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
Supervisor Alejo? And Chair Supervisor Church.
Aye. All right, let's see if I can get into the rhythm of the roll calls here. Let's see, we now have the consent calendar with the recently added item of 12.1. Is there any public comment for either of these consent items? Seeing none, bring it back here to the board.
Move consent.
Motion by Supervisor Lopez, second by Supervisor Askew. Those roll call, yes.
Supervisor Lopez? Supervisor Ruascu? Supervisor Adams?
Aye.
Supervisor Alejo? and Chair Supervisor Church.
Aye. And with that, we'll now move to general public comments. These are for items not on today's agenda regarding the budget. Is there anybody in the chambers that has any comments, general public comments for 2 minutes? Seeing none, is there anybody online?
There's one hand raised. Christian Snyder.
Yes, Mr. Snyder, you have 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Christian Schneider. I have addressed this board several times about an issue that it seems the board is failing to live up to its obligation in upholding civil right violations by its county council. So you have an obligation to correct civil right violations, especially in context where the integrity of county council's participation is compromised due to conflicts of interest. Under ethical guidelines detailed in the California Rules of Professional Conduct, Rule 1.7, and the legal framework outlined in Government Code Section 1090, it's clear that avoiding conflicts of interest is fundamental for ensuring justice and maintaining public trust. These statutes not only demand the recusal of county council in cases where their objectivity is in question, but also underscore the broader imperative to rectify any violations of civil rights that may have emerged from such conflicts. These are foundational principles of our democracy. It's not like, hey, we violated your civil rights once, so we can just keep doing it again, and then you can just keep filing county claims, and we hold nobody accountable. It's an active claim until you create accountability, until you've explained to the public exactly what you have done in terms of taking corrective action to ensure that what happened to me never happens to any member of any of your districts. This is not an issue about me any longer. This is an issue about you and your ethical responsibility to correct.
Thank you,
past.
Mr. Snyder. Do we have any other? No. Okay, thank you. With that, we will close public comment and move on to the topic of the day, which is the budget workshop. Want to give a little a background for how we're going to do public comment on this first off, and that is we have this some opening presentations from the CEO's office in the budget, and we'll allow some public comment right then, and then we're going to have the individual department presentations. There will be public comment at the end of that before the board makes its comments on priorities. So there'll be 2 opportunities there, one for early on for a general view, and a second for anything for much later in the day for the specific requests. And with that, I just sort of want to open the discussion on this a little bit. As I don't know if there's any more important task that us as a board really has to do yearly, year in and year out, than really set the budget, to look at it, and to evaluate it. And I know in these times that we have right now, we're facing a more challenging financial situation, and I think that always creates some apprehension, and not just for the county itself, but outside the county, the many agencies and the people that we interact with. But just because we're having leaner times doesn't mean it has to always be harder times. It's an opportunity to look at things a little differently, to look at maybe where our priorities should be, where we should potentially make some readjustments in priorities that have been set in previous years when times were different, when money was a little more flush. And this is what really gives us that opportunity. And I think in that I sort of welcome this challenge, because I think we can come out of it and actually be a little more of a more focused, a more objective, and a little bit of a stronger county in how we serve the people in this county. And with that, I don't want to use a bunch more time, so I'm going to pass it to our CAO.
All right, and good morning, everybody. I'm going to keep my statements brief because we do have quite a bit coming from our staff today. I first want to take the time to thank everybody that has been part of this process. This includes the budget teams within each of our departments and our team at the County Administrative Office. The process for us for the planning of the fiscal year 24-25 budget began as early as November of last year, and we have reviewed much of what we've been doing and also being conscientious of the end of the ARPA dollar availability. As of the end of this year, any ARPA dollars that were remaining must be committed and then fully expended by 2026. And so that changes our operations, and we're starting to see that across the state and across the country where there was a reliance in these dollars in order to serve our vulnerable communities. We have also, as a part of this budget process, taken a look at the development set-aside formula, which will be part of the discussion. In addition to that, we've reviewed alternatives for different ways to look at our budgets as we have it today based on the forecast that was provided at the end of February of this year. We continue to track the FEMA reimbursements and those dollars that we really need back within our budgets. As of I believe at the end of February, the estimate was about $125 million, but of that, we were expecting $85 million to come back to the county, and that is a culmination of a number of years. We continue wage studies, and as part of the class and comp studies, we know those impact our departments, but we also want to make sure that our staff is receiving the wage that is based on our comparable counties, so that we are able to maintain our staff in terms of retention, but also we're able to recruit key individuals to come and join our county workforce. And the impact of our health insurance increases have also impacted our budget as well. Our departments have been very deliberate when it comes to hiring individuals and really planning for a potential downturn, but then also trying to make sure that our staff continues to have an organization that is aware of their resources and their needs as they deliver customer service throughout our entire county. We have also an update on our strategic goals and key objectives that were born from a workshop. These are still in draft form and require quite a bit of work. And in the near future, there will be a presentation coming back before this board for further discussion. One of the things that's most important about our county, whether you are up in the North County or southernmost part of our county or the coastal region, is quite frankly the way that we serve our community, each other as individuals and employees, but also all of our families that reside in this county and those folks that visit our counties. And our central focus in the county administrative office, and quite frankly throughout the entire county, is the focus of people serving people. And to be a part of this awesome team continues to be an honor. And I know that everybody out there, needs a certain number of tools and certain resources and training. And we want to hear that from our staff. We want to continue to be able to provide those resources to you. But most importantly, we want to thank you, because what you do in terms of coming to work is not just for the paycheck, but it's also for how you engage with our community and how you respond in emergencies such as the ones we've had this week. We don't have to ask. You're already ready to act and really just waiting for that direction to come. So I just want to thank everybody that took time this Easter weekend to be able to respond and listen and then provide their input as we move forward. You're all dedicated to doing good work. And for that, I just want to thank you, because that is the highest value that we have in this county. So with that, I turn it back over to the chair. Thank you.
We'll turn to Mr. Vega. I think you have some items to present.
Thank you, board member, chair, supervisor Church, members of the public, other board members. My name is Ezequiel Vega, and I am with the CAO's office and the budget team. So always when I start with any presentation, I always want to give thanks to the departments for the work that they have done, because it is a significant work that they have to develop over the last few months in order to get us to this point. So I always want to thank their finance staff, the directors for the support that they have provided to our office to get to this point. In addition to that, Also to the budget analysts that work with those departments on ensuring that we are following all the county processes, that we double check the information in the system, and that we provide you information that is as accurate as possible. So with that, I'll just go directly into the presentation itself. As you know, I had presented to you not too long ago, maybe 2 to 3 weeks ago, the current year estimate and forecast results. And some of the presentation today will go over some of those details, but I will not spend a lot of time on those areas because you have seen that also, the public has seen it, but also for the benefit of those who haven't seen it, I will still go through some of that information so that they see some of the challenges that the county may be facing in the upcoming fiscal years. So this is the order of the presentation today. So we start with the general fund, as indicated in the prior presentations, and also in some of the community meetings actually that we have had presenting this information to the public. As we were developing the current year estimate and forecast, we were estimating that for the current year, we will be ending the year on a positive note with an increase of fund balance. That is approximately $10.7 million of an increase from the beginning unassigned fund balance that was authorized by the board for a specific use during the current fiscal year. That does not mean that the $0.7 million is the beginning fund balance from the prior year. It's just the dollar amount that was authorized by the board for a specific use. But looking into next fiscal year and the upcoming years, we were projecting a deficit of $26.3 million for next fiscal year and growing into $40.3 million by the end of 26-27. Since then, the departments have provided information for the baseline budget, that's some of the information that you will receive today. So that deficit, instead of being $26.3 million, is estimated to be $12.6 million. That's the dollar amount to be able to continue to provide services at the same level that they are being provided today with the existing programs. So the reason why we are where we are on those projected deficits and the baseline budget deficit is that even though revenue is still increasing, it's not increasing at the same pace that the expenditures are. And you could see on this chart in front of you that revenue in the general fund is still projected to grow from the $656 million that was in 18-19 to about $831 million next fiscal year. But also you will notice that the line that is in the middle of this chart indicates that non-program revenue is going to be decreasing, and that's mostly due to the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA dollars, going away after the end of this fiscal year. We still have about 6 months of potentially being able to use some of those dollars to the end of this calendar year, 2024, through the end of December, but those dollars go away beginning next fiscal year for intents and purposes of the forecast, because those are one-time dollars that will not be available on an ongoing basis. So when you take the one-time dollars out, actually you could see that revenue is growing on the and the discretionary revenue as well, from $300 million and the current year estimate to about $306 million, and then growing to $320 by the end of 26-27. One of the largest parts as to why this is happening is because property taxes continue to be projected to grow. And as you can see, they are projected to grow from $220 million in the current year to about $226 million next year and about $239 the year after that. Another reason why revenue continues to grow in the general fund is also associated with the transient occupancy tax revenue that is projected in the $38 million range for the current fiscal year, and then growing into about $39.6 million into the fiscal year 26-27. This revenue is volatile, and even though we did get about $40 million post-pandemic in 21-22, we saw a decrease of this when we had to face some emergencies as a county in calendar year 23 in January and March, where we had those significant storms that affected people coming into the county and recreating, and by that means also reducing the TOT. So we are always very conservative on the projection of this revenue, because there are many factors that we cannot foresee when projecting this revenue. If a slide happens and the road closes, then that creates a challenge. If the storms come and then there is flooding, that could also affect TOT. So that's why we're always very conservative on this revenue source. Another reason why also revenues are not growing as fast as expenditures is because the cannabis revenue has been decreasing over the last few fiscal years due to the response by the Board of Supervisors to reduce the taxation rate in the industry, to respond to the challenges that they were facing, to ensure that they continue to be a viable industry within the county. And a lot of those challenges, based on what I have seen, continue still. So that's why we are being conservative. Even though we understand that there are new potential entrants into the marketplace, there are also some other entities that are currently in the marketplace that could potentially be going out of the industry altogether. So we are being conservative with that revenue as well, projecting about $4 million over the next few fiscal years. As indicated before, ARPA revenue is phasing out at the end of this fiscal year. The board approved some small amounts into next fiscal year, 24-25, for some specific purposes that, as part of the plan, the board had approved originally these dollars over a 3.5-year period. So this is the last half of the year where those dollars have been allocated. After we did a reconciliation of the previous allocations that were spent from fiscal year 2021 until 22-23, we estimated that we had approximately $910,000 available from unspent dollars from those prior fiscal years. So as we develop the recommended budget, we will be bringing that to the board with a recommendation on how to use those funds so that they are spent by the deadline of December 31st of this calendar year. So this is just a summary of some of the elements from the ARPA revenue that are currently included in the baseline budget of the $84.3 million the county received. We have about still $3.8 million on carryover funds that the Public Works Department has included in their baseline budget. Also, the Department of Emergency Management is requesting approximately $230,000 for carryover funds from dollars that were already approved by the board for a specific purpose, but to continue into next fiscal year. So the other part of the equation, or the other side of the coin, has to do with expenditures, which continue to grow. And you can see that pattern of growth in this slide in front of you. Part of that has to do with the continuous growth of positions in the general fund from 2014-15 until where we are in the current year at 3,576 FTEs. So that directly relates to the overall cost of salaries over that period of time, being projected to grow to about $335 million into next fiscal year. And this is without any potential impacts on any labor negotiations that are currently underway. I have a separate slide that we will be talking about some of the costs that are currently not incorporated as part of the baseline budget and that could potentially affect the position that the county is in right now. But as of right now, just assuming everything stays the same, this is the growth that you will see in salaries from 23-24 and into next fiscal year. Similarly, assuming that the same conditions that exist today remain into the future, the health insurance costs are projected to grow from $68 million this year to $74 the following year and grow to about $85 by the end of the forecast period. Similarly, the cost for general liability and workers' compensation are projected to grow over the forecast period, as you can see in this slide. Another important aspect of this as well is the contributions that the county provides to outside funds, outside the general fund, or other agencies outside the county. That is also projected to grow from about $10.8 million into the current year to $15.4 million into next fiscal year. A large portion of that has to do with the board's direction to provide 25% of the TOT revenues into the road fund. Also, the suspension of the current practice of setting a certain dollar amount for the development set aside of approximately $0.8 million. And the increase in contributions to fire agencies, that is a minimal amount as well, and related to the 172 revenue sharing agreement that we have with those agencies. So in order to provide you a better view of what some of those contributions to outside agencies are as well, I have this slide in front of you that provides some of the funding that was included in the fiscal year 24 budget and some of the funding that is included in the fiscal year 25 into the next fiscal year. And there'll be a further discussion about the DSAs coming up, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. This is just for illustration purposes so that you understand what is on the baseline this year compared to what was on the adopted budget the prior fiscal year. And I think that you see some important and relevant programs here that currently do not have any funding on the baseline budget. So another aspect of that also affects the overall cost structure of the county is the overall pension costs. And as you can see, pension costs continue to be projected to grow significantly, with the largest portion of that being related to the unfunded liability portion of the pension. And you will see more details on the unfunded liability on the next slides. So this unfunded liability is projected to be approximately $866 million, that liability related to pensions. That is net of the amount that the board had approved also to be set aside in a 115 pension trust to be able to start paying down the liabilities. The board has been very conscious about this large liability looming large for the county, so they were judicious and approved a policy which set aside dollars every year to be going into this pension trust where the county will be able to invest those funds and be able to start paying down that liability into the future, and not depend not only on the returns that CalPERS may get and due to the payments that the county makes to the pension trust, but also setting aside a separate fund that will be invested to start paying down that liability. In addition to all the challenges that we have had from day-to-day operations, the county has also had challenges dealing with different emergencies throughout the years. But this county has been very judicious as well through the board's policies to establish a solid strategic reserve that is set at 10% of the annual revenue from the general fund. And we had grown that strategic reserve over the years and have been able to use that strategic reserve accordingly to respond to the emergencies. You see that in fiscal year 16-17, the county responded to an emergency for storms in that year. And we were able to use some of that strategic reserve, but we were able as a county, able to replenish that strategic reserve to the amount required by policy over the next few fiscal years. And we reached a high point of $79.3 million in fiscal year 21-22. But as I indicated, we had to respond to emergencies the following fiscal year. So the board approved the use of a significant amount of that strategic reserve of about $52 million altogether. But since we had positive results at the end of the fiscal year, we were able to put back about $36.5 million into the strategic reserve, bringing that balance back to about $63.7 million. And more recently, this slide doesn't actually reflect that, but the board actually just approved just last week the use of an additional $6.9 million from the strategic reserve to respond to the emergencies that we had to face as a county this calendar year. All of that just gets also compounded by the fact that even though a lot of these emergencies are reimbursable by FEMA, we are billing FEMA by working with the Department of Emergency Management and many departments, but the reimbursement rate or the speed of reimbursement is not that great by FEMA. So as of the last estimate that we had calculated, we had about $85 million outstanding, minus the $23 million that we got as an advance from the state. In addition to that, the county is going to have to continue to deal with potentially new emergencies going forward. We don't know what the impact will be, so we're going to have to plan for that. We also have potential salary increases due to the pending agreements for the contracts that just end at the end of this fiscal year. We don't know what the impact may be, but we know that if they are anything similar to what they were in the prior two fiscal years, you could see the impact was about $17 million in 22-23. And about $22.5 million the prior year. So when you add those two together, plus the prior year, we estimate that about last time that negotiations occurred, that costed the county approximately $50 million over a 3-year period. So I think that is just something that we have to consider as we go forward, what the potential impacts may be and plan for that. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but in general, the departments for this fiscal year you have seen are projecting that they're going to be within budget and they're going to be performing within their approved budget with a few exceptions. But as we work with the different departments, I think that those deficits that are mentioned here, for example, in the health department, that will be actually resolved because they'll be funding that with departmental revenue. Similarly with Public Works, once the board actually approved the reauthorization of some of those strategic reserve dollars to continue with those damages from the previous storms, then that deficit will be also addressed, and so on and so forth. So overall, the bottom line that I presented early on is that we project that in the general fund will have about $10.7 million in excess resources over expenses. Similarly, other funds are also projecting positive results for the current fiscal year. The road fund is also projecting some positive results in the current fiscal year, even though in the out years, they are projecting that they'll start using some of their fund balance to be able to implement the local road rehabilitation program by using some of that fund balance to deal with some of those roads that the Board of Supervisors has identified as higher priority and has authorized or has provided direction to move forward with that program. On the behavioral health side, you also see a similar pattern as you saw on the road fund, where they had an ending fund balance that is still significant, but that fund balance is projected to start decreasing over the next few fiscal years because of cost increases, but also because of the passage of Proposition 1. And you will see some more details on one of the slides that are coming up about that, so that you can see what the impact looks like for behavioral health. So that takes us from the overall baseline into the actual baseline budget for the current fiscal year. The baseline budget, as you know, is developed by beginning with the department forecast, which is the information that you received earlier. Then the departments look at that department forecast information, and then they start preparing the baseline budget. And what baseline really means is just how do we carry out the same level of service going into next fiscal year based on the current year operations. And then they look at the overall revenues that are available to the departments compared to the expenses they have to incur to carry that same level of service. And then that's what creates a gap in funding if they don't have enough resources to continue providing those services. That's why it's called the augmentation request. So we will also be spending some time today looking at some of those augmentations by departments. And there is a comprehensive list that was attached to the agenda of all the different requests by departments. I will not be going through every single augmentation request, but I'll provide you some summaries related to those augmentation requests. Those two items together, the baseline budget and the augmentation request, is what represents the requested budget. And that's what we are evaluating today in our office, along with the departments. We work with the department heads at the department heads budget workshop on March 22nd, I believe. So sometime in March, where we actually went over the details of the request, why the requests are important, and just so that we get a better understanding of the requests. And today, we're going to just be presenting that information to the Board of Supervisors, hearing from the public, and hearing some preliminary direction from the board as to why it is important to the board at this step of the process. Just to bring you back as to what this means for us. Many years ago, the county didn't have a budget workshop. We used to get the baseline budget from departments and augmentations, and then present that information to the board during the budget hearings at the end of May or beginning of June. So it was a very difficult budget hearing process at that point. So what we're trying to do right now is just give you that advance notification on where we are, so that you have a sense of where we're heading, and so that you could provide some guidance as to what is important to you, and then we could prepare a recommended budget at the end of May that is more in alignment with general board direction. So that's where we are right now, and also to give the public an opportunity to be able to express their views as to what they think is important in the budget process as well. So the overall county budget for next fiscal year is projected to grow from about $1.9 billion to about $2 billion. That's with revenues and also the sum use of fund balance. And then in the general fund, similarly, the budget is projected to grow from about $848 million to $881 million. And that's before any augmentations. So when you look at the augmentations that we were referring to earlier, those items that are highlighted on this table in front of you amount to about $12.6 million. So that means that departments have identified the specific needs of about that amount, that they need resources in order to be able to continue providing the same level of service that they are providing today. Of that amount, about $1.3 million is for field positions, $7.8 million for, and actually this $8.7 million for a status quo other, and $2.8 million for vacant positions. So when you look at all of this in aggregate, we have been working with the different departments on trying to come up with a solution so that any vacant positions that are currently identified for us potentially being at risk are not actually not at risk. We actually think that we have found a specific solution that where we will have enough funding to be able to address that. So I just want to make that very clear that even though these augmentation requests were submitted by the departments, at this point, based on the preliminary work that we have done, we anticipate that we will have enough resources to be able to provide for revenue so that these positions will not be affected going forward. And I know that that has been a priority from the board of supervisors in prior years. Oh, good, I'm back. All right. So the slide is back on the screen. So I'll move on to the next slide. So this slide just provides you the same information that you have seen in the previous screen, but just on a different order. This one just gives you by category: capital projects, general fund, and anything that goes to the emergency communications department separately, and then also the Pajaro Sanitation District. So this is by fund. And you can see that the majority of the requests or the needs that departments have submitted are in the general fund. And then if you want to break down specifically by department for the same numbers, you actually see them on this slide that is in front of you. I will not spend a lot of time on this because you will also be getting some presentations from some departments that are still going to be presented today. Just because some of the departments are not presenting today, it doesn't mean that those items are not important as well. It's just some of the, as departments were evaluating what the potential needs may be for them based on the augmentations that they requested and the conversations they have had with their office, they deem appropriate not to present as of today, but you have a comprehensive list of all the augmentations in front of you as an attachment to the agenda. So at this point, I'll pause my presentation and then I'll invite the Public Works, Facilities and Parks Department to present the capital improvement projects that also, in addition to what you have seen today, in addition to those augmentations, we try to separate those capital projects that are going to be a need for the county going forward, in addition to the ongoing operations, so that you can actually see those in conjunction with the big picture for the operations and what the overall financing needs will also be for some of these important projects. So I'll stop sharing at this point, and I'll invite Public Works staff to continue from this point forward. John, we cannot hear you.
Hear me now? I hope you can. No?
Just briefly. Try again.
Now? Am I coming through?
Yes.
Good. Sorry about that. Okay, well, let me give a brief presentation on where we stand in the CIP process. So as Ezekiel mentioned, we want to look at the whole picture of both capital needs as well as all the operational augmentations. And so just by way of review, the CIP includes capital projects that are over $100,000, provide long-term assets to the county, and maintain or improve our county's infrastructure. We have been looking at projects that are going to be potentially part of the fiscal year 24-25 work plan. We have two major work plans. We have a facilities work plan, a roads and bridges work plan, and what we'll be looking at today are some of those, I guess we'll call them augmentation requests, unfunded project requests for the facilities and the building side, since the roads work plan somewhat functions with its own funding sources and independently from that. So where we stand right now in the draft CIP, we've got a little over 80 projects planned that are funded in fiscal year 24-25. In addition, we received 97 project requests for additional funding needs. And then there's future year projects, which we won't look at in this budget cycle, but could be coming up in future years. This is a snapshot to give you an idea of what our work plan looks like for facilities. So the first section here, you see a number of projects that are either rolling over from the current fiscal year, carried forward, or are going to be starting next fiscal year. And that makes up our project management work plan for PWFP facilities. We take that list of unfunded requests, staff reviews them. We take that list of requests to the Capital Improvement Committee. So we've done that. We also take it to the Budget Committee and get supervisors' recommendations to consider projects as priority for funding as part of the budget process. And so at the bottom of this slide here, you see the projects that staff recommended, as well as an addition from the Capital Improvement Committee. So this list of projects was supported by the committee as priority for consideration should additional funding be made available. So there's about $12.7 million worth of projects there. I'll highlight some of those. So recommendation 1 is the 1281 Broadway project, which is continuing through programming and design and planning heading towards construction. The funding that we're asking for there is to continue that development process. Obviously, there's a very large construction need, which would not be addressed in this request. This is simply to keep that development ongoing. We have a need for some HVAC repairs and replacement at 1200 Aguajito. This is for continuing maintenance and operations. We have a similar need at the Schilling campus, 1441 and 1488, both for some generator replacements as well as HVAC repairs and replacement. So that's on the request for the work plan. Due to the recent board chambers upgrades for IT, there's a need to upgrade the HVAC system that supports that for the server room. So we've included that as part of our work plan. We also request about $1 million in unscheduled maintenance funding. Throughout the year, there are going to be projects that pop up that we don't plan for. They're emergency projects, and we need funding to be able to address those quickly. And so we have included in our work plan a request for those unscheduled repairs. Finally, as part of the original staff recommendations, we asked for design and planning funding for the 970 Circle building. There are some health and safety upgrades that need to be done there. And so this funding would start that process of implementing those upgrades in the project. As I mentioned, we took this list to the Capital Improvements Committee, and in addition to those projects, which were supported as part of priority needs, CIC also requested that we add a recommendation for a facilities master plan. And this would be funding for looking at county facility needs and uses across the county. We would look at potentially starting with Laurel Yard and Government Center in the first fiscal year 24-25 of that plan development, should we receive the funding. In addition to that work plan, which we just reviewed, which was supported and recommended by the Capital Improvement Committee, we also had comments for additional projects for consideration at the Budget Committee discussion, which took place last week in March. So those projects are listed here. We have the Lake San Antonio temporary water compliance measures. We have an elections security project. We have a public defender office ballistic glazing upgrade. And as of today, we've actually received some requests to look at glazing at other windows in that building. So we'll be following along with departments on that. But this project that's been reviewed in the CIP to date is for that ballistic glazing at the PDO office on the second floor. We also had a comment to highlight the Lake Nacimiento lodges down in South County. And it was a recommendation to look at funding for a water pump at the Animal Services building. However, we've worked with the health department staff and they have identified some funding and are looking at completing that this current fiscal year. So that will likely drop off of our recommendation list. I have it here simply so the BC can follow that project through based on their recommendation. And the Budget Committee also made comments on some road maintenance projects and priorities throughout the county. So in summary, in addition to the augmentations that Ezekiel has highlighted, we have about $12 million in the original staff recommended work plan. That's new projects to add in addition to the ones that are rolling over or starting in fiscal year 24-25. The CIC added one project, that's the master plan, so that's $700,000 for that. And those projects that the Budget Committee recommended come to almost $3 million. So what we have as a total ask is about $15.7 million in priority projects that are included as unfunded needs in the CIP. Again, that doesn't cover everything of the 97 projects that we have, but that's what's been highlighted as we have gone through the CIP development process, both from the Capital Improvement Committee and the Budget Committee. And just as a reminder, there is a significant amount of deferred maintenance across the county, both in facilities, parks, and roads and bridges. And so we hope that by allocating additional funding to maintenance and repair needs, we help to chip away at some of this deferred maintenance and keep our buildings operational and in excellent condition. So with that, I'll end my presentation and turn it back over to Ezekiel. And thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, just a quick addition to Mr. Snively's list. There's also, we've been working on security enhancements to the third floor, and that would be something that we'd like to see added to that list. So, thank you.
You have a number for that?
Do we?
Oh. Okay, thank you.
Got it? Okay.
just so that it's between 150 and 250.
All right, so we're going back to the presentation now here. So thank you for that, Mr. Snively. So another important topic of conversation also is the development set aside. So we have had that conversation over many different meetings about this being a potential source of savings if the board was to maintain the dollar amount of the current budget for fiscal year 23-24. You see in this slide, the board approved almost $2.8 million in funding for these agencies in the current fiscal year. But the Board of Supervisors had indicated in the budget hearings that they had the desire to bring this back to the formula, making it $3.5 million. So the difference between what is in the current year budget and what is in the formula is about $720,000. So as we are facing different financial challenges, this could be potentially a way to address some of those budget gaps. But at this point, what we have is a presentation from Richard Bond that is going to be talking specifically about the set-aside and some of the recommendations that he received from the Economic Development Committee, and also he presented this to the Budget Committee, and just go over some of those details.
Morning, Chair Church, Board of Supervisors, CAO De La Rosa. Hang on 1 second to share my screen. Perfect. So did it switch over? I have my screen sharing, Valerie. All right. And so as Ezekiel mentioned, Richard Vaughn, I am the Economic Development Manager here in the CAO's office. Quick presentation for you. I'll try to run through this as quickly as possible and make sure I cover everything within the request and the recommendation from the Economic Development Committee. So some background on the historical context of the DSA. So the Board of Supervisors for the county has put together this DSA program going back since 1985. And this program was put together to promote and expand tourism, economic and agricultural development, and cultural arts activities to strengthen and broaden the county's economic base. At that time, we had 4 organizations who represented this program. Some of those organizations have swapped out or have changed roles, with 2 of those still remaining the same. So we have the Monterey County Film Commission and the Arts Council for Monterey County, who are the 2 that have consistently been with the program since 1985. One being the Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau, C. Monterey, has been a part of this in a different capacity and then changed its name and changed what the organization is. And throughout this program, there has been several revisions from 1994 through 2002 to 2006, and in 2007, the most recent change, which involved multiple agencies and included the current funding formula that we have for the DSA program. So a quick review of what has taken place over the past fiscal year. So in May of 2023, the Board of Supervisors requested that the Economic Development Committee review the DSA program and provide a recommendation at or before the budget hearings coming up in May of this year. On November 6th, the Economic Development Committee met and created an ad hoc committee. That ad hoc committee conducted several hours of study, of review, of decision-making, and brought back to the Economic Development Committee specific recommendations that were made on February 7th, 2024. At that February 7th, 2024 meeting, the Economic Development Committee met and made 2 separate actions for 2 separate recommendations to the Board of Supervisors as potential options to be selected from. And so just a recap of what happened during that ad hoc committee phase. So for 3 months, the committee met for several hours, including plenty of hours of review and research was conducted. And what came of that is a proposal from the ad hoc committee to take effect in fiscal year 24-25, which is admin expenses will be recommended at 30% of the overall budget to each individual DSA agency, unless a higher amount is approved by the Economic Development Committee and or the Board of Supervisors. An approved work plan submittal will be changed to February 1st of each year to allow ample time for the committee and the Board of Supervisors to conduct a full review. Reporting will be reduced to semi-annual reporting to allow for some adjustments within the program for the DSA agencies. Work plans must allow for revisions and recommendations from the committee and or the Board of Supervisors. DSA agencies with gross revenues over $2 million are required to provide audited financial statements each year, with those that have gross revenue under $2 million required to provide that every 5 years, and unaudited financial statements each year. And that was a recommendation based on what are current standard practices for nonprofits at the state level. Additional financial backup documentation may be requested by one of the following, either the Economic Development Committee, our CAO, or the Board of Supervisors, but no more than one time per agency per fiscal year. Individual DSA allocations were revised to include Monterey County Business Council into the overall funding formula. And the ad hoc committee recommended to the Economic Development Committee, which ultimately is recommending to the board that the current program not be opened up to additional organizations or industry sectors. They've also advised economic development to review current programs across the nation that are like the DSA program to bring back best practices. So some additional information on the expanding or the recommendation to not expand the current DSA program. So the program was designed specifically to promote and expand tourism, economic and agricultural development, and cultural arts activities. And so with that, if the program is expanded through the work with the ad hoc committee and the Economic Development Committee, those additional organizations or those additional industry sectors that were to be added to this program would then need to be identified, given a specific allocation of that total percentage that's currently allocated, and then adjusted amongst the current 4 that are within the program. So this additional staff work, additional work with the Economic Development Committee, putting together another ad hoc committee to specifically identify which new industry sectors would be put together. This is all additional work which is provided in the timeline below that would need to go into developing this new type of program going forward if the board is interested in going that route. With that, a staff recommendation and Economic Development Committee recommendation is that we do not go below $100,000 for any allocation given out to any type of organization or industry sector that's added, just because if we go below that amount, it may not be beneficial or valuable for an organization with all the reporting requirements that are currently included in this program. And just following along the county process, so here's just a quick snapshot of a timeline of what would take to get this, a new program put together. So the remainder of this calendar year to meet with the Economic Development Committee, put together another ad hoc committee to specifically look at which additional industry sectors would be included, and then to decide and make a recommendation to the board eventually as to what those allocations should be for each of those new industry sectors and which of the current industry sectors should be reduced to fund those. Unless there's an interest in increasing the total TOT beyond what it is to do that. Following that, there would need to be an approval of the expanded guidelines by the Economic Development Committee and then brought to the Board of Supervisors. which would lead us into calendar year 2025, calendar year 25, which would be to develop an RFP for all of these sectors, including the new additional sectors into that process. This would need to most likely be an RFP process, which would take additional staff time, additional time with the committee, with the ad hoc committee, to pull together a panel of individuals to go ahead and score all of the proposals that would come in. And during the budget committee, there was a request to bring some information and highlight what was done in the past. And so in the past, when this program was opened up to an RFP process, we received 63 total proposals. And of those 63, 51 were recommended to the board. And I wasn't able to get all that information plugged into this presentation, but I do have information I can share with you all afterwards, and list out all of the various organizations that the county funded, and they were all very small dollar amounts. So ranging from as low as $1,600 to upwards of hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it was all in varying amounts for all sorts of different various organizations across the county. And moving on, here is a historical snapshot of what the allocations are for each of the 4 current organizations within the DSA program. So we have at the top the Convention Visitors Bureau, or C Monterey. We have the Arts Council for Monterey County, or Arts for MC, the Monterey County Film Commission, and the Monterey County Business Council. And so moving on to the funding formula options before you today. So the first option recommended by the Economic Development Committee is to keep the DSA at a total of 8.93% of TOT, which means that C Monterey would be reduced from 6% to 5.66%. The Arts Council for Monterey County would be reduced from 1.98% to 1.87%. The Film Commission reduced from 0.95 to 0.90, and this to include the Business Council into the overall funding formula structure. The second option is to, in the words of Rob O'Keefe, to reduce the haircut that the 3 organizations would receive, would be to request an increase from the 8.93 to the 9.19%. And that would be funded through TOT by way of the $100,000 that's been historically allocated to the Business Council outside of this program. So the program historically received the 8.93%, but outside of the program, the Business Council received a flat amount up until last fiscal year of $100,000, and last fiscal year received $175,000. So we're requesting that with the support of the board, that the $100,000 be moved over to the overall DSA program, so that the increase can be adjusted from 8.93 to 9.19. And as you see there would be the adjustments for each of the individual organizations. And so these are the 2 recommendations before you. We have our option 1 to consider approving the revised development set-aside guidelines, and consider approving the revised funding allocations based on no increase to the overall DSA program. And option number 2, the same, approve the revised guidelines with an increase from that DSA of 8.93 to 9.19. And I'm available for any questions.
Does the board have, yes, Supervisor Alejo?
Yeah. On the last chart, the percentages on option 1 and option 2 don't tell the full story, because as Mr. Vega pointed out, even though the percentages might decrease, the overall of TOT tax continues to grow. So I think on the chart, I think the board needs to see if under option 1, do they get kept whole, or what would be the difference up or down? And then also on option 2, because the percentages with increasing TOT tax do not tell us or the public what is the actual financial impact on those DSA agencies.
I would lean on Ezekiel if he has those calculations. From my understanding, they would receive more than they had received last fiscal year.
That is correct, and I think that was one of the slides that I was showing earlier, where they will go from about $2.7 million in the current year to about $3.5 million in the next fiscal year. So it's about a $720,000 increase.
Under option 1?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, the only difference will be that under option 1, the $100,000 that is flat right now will be converted to a percentage, as opposed to continue to be a flat amount. And the formula will reshuffle the percentages between the organizations, but the total amount overall will be $3.5 million. Yes.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, for when we're having this discussion in the presentation, I mean, it just makes it easier having those overall numbers, percentage, and then also just breaking down what those percentages actually mean in dollars.
And I think that we could work on something like that. In between now, all the presentations that we will have, and maybe at the end, we'll show you that slide so that you can see it. We'll have a little bit of time between now and then.
Okay, and the only thing I wanted to add more, because it was one of the lines, statements that was included in one of the slides, just so the colleagues know, as a member of the Economic Development Committee, we did get a request from a currently non-DSA agency, and I just wanted to make sure that it was the California Visitor Center here in Salinas, and they were asking, they came, and it's not new, they've come to the board before, but there seems to be more partners involved from the Salinas Valley side, and so I just wanted to let the public and the board know that they came making that request to the Economic Development Committee. So when that line says not adding any more, I think it's probably speaking to that. I think the proposal we heard, I think it needs more vetting. I know Supervisor Lopez and I have talked about it. It needs to be, I don't want to shut them out completely, but I think the presentation, I think it still needed a lot more circling in with partners, with cities in the Salinas Valley, private partners for that idea to actually get off the ground. But I didn't want to knock it, because I think, and speaking to the C Monterey, I think they've been trying to respond to some of the concerns of the supervisors. 3 of us represent the Salinas Valley. We know that promoting tourism in the Salinas Valley is just as important as promoting tourism in the peninsula. So I just want to make sure at the end of this conversation that we keep raising this, because we do contribute, and I know C Monterey wants to do more in the Salinas Valley, and they have been doing more. But I want to make sure that need is also being addressed. That's all. Thank you.
Any other questions, Supervisor Askew? Yeah, since we kind of had the opening there.
Okay, great. So I appreciate all of the work that the committee and all of our partners who were part of the committee have done to sort of spend the year talking about how our DSA functions. I guess I was hoping that we would have emerged with a sort of a third option that allows for opening the conversation about other agencies that are doing economic investment types of work in our community. I think the formula makes it easy for the county, and it makes it easy for the agencies who are participating to plan. But I'm not sure, I guess I worry and have had concerns that it doesn't allow for meaningful accountability during or changes during changing economic realities that we're facing. So I would have hoped to see some sort of option 3 that allowed the county to periodically solicit agencies to participate in the program. I think you kind of outlined that on slide 5 about what an RFP process would look like. So I think it's been about 20 years since we've had like a very in-depth review, and I think it's time for that in-depth review to happen. I also, as I look at the formula percentages and even the capped percentage, it's not lost on me that we have these significant needs for road improvements that serve our economic interests. We have sewer, water, other infrastructure needs. We have a need for workforce housing that is imperative to being able to provide for economic growth or even a baseline economic support in our county. The Castroville interchange has a funding gap. We've got the 1.5 million visitors to the Fort Ord National Monument without restrooms servicing them on the western side. So I think there are these like really significant issues and needs that fit within the DSA context. A growing aerospace engineering industry that's requesting our support. And so even with the set aside set at the percentage that we have, I'm sure, Richard, you could rattle off a list of things that you would love to have resources to be able to invest in, where we could have significant returns on our investment. So I think we need to have a deeper dialogue about what the purpose of our DSA is, and how we maximize the returns on our investments that we're receiving. So I would ask that, as we move forward, I think option one looks, if we're choosing between option 1 and 2, I think option 1 would be my preference. But I would also like to ask that maybe our CAO work with our economic development director. One other thought that I was reading about the Salinas Inclusive Economic Development Initiative. There's a ton of work happening around how we create an inclusive economy in the Salinas Valley. And I would be really interested in hearing what their perspective is as they think about a percentage allocated to economic development in our community. So I would like to have a deeper conversation, and I would like some more robust recommendations to come back to us over the course of the next year.
Supervisor Adams, do you have any comments?
Thank you. Yes, I thank you very much. We did do a really deep dive into this, and I'm so very thankful to all of the very busy people working in the hospitality and the other areas that put time in to take a look at the DSA and try to come up with some plans and some ideas on how we can make it more impactful, or if we are on the right track and should we stay on that track. I think that when we looked, one of the things that was really critical is when we looked at how much do we want to get into changing the entire process, when it's really not a broken process. We realized the amount of time that it would take, primarily from Richard. And I had to ask the question of whether or not that's really the point of what it is that we are as a county and what that department does. Having come through United Way, et cetera, when we did every year go out and solicit different agencies and to make individual grants as we did at that time, it's extremely time consuming. And as we looked at one of the side effects of doing this is it would take almost a total, at least 1 or 2 people, if not more, to be able to conduct this kind of process that's been talked about. Just really going in either annually or even, biannually to look at bringing in additional organizations. I agree with Luis on the thought of the Salinas Valley group that has been working. I know we funded them some years ago, and the outcome was not as we had hoped for either side, quite frankly. But I believe that organization has grown significantly in its ability to be able to move, to have a more transparent and a more business-like approach to what it is that they're doing in that area. And I'm very pleased to see that. I think those are just some random thoughts that I had at this, but I do want to say that Richard has done a great job of herding this project. And again, thanks to all of the people that spent so much time and focus really on coming up with these different options. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor. Before I go to Supervisor Lopez, I just want to bring up that this also did come to the Budget Committee, but you didn't really report. The Budget Committee had a different set of ideas on there. But I'm going to go to Supervisor Lopez first, and then maybe you can answer that.
Yeah, I think we're just generally speaking at this point about sort of first impressions, and this is my second shot at it after having received it at Budget Committee, and I think given the intent from this board the last time, I think we referred this out a little over a year ago to have some additional work put into it, and I think that was really largely driven by that desire to, I'm not going to say open up, but to look at opportunities or ways to fund additional investments. And so I'm supportive of rolling in the 0.5% to the 0.5% as recommended for MCBC. That's not a question for me, given the returns on that. But I agree with Supervisor Askew in wanting to continue to investigate ways to make those additional investments in organizations that might have meaningful impact. The one interesting piece to me, looking at the original language, which I don't think had been part of any of the presentations we received or that I'd seen yet, was agriculture was mentioned in there, right? So just wanted to point that out as a space that we're lacking in terms of investment as well. That was new to me. I had always been under the impression it was not for ag, that it was, but again, largest economic engine, largest pusher of really opportunity in our communities for folks to expand their abilities, and their economic opportunities in this country is huge. So just wanted to call that out as a space that I see lacking. But one of the other thoughts, and this is just from having heard the conversation today, I see the concern from staff about running a program, right? But I know, meaning in running a program that grants out smaller amounts of money to organizations that can have meaningful impact. But if we could identify an ability to create a pot of funding within here to send out to an organization, and I, again, have not talked to anybody about this, but like say MCBC, to run a program that grants out to those organizations rather than having it run through us in our process, much like we do at the Arts Council. Rather than granting to 50 nonprofits, we run that through the Arts Council. I could see an economic program like that working through someone like MCBC to have a larger impact without putting an additional weight on the shoulders of our staff, where they can be more nimble given returns coming through them in terms of information to us and reports. Just a thought, right, in a way to have that impact, and just one of the options I'm hoping maybe our CAO can look at as we look at other opportunities to have a greater impact, as I think is the desire that I hear generally from the majority across this board, but overall support everybody else's comments as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I also want to agree with Supervisors Askew and Lopez that I really think the intent here was to try to look at ways to expand this. When I look here at what's coming before us here on 1 and 2, because we're trying to look at really moving for some substantive change on how we go about doing this, I don't know. I'm not really comfortable locking into it suddenly a new formula that may only be here for a year or two. And I think it's also important to reach out to these small funders or the group organizations that will fund under 100,000. We don't have to have the same size of report, the same complication of report for somebody's getting 1 or 2 million as somebody's getting 50,000. I mean, there's different weight into there, and I think we already kind of evaluate that on other parts of our county on programs. So I'm not inclined actually to support either one at this point. I'm thinking more of a stopgap, because one, we're in a little tight financial situation. It's just hold the current level of funding that we had this year. It's just hold it at that. That's what's existent. The Monterey County Business Council is getting above 100,000 at that. We tried to sort of address that last year a little bit, and I sort of locked onto the status quo until we can kind of come on to something that's just a little more substantial and the proposed changes. Well, if there's
yes, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, my hand is raised.
That's what I said. Do you have any other thoughts?
I do. Sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. Thank you very much. I do. I feel like I'm going to be a bit of a cheerleader for the DSA agencies at this point, but several times I've heard comments about, a better return on return on our investment, essentially, than what the DSAs are providing. But we didn't get into that at all, and I feel like we're doing a great disservice to these organizations, because just as an example, thinking about the Film Commission and the work that they do, and the results that we see when, through many efforts on behalf of the Film Commission, someone like Big Little Lies comes to town. And while on the one hand, I'm saying, don't come to Pixie Creek Bridge anymore, on the other hand, it has really driven a lot of tourism to our wonderful county. You see people standing down on the wharf taking pictures of the coffee house where some of the scenes took place. That's just one example. And of course, I think it was Glenn mentioned what the Arts Council does and all of the different, smaller organizations throughout the county, especially in Chris's district and down through the south part of the county, just supporting small dance groups and that sort of thing through the Arts Council. That's just really important. And then another example is, again, going to see Monterey. When the bridge went down this past Saturday night, I guess it was, or Saturday afternoon, they were on it instantly to make sure that there were hotels in Monterey that would give a reduced rate to all of the workers, all of the residents of Big Sur that were trapped in town, down in Monterey or Carmel. That was really, really helpful, and they did it so quickly. And then working with the Big Sur Chamber to be able to ensure that all of the people who were in Big Sur and trapped there were able to get into the hotel rooms that were available, and then take care of other kinds of overnight accommodations. Of course, that's what our Department of Emergency Management does, but without the support of organizations like the C. Monterey that have the inn already established with the hoteliers, it would not have been such a good situation. So forgive me for getting on my high horse about it a little bit. And then, of course, I'm not even going to talk about the Monterey County Business Council, because they bring millions and millions and millions of dollars to small businesses through the work that they do with helping people understand and how to participate in federal government contracting. So we are getting our money's worth from these organizations. I don't want anyone to think that, we're just that we're just throwing money down a rat hole. This is exactly what these agencies do. And I'm very proud of the work that they do. And Richard has done a great job kind of leading the charge. So thank you for letting me just really stand up and let you know what they do and what the real dollar feedback, the dollar impact is on our communities based on what we as a board see fit to move forward. So thank you for that indulgence.
Supervisor Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to be clear. I didn't hear anybody up here question, the value of our current partners. I think we all see a lot of value, having sat on the Arts Council for a decade, even though I think my term limit was only 8 years. I got 2 extra out of it. We see that value and we understand what's brought to the table. I think I want to paint the picture of the context for why we're having this conversation, which is largely that I think it was when Supervisor Askey joined the board, questions were raised about how we get more people into the process to benefit from funding that comes from the county. And because of that, after a long conversation up on this dais, repeatedly, multiple meetings, we decided that we should focus on the DSA as that opportunity, right? And that was where this came from. That's why we're in this context. It wasn't questioning whether or not we were getting our dollars worth, truly valuing what our partners bring to the table and what they're able to do. I think everybody's always spoken glowingly about the results that we get, but at the same time, seeing growth there and seeing that growth opportunity, even though we've been formulaic in the past, as a potential space to plug in others who might do the same and drive even more in our direction, has been our focus. And I think that's just what was missing in terms of the context there, and I want to make sure that that's on the table for folks. I know, Sonia, you're kind of coming into this a little bit in the middle, so that's how we got to the middle of this conversation. And while we all might have different ideas of how to get there, I want to be clear that we are supportive of our partners, and they've been incredible in building the economy that we have today, partners in building that economy. So looking forward, I think all options need to be on the table, as you said, Mr. Chair, about process moving forward. Personally, we always talk about the MCBC piece, and it's always looked at as a single augmentation, and that's why I was supportive of adding that 0.5% in to kind of get us past that hump rather than having to deal with it every year as a one-off. But large picture, I think we need that larger thrust at how we solve the bigger issue we've talked about at this dais for going on 4 or 5 years now, about bringing in others into the fold and allowing them to putting a little gas in those engines and seeing what they can do too.
Thank you. Supervisor Askew.
Thank you for that clarification, Supervisor Lopez, because 100%, I'm looking out in the audience and at our partners who are here and our partners who aren't here, and the work that they're doing is incredible and it is meaningful and it is significant. But when I look structurally at the process, we haven't always had that level of accountability piece in there. And I think we need to have that. I think that's important. There's no other county department that gets a straight dollar amount without any questions, with just submit the plan, tell us how you're going to spend it, and you get to use it. I'm sure they'd all love that. So I think we need to be clear on that point. And to Supervisor Lopez's other point, we also have this sort of community, we've started in the past handful of years with this allocation of funds to community requests, which hadn't really been a practice of the county historically. I think it's, there's benefit to it, but having a process by which those requests come in, we could talk about the soccer complex. That was always brought forward as an economic benefit to the larger community, as well as a benefit to our families. But how do we incorporate all of those things and get our arms around them in a way that's clear, transparent, and ensures that the funding that we're allocating is going to where it needs to go, and that that everyone has an opportunity to access those dollars, however we structure the guidelines. The other point I want to make is, Glenn, you had mentioned, so I heard Chris say option 2, expanding the total percentage. I heard Luis say option 1, it actually results in a higher increase, total dollar amount. I had been supportive of option 1. I'd also be supportive, given the realities that we're facing, where we do have to, there is an increasing dollar amount through our TOT. I would also, I think at this point, be open to talking about maintaining the current dollar amount split with the percentages outlined in option 1. As a way to move forward for this particular year while we continue the conversation. So taking the current dollar amount from last year's budget, which was whatever it's.
I think the current dollar amount sort of addresses some of the concerns about Monterey County Business Council only getting $100,000.
Right. So the current dollar amount from the 22-23 budget was $2.152 million. So I would take that dollar amount and then use the percentages outlined in option 1 on using the current dollar amount would be what I would suggest we did if we were to go with the current dollar amount, which is what you're suggesting.
If you're agreeable, we'd like to bring this back as part of the budget discussion next month, and that'll give us a little bit of time to bring to you a couple opportunities to maybe look at our community organizations as well, because we do have a list that the board has been interested in, but also that'll give us a little bit more opportunity to vet those alternatives. I agree with you, the 2 options that were presented are 2 options, but there are additional options that we could consider, including what you've said is leave it as status quo and then redirecting the balance to your community projects as you're interested. But we might have another alternative as well that we'd like to present to you as part of budget.
Yes, Supervisor.
And just to be clear on my side, the option 1 did have that, I think, $700,000 increase. Even on that slide, it says they all get, most of them get 3 out of the 4 get decreases. The actual dollar amount is higher, and that's why, for me, in making my decision, I like to see those numbers, what they mean for each of the DSAs, and what it means for the Monterey County Business Council as well. I am supportive of that 0.5%, but we'd love to see those numbers. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, supervisors. That was a good conversation. So now let's move on with the presentation on a different topic. We have a lot to cover still. And
how much time will you need for the?
This is going to be brief.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting close to lunchtime. So I think that what I'm just going forward with is just, as you saw all the cementations in front of you, we have the criteria that we'll be using for augmentations is in front of you on the screen. I'm not going to read all of that. So as we prepare the recommended budget, that's what we're going to be looking at. Also, we're going to be looking at specific options. You saw in a memo that was attached to your board report that we're not only looking at the expenditure side of the house, but we're also looking at the options for how to solve the budget gap by looking at potential future tax options. And as you look at some of those options, actually we have a comparison of where we are with the TOT currently. If the county was to consider to increase the transient occupancy tax rate, this is what we compare with some of the comparing agencies around the county. We're at 10.5%, and this is how other counties are. And then also on the sales tax side of the house, if the board wanted to consider the option to increase the sales tax by a certain percentage, let's say you increase it by 1%, it could potentially bring into the county about $12.3 million for that 1% increase. And I think that in a separate presentation, I had mentioned a different number that was inaccurate. So we went back and relooked at that and then this is the accurate number. We are expected to get about 12.3 for that if we were to increase it by 1%. And then just also so the public knows and the board knows how this sales tax currently is allocated. We don't get out of the 7.75% that the county gets. Not all of it comes to the county. We only get about 1% of that 1.25% going to the county. The rest is distributed to all the different agencies that you see here in front of you on this table. And I'm getting almost to where Nick comes. And then we have so those options were being presented to you because we knew that going forward as an organization, we cannot only always be looking at the same level of resources going forward, given that many other organizations, other jurisdictions have actually also looked at revenue enhancement options. So that revenue enhancement options memo had presented those options to you and just gave you a brief overview of what that could potentially look like for the county. But all of this, we have to also consider how this is done in the context of the state and federal outlook. And the state budget, the last time that I looked, was it was facing a $73 billion shortfall for next fiscal year. That eventually is going to also impact the county. And I have some examples here on the screen for you as to what that could look like. You see some impact to the library. I'm not going to read all of that there, but it's there for you and for the public to be able to read. But also the passage of Proposition 1 that recently actually is not part of the budget process itself, but it was a measure that was where the voters approved that. And that is going to significantly reduce the revenues that are going to be available locally for the provision of mental health services. So this slide here is one slide I think that the Behavioral Health Bureau of the Health Department had presented to you as to the potential impacts. And they're going to see a significant reduction on revenues that will, in essence, will mean revenues that we were receiving in the past. We were receiving about 95% of the total Mental Health Services Act revenues into the county. Now we'll be receiving 90%. So we're going to be losing 5% of that overall total revenue coming in. So that's what you had seen, that reduction on the previous table I showed to you for behavioral health. So that is going to create significant challenges. When in talking to the Behavioral Health Bureau, they indicate that the impacts will not be immediate because it will take time for this to be implemented. But most likely the impact is going to be going into fiscal year 25-26, and maybe somewhere in the middle of next year, but most likely by the beginning of fiscal year 25-26. So with that, I will not go over all these details on these slides. They are there for you on the record. But what I would also like to point out is that we still have some pending local impacts. We still have all the discretionary revenue being already allocated, and then if we have salary increases resulting from the pending negotiations, that could potentially impact the county to the tune of about $50.4 million going into over the next 3 fiscal years. So now we're at a point where we're at lunchtime, and I think that we have a presentation by Nick Chulos and the other CAO's office staff. So I'm not sure if you want to continue with the presentation now, which I don't think is going to be too long, or maybe we could do it after lunch. I'm not sure what
it's totally chair discretion.
Do you have an estimate of how much time?
Probably about 10 minutes, 5 to 10 minutes.
So I also promised the public that they would have a chance to speak, and so I feel I kind of have to honor that at some point here, although I'm going to restrict it to 1 minute because there's going to be another opportunity later. I'm looking at the board here. If you want to go ahead with this presentation, then some public, because we do have a full. Oh, I know that.
Skip lunch.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll go ahead. Why don't we? Why don't we have the presentation, then we'll have some public comment and some direction from the board, because we don't need lunch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will try to be as brief as possible in deference to your time. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We want to give you a very high level, I would call it a progress report on how we're doing with updating the goals and objectives for the county government. And just by way of background, any organization, certainly an organization as complex as the counties with all the different service lines that we provide, benefits from having long-term goals that are clear and understandable to anyone in the public or elected officials, department heads, and also some key objectives that are measurable, that are shorter term, that help us achieve those goals. And so we really appreciate all the work the board has put into this effort. Chair Church and former Chair Alejo, you were very helpful in helping us formulate what led to a board and department head workshop held on March 7th. And I also appreciate all of the input that board members individually gave prior to that to our facilitator as we helped put that program together, and also some of the department heads who participated. So by way of really quick background, on March 7th, there was a special board meeting held. It was a public meeting. There were several members of the public who attended. It was a board and department head retreat. Almost all department heads were there. There were one or two that could not make it, that sent a representative, an assistant department head. And the purpose there was to update the county's goals and objectives. The goals had not been updated for quite some time, and as we looked at them prior to that workshop, we realized that there were a number of issues, environmental situations, climate resilience, things that were not addressed in our goals, and that was something we wanted to make sure that we were able to contemporize the goals and the objectives. We are going to come back to the board next month with a much longer and more detailed presentation, because these are still in draft form. We really need the board's further engagement in a public meeting and your direction and hopefully your approval of them prior to the budget hearings. That's our goal, really. So I do want to move ahead here. We have the goal slide. This shows all 5 of the strategic goals that have been developed to date with the board's involvement and the department head's involvement. And I'm just going to quickly read through them. They all interrelate. Goal 1 is well-being and quality of life. Goal 2 is sustainable infrastructure now and in the future. Goal 3 is to provide safe and resilient communities. Goal 4 is to provide a diverse and thriving economy. And Goal 5 is dynamic organization and to be an employer of choice. And so what I'd like to do now, if we could go to the first slide. The first slide shows the goal, as I just said. It describes the goal to create a safe and healthy communities where all people can thrive. And then the examples that are given under this are really the kind of keyword topic areas from the objectives. We're still doing a lot of work with the department heads to try to fine-tune those objectives. Karina and Sophia in our office have been invaluable in helping to shepherd that project along. But this gives the board and the public and the department heads an idea of some of the key objective topic areas. For housing, permit streamlining and affordable housing, community engagement, services and programs, the community engagement function itself, youth programs, the accessibility of county parks, expanded Wi-Fi, dashboard for community feedback. That would be to provide an opportunity for the community to regularly give us feedback. And then financial strategies, mental health rehabilitation facility was identified, expanded safety net health care, and satellite animal shelters. Those were all identified under this general goal. If I could go to the next slide. So Goal 2, sustainable infrastructure now and in the future. The description, provide for the maintenance, replacement, sustainability, and resilience of infrastructure required for living, working, recreating in, and visiting Monterey County. And the key objective topic areas under there show the impact on master planning and facility strategies, water and sewer systems, infrastructure, broadband communication, and what we called other, at least for now, it's kind of a placeholder, which is really environmental and green space protection. And in the interest of time, rather than reading every one of those are the general topic headings, and I know the board has received this prior to the meeting. Goal 3, safe and resilient communities, provide for public safety, disaster planning, and response. And here, this is one of our more current updates, is given all the disaster response that we've had over the last few years and the unfortunate situation we'll probably be facing that going forward, there was quite an emphasis on disaster planning and emergency response. In terms of justice, the justice system, specific issues such as a justice center, programs for the recently incarcerated, and just an overall concept of investing in public safety generally. And then the other is Broadway Family Connection Project. This is the major multi-department project that's being planned in Seaside that was discussed. Goal number 4, diverse and thriving economy. Attract and retain businesses that will improve the well-being of county residents. And here, the key objective topic areas are focusing on partnerships, access to utilities, financing in terms of infrastructure financing districts, and facilities in terms of a potential of an agricultural commissioner satellite office in South County. And goal 5, dynamic organization and employer of choice. The description here is employees. We want employees to feel valued and proactively engaged by an organization that is a great place to work, is financially healthy, and continuously improves. And the 2 main topic areas that the key objectives are focusing on at this point are recruitment and how to improve that, and then succession planning and employee resources. So those are and I know I went through that very quickly, Mr. Chairman, but that's where we are at this point in time. As I said, our staff is working with the departments to try to really fine-tune the key objectives, because we came away from the workshop with a lot of really good information, but it really needed to be collated, organized, kind of put in a form that we could track, and we're still working on that. And what we plan to bring back to the board on May 14th, we've got a pretty good sized block of time set up that day to really engage the board further, hopefully refine that and get your final input and direction, and if possible, have this approved on that day so that as you go into the budget hearings at the end of May, you have this as a framework to kind of help with your decision making and to make sure the public is engaged in and where we're headed. That is a quick overview, Mr. Chairman. I'd be glad to take any questions or comments. And I want to thank you all for your participation, which was terrific, and also the department heads, very great participation. And I really want to thank Karina and Sophia in our office who have done a lot of work on this to date. So thank you so much.
Thank you for the substantive and report and the brevity as well. I know it's coming back for more detail. Before I go to the board here, I'm going to give the board some chance for comments as well before we break for lunch, but I think I want to go to the public since we've listened to this broad overview. And I want to state it for this because we're in I want to let people in this chamber have a chance for a break here at lunch. We're going to hold these comments to 1 minute. These are sort of just to focus on the overview of this. You'll have another chance later in the day for more detail in a full 2 minutes on that. So is there anybody in the chambers? Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, board. I'm Eloise Shim, and I just wanted to bring the topic of the cannabis program. They sort of briefly talked about it in the budget, and I want to say that the program has really kind of devolved into a taxpayer supporting program rather than a program giving to the homeless and affordable housing programs. And propping up the program and adding to the substance abuse programs that have to support it is adding to the taxpayer. And the behavioral health programs I see are being cut. So, and an example of that is with the Monterey Sheriff's or Police Department gave the City Council a report about the crime that the cannabis was bringing, and the leadership there voted for more of it for economic development.
Thank you, Ms. Jim. Thank you.
Just want to bring that.
Is there anybody else in the chambers? Yes.
I know what it's like to be hangry and in a meeting, so I'll be quick. Kimberly Craig, President and CEO of the Monterey County Business Council. We're here to assist in promoting economic development and revenue in the county. I know there's a lot of discussion about option 1, option 2, option 3A, option 42. I do want to just acknowledge that we've had unanimous support by the Economic Development Committee as well as the Budget Committee to fold us into the DSA formula. We have had almost 19 years years straight of $87,000 to $100,000 year after year, and it's really important for us. We are working. I want to bring to your attention what's on your dais, $18 million in local government contracts. We also won the Small Business Development Center contract through the Small Business Administration. That's what the DSA formula funding goes to for us. Folding us into the formula at 0.5% helps with that. We're certainly open and want to be sure to let you know that we are supportive and partners with you, but we would ask that direction be given, very clear direction be given this year, that you fold us into the formula. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Norm Groot, speaking as a member of the Economic Development Committee in support of either option 1, 2, or 42, as was just stated. I think it's important that we all realize that results and accountability are important here, and that's what the Economic Development Committee is delivering. We have seen numerous presentations by all 4 organizations. The accountability and transparency is much improved for this process. I think we have to be cognizant, too, of the resources that we have available if we're going to expand this program, and that's why we are not recommending at this point to do so. I think the Economic Development Committee needs to come up with a formula, an understanding of what economic sectors we're going to target, and then how we're going to work that process without overloading our staff at this point. So appreciate the support there, and just remember that these investments go to increasing TOT overall, and that includes making the picture and the pot a whole lot bigger for everyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Oh, wow, that's a lot louder than I thought. Sorry. Good afternoon, Supervisors, County team, and residents. I'm Jennifer Johnson with C Monterey, formerly Monterey County Convention and Visitors Bureau, a mouthful. We are the nonprofit partner that you have who is in business to generate business for the businesses in our community. We don't want to profit. We want to keep them open and operating, since most of them are family owned and operated in Monterey County. We've been their partner since our inception in May of 2000. I've been with the organization for half of its life, and I have to tell you, I teared up because almost every one of you talks about economic development as an investment, and when I first moved to California, that was not the case. Economic development was usually talked about as a gift or a grant, and our organizations were talked about as we're funding you or giving you something. And it's taken 12 years, and my heart is full to hear everyone recognize that return, because I'm also a homeowner in the county. And we as an organization have been able to unify the county with 10 jurisdictions leveraged now. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the chambers?
And just for clarification, she's a homeowner in District 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody online?
Yes. Christian Snyder.
Yes, Mr. Snyder, you have a minute here. Is that a hand from earlier?
No, it's...
Do we have anybody else?
Oh, no, that's it.
That's it? Okay. With that, we'll close public comment then. On this, we'll bring it back here to the board. I do have one thing I want to just bring up first here is I know we're talking about the DSA numbers and the potential ideas of raising sales tax and all. Mr. Vega, when you showed the slide on our TOT tax at 10.5%, and other cities, counties are seen to be between 12 and 14. My understanding is we're getting $40 million. That about 1% equals approximately $4 million. So if we were to raise to like 13%, that'd be a 2.5% increase. That would generate about $10 million to the county more. Wouldn't that be approximately right? And that's much more than anything else being discussed. It also addresses potential funds for expanding the DSA program as well. But
assuming everything else stays the same, yes, that's the math works that way. Yes, approximately 8 to 10. Yeah.
I just wanted to bring that up because that's something that I look at pretty favorably. But I want to bring it back to the board, Supervisor Alejo.
Yeah, I just wanted to comment also on, I think what we need on these revenue generating measures is the process of when does this board need to, what does it entail? What is the voter threshold? what is the timing to get it done? And I know we don't have time today, but certainly on the TOT, being much lower than the other jurisdictions, and you can't get parity all at once. It has to be in reasonable steps. Same with the sales tax. And I raised that because Santa Cruz County recently passed theirs. And when I looked at all the 12 cities and Monterey County, all the cities were at about over 9%, and we were still at 7.75. You originally had given me a number that it would only generate about $1 million, but today I think it's 12 times that amount, so it's much more significant. But I know we have an upcoming election in November, a presidential election where we have a greater voter turnout, and we won't have another opportunity like that until 4 years from now. So I think timing is of the essence to have a broader discussion of that potential opportunity. And the only last thing I would say to Nick's presentation, one thing that wasn't mentioned in your summary of our retreat was there was it was mentioned numerous times, but it was also a focus on disadvantaged communities in our county that have historically not received the attention and resources they need. I just wanted to bring that up because I want to make sure it was mentioned numerous times throughout the day that seems to be one area that I think we need to be more strategic on in helping communities get resources, basic infrastructure resources that they haven't had for such a long time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for, Supervisor, thank you for that comment, and that will definitely be reflected in the detailed objectives. It's in there for sure. So.
I think Mr. Vega wanted to just say, when can we get the other details about timing?
Yes, so the details are in the memo specifically. So by August 9, if the Board of Supervisors wanted to put a ballot in the measure to the voters to decide on these measures, by August 9, we will have to have a ballot measure completed and submitted to the Elections Department. So that means we have to back down from that date. If the Board of Supervisors was to choose one of those, we will have to start working on developing the language, working with County Council on the specific steps that will need to be taken before August 9. So that means that a few meetings before then, we will have to have public hearings, we will have to have the ballot measure presented, adopted, and then delivered to the Elections Department by August 9. So we don't have a lot of time between now and then, but we do have some time to be able to do that. So if the board decided that one of those options was one that was viable, I think the sooner that the board gives us that direction to start moving forward in that process, that will be the better. And then we will be ready to submit that to the Elections Department by August 9.
And the sooner the better, I would say, because we do need to go to other community partners to get support. I think the more support we have, the more probable it is to getting support from the voters. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew or Lopez, comments there. Supervisor Adams, yes, you have a comment.
Thank you. I do. Thank you very much. Thank you all so much for the comments on these. Some good ideas, some ideas that we need to play around with a little bit. And regarding TOT, I just want to be sure that should we choose to go in that direction, we really do need to ensure that we bring into the table in the beginning of the discussion, the hoteliers that would be impacted by this so that we can understand from their perspective what they would suggest to us to have a viable ballot, something viable to put on the ballot. So I think that would really be very important. When I think about the sales tax, I don't know how much that I would want to hear from some other people on what that would do to the, mom and the families in our community. Would it have much of an impact or not, as far as having to pay additional sales tax? It just seems kind of draconian to me. But there was the third tax that I had wanted to find more information about, and I really don't have it. But I know that the city of Santa Cruz at one point was taking a look at the empty home tax. And I don't know where one would even start with that. I reached out to some of my colleagues in Santa Cruz and wasn't able to get much information before today. But I think we really need to look at all. If we're talking about doing something as massive as a ballot measure, then I think we ought to really ensure that before we go forward, we really have our ducks in a row to be able to know what we're doing, so we don't end up spending so much of our time and effort and then not have success. So this it really requires a lot of forethought as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would, be, supportive of going in this direction myself. I'm not, I'm not convinced on a lot of the proposals for raising the taxes is the way to go. But I am pretty convinced from looking at the numbers I've seen here that TOT is certainly something to evaluate. It has the least impact, I think, upon individuals in this county, and it actually just brings us up to par with the cities in this county and our neighboring counties. It just seems like the direct way to go. It raises the most amount of money and can address a lot of our concerns. So with that, we're going to recess until 1:30.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. 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 Okay, I'll turn them all off. Thank you for your patience, Glenn.
Good afternoon. We'll reconvene here on the Board of Supervisors. See, the first department up is for our budget workshop is Finance Administration, the Auditor Controller. Good afternoon, Ms. Shaw. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I? Actually, it wasn't on the. Yeah? Could we have the Diego? Could you do the Spanish announcement? Wasn't on my my agenda.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Diego Celis. Seré su intérprete español-inglés, inglés-español para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hable lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo le escuche. Por favor, hacer una pausa al final de sus oraciones para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair George, supervisors, county team, members of the public, Rupa Shah, Auditor Controller. With me is Monica Arroyo, helping me on the slides. So today, I would like to discuss county's internal audit function and its budget need. But to start out, would like to just provide information on Auditor Controller's overall structure as a way of background, refresher, and contextual reference. So as you know, Auditor Controller is an elected position with mandated responsibilities serving all 25 departments of the county and over 5,000 employees in the county. So how is ACO structured? In addition to the administration side, it's divided into 4 divisions. And so starting out with the disbursement division, I will be only highlighting the high-level duties. The disbursement division is divided further into 3 sections with one division chief overseeing all 3 sections. So property tax, it has 4 positions, and at a high level, it is responsible for the calculation of counties over close to approximately $1 billion property tax calculation, and then distribution to 200 agencies countywide, which all of them rely on this discretionary source of revenue, including our county. Vendor payment AP section has 4 positions. It is responsible for processing timely payments to approximately 2,200 vendors annually that provides various services to the county. Payroll has 12 positions. It's responsible, of course, everybody knows, we have a biweekly payroll process responsible for processing biweekly payroll for all employees of the county. Moving on to our general accounting division, it has 11 positions. It's responsible for producing the county's annual financial report, creating county's accounting policy in compliance with the governmental generally accepted accounting principles and the Government Accounting Standards Board established standards. It provides training to department staff. And then in addition, it is also responsible for preparing the countywide cost allocation plan, which enables the county to recoup tens of millions of dollars in cost annually. Systems division has 6 positions. It's responsible for the county's all applications in the ERP, financial, HR, payroll, budgeting system, and then maintenance, processing, and countywide support is provided by this division. Last but not least, internal audit division. It provides independent objective assurance advice, which is designed to add value, save cost, and improve county's processes. Okay, I'm going over my, okay. So while the next page on the resource structure, while we have been proud to find efficiencies and improvement in our own processes and being able to sustain the operations with the structure that we have had. Being a core service department of the county, some level of increase in ACO resource is necessary to correspond with the growth in the county programs and services. So looking at the last decade, resources in the Auditor Controller's Office has not kept pace with the operational growth and expansion of the county programs. So as an example, fiscal year 2013-14, the county's budget was at $1 billion. ACO position count was at 46. The county's operations today has doubled to $2 billion, while unfortunately resource structure in the ACO has declined to 44.5 position 11 years ago. So there's just some numbers as a visual below, but then moving on to the internal audit discussion. And then activity just over the recent past. So after being elected in 2018 and officially assuming the role of the Auditor Controller in January of 2019, we brought forward the internal audit charter and the operations manual for the board's review. And it was approved shortly after in 2019. And we truly appreciate this collaboration and partnership with your board. Unfortunately, after that time frame, the chief internal auditor position became vacant and stayed vacant for over 2 years. There's a slight typo there. It says almost, but it was over 2 years that the position remained vacant. But then it was hired at the end of 2021. So our plan has been to rebuild and gradually add resources to the internal audit function, which is the important function of the county. With that, just very quickly, what happened after that? So after that, in May of 2022, we brought forward the internal audit work plan that we can sustain with the 2-member internal audit team. And that plan consisted of fiscal year 23 and 24 work plan, and it was approved by the board. Then in November 2023, just about 4 or 5 months ago, we were here updating the board with our internal audit activity progress and accomplishments. So in that short period of this fiscal year and the portion of this fiscal year, because it's not completely over yet, and the last fiscal year, audits have recouped $600,000, and another future recovery possibility of $2 million is expected. But these are just hard dollar amounts. It cannot underestimate the value of the soft dollar amount and process improvements and cost savings that it can achieve countywide. We also, our team provides guidance on the external audits. So even when we consult and get services from external audits, it's not without intensive effort and work from our team, where we continuously provide guidance and oversight. So moving on to the request part, just as a background, again, internal audit plays an important role in establishing proper checks and balances for the county, and a capable internal audit function that can consistently improve county efficiencies and respond to high-level sensitive matters is something that we should look into seriously. However, the 2-member IA team is not adequately, of course, as I have been saying, not adequately equipped to handle the level of audit work that is expected for the county of our size and complexity, as well as compliance monitoring and other support services that are needed. So with that, my office submitted augmentation request for 2 additional positions in internal audit. In 24-25, it was also requested in 23-24, but we all understand the budget and the resources are tight. I would strongly suggest that with that constraint, even one new position to the internal audit function will add a meaningful shift forward for the county. So, and, with the accomplishment and improvement that I discussed earlier on the earlier slide, it goes on to illustrate that the benefits far outweigh the cost of additional resources that we can put into this function. It's an investment. So with that, we have just a summary of what was requested versus what I just discussed, and happy to take questions. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I wasn't having the microphone on. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Adams, do you have any questions? None?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Presentation. I know the county's grown, from 1 billion to 2 billion, and that doesn't necessarily mean organizational change. I know the inflation in those 10 years has only been about a third. 33%, I should say. So there's still lots of hundreds of millions that aren't allocated for, and a two-person team is definitely quite a challenge. So I appreciate you for the presentation.
Thank you.
With that, the next department up is Mr. Piper with Director of Human Resources. So please go ahead.
Through the chair, sorry about that. There we are. Through the chair, I would like to thank the opportunity of me to be able to present our requests for our Human Resources Department for the 24-25 augmentations. So at this point in time, our requests represent about a 0.03% of our general fund budget. And you will see that we have basically 5 requests. What I have done is to very briefly explain on the next slides what these requests are going to mean for the county. So the first request that we have is an augmentation on our management analyst. One of the key things we have in human resources is improving and updating our policies and procedures, which need to be done for us to be able to serve not only our departments, but also be able to serve our employees and also the communities that we have to provide services to. I do need this management analyst in order for us to be able to go forward with these initiatives and be able to really dig deep into looking at our policies and procedures. The effects of the non-funding will be obviously a delayed service delivery for the department, employees, and our customers, and that would lead to dissatisfaction on that area. The second area is really important. The next 2 years, we are really in a renegotiating almost 13 labor agreements. As we know that this is a very, very tough fiscal 2 to 3 years that are ahead of us, and these are going to be very, very complex negotiations. We therefore do need to be able to make use of outside counsel as well in quite some extent, and this is over a period of time, specifically where the majority of our agreements are coming up in the new fiscal year. It will lead to delayed county response to union proposals, and one of the things that we do not want to have is labor unrest, and one of the things that feed into that is if we are not able to respond to these proposals. This is a key area, and it might seem like it's a bit of an inward-looking area, but it is. Human resources operates within an environment that has to have an incredible high amount of compliance. One of the things that I found when I came to the department is there has been no training budget for our own internal staff. So therefore, we are requesting an augmentation request, and it equates to less than $750 per employee for our 42-member department. It is absolutely critical for the human resources staff to be up to date to the latest developments, both within the legal field as well as within the profession of human resources. This one is purely a service delivery request. We receive an incredible amount of people up at the front and at the front desk on the third floor, both members of the community who come and inquire about positions and how to apply for them, as well as employees who are coming there to talk about benefits or inquire about information. In order for us to be actually able to service our clients, which are our members of the community as well as our employees, it is important for us to be able to have somebody up front to be able to assist us with that. At this moment, it is all that I'm asking for is a temporary employee, so this is a non-benefited position. And then finally, this is almost the one that gives us the most bang for our buck, is a temporary intern under employee engagement. Many of you have seen our employee engagement surveys go out. Also, we are looking at doing pretty intensive research into, why employees leave us so that we can actually start focusing on, we call them stay interviews and also exit interviews. And then we're also going to be focusing very strongly on how do we retain our employees. So one of those key tools that we have there is something called a stay interview, is where you interview people who are already here and you're asking them, why are you staying with the county? That helps us to make sure that we don't have turnover and that we can start focusing on not losing employees and knowing what has to happen to keep them prior to them leaving, because it costs you almost 1.5 times the annual cost of an employee's salary just to replace an employee. With that, I am open to the board for questions and comments.
Any comments from the board?
Just a question. What was the cost of the intern? I put down $26K. Was that your number?
Yes, $26,880.
Anyone else?
Yes, Mary.
Supervisor Adams?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, Andres. I wanted to ask a couple of questions about the legal services for labor negotiations. So that would be hiring an outside attorney essentially to be able to do the work that you're the negotiating at the table with the labor groups?
Supervisor Adams, it is, we currently do have Liebert Cassidy Whitmore that are on our as a retainer, and they do provide us with legal services. So they are currently, and we've been using them for quite some time. So it's not that hiring additional labor attorneys. What it is we foresee that there's going to be a greater need for using them, specifically because we have 13 tables open right now.
Right. Okay. So essentially, it's just an increase in the amount that you already have for the labor negotiations.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds great. And then if you had to prioritize the 3 other employees, the management analyst, the temp reception person, or the temp intern, how would you?
It would be the management analyst.
That would be number 1. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, we'll move on to a topic of land use and environment. And the first presentation up here is from Housing and Community Development, Mr. Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Supervisors. Craig Spencer with Housing and Community Development. I'm a little off script here because we had prepared a presentation and we're ready to ask for some money for things, but I want to thank our CAO and the Budget Office for all the work they've done to help us identify ways in which we can make a lot of our requests part of our recommended budget. So I'm only here requesting that we get the $100,000 to make us whole on the request for as-needed building services, plan check, consulting services. Right now,
We're about 12 weeks out from a backlog of planning plan check services. So those who've submitted a building permit in January, early this year, are now getting plan checked. There are 4 plans examiners in housing and community development reviewing over 3,500 applications per year. We had 1 retirement last year and an absence due to an unexpected health condition, which added to our backlog. We also have, on occasion, the need for specialized plan check services. For instance, Robert Louis Stevenson School had a large project that came through. Schools require certain technical plan check skills for all the code compliance things that happen. So it does benefit us both to reduce the backlog for customer service as well as to have the expertise needed when unique applications are submitted to have that funding for that billing plan services. We want to be closer to 6 to 8 weeks or even less if we could get there. We're able to maintain that for most of the year when we have these contract services. So our only request at this point is the $100,000 for billing, as needed billing plan check services.
So you're not requesting $100,000 for planning?
No.
No, okay. I just wanted that clarification. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, Supervisor Askew?
Thank you. And I'm glad to hear that you've got the support that you need, Craig, as you navigate into this managing the new department. But just for staff, so when we talked about the general plan update, that had been not on the presentation, I don't think, but it had been on one of our lists. At some point we saw that. Just to clarify, so that is now looking like that's included and not an augmentation, right?
Yes, we're working with the departments to ensure that.
Great. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we will move to Public Works. Mr. Ishii. No, Public Works, Facilities and Parks. Let me get it correct.
Very good, and good afternoon, and thank you, Chair, CAO, and members of the board. As introduced, I'm Randy Ishii, Director of Public Works, Facilities and Parks. And with me today is Lisa Harris, Administrative Services Assistant, who will be bringing up our PowerPoint presentation to aid our conversation for today. Also available online are various members of the Public Works, Facilities and Parks Department team to be able to answer any questions or go into detail should the board choose. Moving on from our title slide to the next slide, we wish to remind the public of the various core functions of this department. And so by way of background, going back just one slide there to our core functions. Our core functions and our department's mission is to provide customer service and operate and maintain the county's infrastructure. This ranges from, as bullet pointed on the slide, the county's roads and bridges, the various infrastructure that separates and connects the various cities within the county to the state facilities like US 101, State Route 1, State Route 68, and other Caltrans state facilities. We also operate and maintain the county's facilities and grounds, in particular the shared use facilities such as this government center building. And also in that we have internal services that we provide the various departments as core functions. Those core internal services include fleet services, the mail courier services, and records retention, which we've operated for the last few years. And we also manage the county's real property through our real property specialist. We also have our county parks, and those include all the various county parks ranging from the North County as far north as Royal Oaks and Manzanita Parks to as far south as the recreational areas at Lake San Antonio and Lake Nacimiento. With this, the Parks Division also maintains the former Fort Ord properties which came to the county upon the dissolution of the Fort Ord Reuse Authority, also known as FORA, on 30 June 2020. And finally, County Parks also operates and maintains at this point with the management company, the Laguna Seca Recreational Area. And behind the scenes, we have our fourth division, which is our finance and administration division, which seamlessly ensures that everything in support of those other three divisions is performed and supported accordingly. As we move on to our next slide, we'll briefly talk about the various funding and duties that are performed using those specialized funds that are performed by this department. There are outside funds that come into the county and are used for performing various services at the county. One of the primary ones is the Special Revenue Fund of the Road Fund, shown on the left-hand side of the slide. And that's the funding source for our roads and bridges, engineering and maintenance staff. Those hardworking employees maintain the 1,260 miles of county-maintained roads, 175 bridges, and over $500 million or $500 million in road appurtenances, such as the county's traffic signals, the signage, the striping, and other appurtenances in the road right-of-way. Putting that into context, 1,260 miles of county-maintained roads. If you stretch those end on end with one another, that will get you 1/3 of the way across the United States in the east-west direction. And with that funding source, which takes the form of either the gas tax, Measure X, or the county's contribution of TOT, of which is being increased for this fiscal year, that funding is used for paying for staff salaries, making sure that the road yards are equipped to do their jobs to maintain roads and to perform road and bridge projects. And we also have a sundry set of grants that come in and FEMA reimbursements and FHWA reimbursements that we use for disaster projects. Moving on, we have enterprise funds, and those enterprise funds in particular are for the two parks facilities of Lake Nacimiento, as well as the Laguna Seca Recreation Area. And as a note, there's various capital projects that are being performed in those enterprise-funded areas. And concluding things on the far right-hand side of the slide, under other funds, we also have capital projects that take the form of the Fund 478 Building Improvement and Appreciation Account. We also have the East Garrison Public Financing Authority that is the primary funding mechanism for the East Garrison Community Services District. We have our county service areas, of which there are 37 of these unique, what are called CSAs, that provide urbanized services in rural communities. We have the county sanitation districts and a water entity that we maintain. And finally, we have the Fish and Game Advisory Commission, which sees to the usage of the Fish and Game Propagation Grant funds. Then we move on to our next slide, which shows the various functions that are performed using the county general fund that is apportioned to this department. Our facilities maintenance uses general fund, and that's to maintain the facilities and grounds for the county, of which there's over 2.7 million square feet in county-owned facilities, which is now increased with the bringing online of new county buildings. And there's 408,000 plus minus square feet of leased building space. The facilities division also performs the 5-year capital improvement plan and the capital improvement plan's project implementation for the county. And lastly, they also perform the property management ranging from the facilities enumerated on the slide. Another function is that the county's buildings utilities are paid for through this department, and that includes gas, electric, water, garbage, sewer, alarm, fire protection, and so on. And the right-hand slide, in brief, shows the other functions that are funded by county general fund, and that includes the county parks, of which there's over 30,000 acres of parks and open space. And I mentioned the former Fort Ord lands, which came online. Staff wishes to point out that there's almost 3,000 acres now of former Fort Ord lands that have come under our Parks Division. There's also the duties of litter control, the Laguna Seca Rifle and Pistol Range, the past county disposal sites that are now deactivated that are still being maintained, and those include 12 closed landfill disposal sites. We have the stormwater function that for the county's public right-of-way areas are performed by this department, including the community rating system program that we do in conjunction with Housing and Community Development Department. And that's a service whereby constituents who reside within the 100-year floodplain or special flood hazard areas now enjoy a reduced flood insurance payment that they would need to pay for flood insurance. And lastly, as I mentioned before, we have the central service units such as fleet services, mail courier, records retention performed under our facilities. Moving on, we have a matrix to demonstrate our general fund revenues and expenditures. as compared to our general fund contribution. The Department of Works, Facilities, and Parks greatly thanks the CAO's office and the budget office for their assistance throughout this budget process. Specifically, as the board and the public have seen in a previous presentation, there were approximately $6.1 million of budget augmentations that were being requested by this department that you saw earlier today. And that $6.1 million represented the budget augmentations above our baseline budget in order to make our department whole. Again, thanks to the CAO's office and the budget office for finding one-time funds through the general fund that can assist us. That reduces the department's ask from that $6.1 million to now a far lesser number. Now, $4.5 million of that $6 million was just to bring us back to baseline level services. That's where, again, the CAO's office and the budget office helped us with identifying funds to cover those types of services, such as the janitorial services, the security services for the Laurel Yard Shilling and the Government Center, as well as the unscheduled facilities maintenance. So to get us back to baseline, as noted on the right-hand side of the slide, we only need $1.2 million to get us back to where we were last year for baseline services. We will get to that in more detail in just a moment. So pausing there for just a moment. Again, it's $1.2 million to bring us back to where we were last year for baseline services. And what we'll see on the next slide is the now reduced request from the department. And so for the unfunded augmentation requests, we have 13 augmentations, which total approximately $2.8 million. The pie chart on the right-hand slide represents the various areas of which that funding is being requested, most of which you see in the color yellow for salary savings, which is a baseline service of which the department is requesting. And then there's other portions of which we'll talk about further in the presentation, such as facilities, utilities, and the Pajaro County Sanitation District, as well as a very small set of new positions, should the board be willing and have appetite to do so. So moving on to the next slide, we'll talk about the priorities for our augmentation requests. So the first priority is for utilities. The general fund contribution was enough to cover what has been the historic amount of gas usage, electric usage, and other utilities. However, as customers in our various areas will see, their power bills have gone up, their gas bills have gone up, and likewise, local government entities also experience those same utility cost increases. So the department is asking for coverage of that additional cost for utilities on the county buildings, and that's approximately $174,000. The next priority is that former Fort land. Historically, our practice has been a very reactive basis on that former Fort land, and generally the process would look like a customer would call in about an issue they saw on one of the former Fort trails or somewhere in the Fort open space, and park staff, when time allowed and when they could identify some existing funding from the other duties that would have done at the other already existing county parks, like Royal Oaks Park or San Lorenzo Park, they would carve out that portion of time and resources and budget to apply to addressing that need over at the former Fort land. Now that it's approaching 4 years since the county has owned this land, it's starting to become more of a challenge to address. And so we're asking for $150,000 to address unscheduled maintenance at the former Fort lands. Moving on to our third priority on the next slide. Priority number 3 is our salary savings. And that was that larger portion you saw in that pie chart earlier. And this is one of the baseline services of which we're asking for. It's a little bit north of $1 million, and it comes from the different divisions that you see bullet pointed here, ranging from administration to parks to facilities. We recognize that entering these lean budget years, all the departments had to make a sacrifice in their budget and budget proposals. This department also made sacrifices and looked in doing so, in this case, with delaying recruitments, delaying filling positions, and thus having those salary savings available to be able to draw from and reduce the department's request of the Board of Supervisors and of the very limited general fund dollars that are available. We are asking to have this replenished for us, particularly in light of the portent of the Laguna Seca recreation area soon to be moving towards a potential concessionaire agreement in the near future. There are 5 positions that are funded by the enterprise fund of Laguna Seca, and so when that Laguna Seca recreation area moves to a concessionaire agreement, those are now 5 positions that need to find work elsewhere. Staff is working very diligently in identifying other areas for those employees to be reassigned. It would greatly assist the department with having the salary savings restored, so it buys us more time to be able to find those opportunities for those employees. Our next priority is for Pajaro County Sanitation District for approximately $710,000. As the board recalls, Special Districts Division staff within the Public Works Division of the department brought forward to the board a Prop 218 sewer rate increase process and engineer's report process for Pajaro County Sanitation District. However, to accomplish the rate structure at its level as encouraged by the board, there does require a general fund subsidy to accomplish those rates. And so that number is approximately $710,000 under the assumption that the Prop 218 does pass and go through. Should the Prop 218 not be approved or go through, that ask will still be there, but will now be a greater number and greater request. And to speak to the mechanics of what that $710,000 and the totality of the Pajaro County Sanitation District services include, it includes the sewer maintenance and the maintenance of the pump stations for sewage within Pajaro proper, Las Lomas, and Bay Farms. And on top of that, there is a sewage treatment charge from the contracted satellite wastewater treatment facility operated by the city of Watsonville. And so those are part of the expenditures that Pajaro County Sanitation District sees. Moving on to our last slide of our priorities and prioritized requests. Priority number 5 are new parks positions for approximately $340,000. These are 3 FTEs consisting of a new Ranger 2, a new Parks Building and Grounds Worker 2, and a new Park Services Aide 2. The Parks Buildings and Grounds Worker 2 and the Services Aide 2 are meant to provide more services to the North County, specifically to assist with the maintenance at former Fort Ord, Jack's Peak, Toro on various occasions, and Royal Oaks Park on an as-needed basis. The Ranger 2 is meant to be a North County Ranger to supplement the existing North County Ranger that we have that was approved thanks to this board in last year's budget. And by having that second Ranger, we would then be able to have full 7-day-a-week coverage at the North County parks. Our final set of priorities, priority number 6, is additional security and parking citations. And the security being requested here are new security services, not existing. So the new requests are for security at the Castroville Library and Supervisor offices. It's also for the county coastal offices, which includes the Military and Veteran Affairs Office at the Marina campus, and finally includes the Pajaro Library and Ag Commissioner's Office. There's a difference in those numbers, and that is because the first 2 are for 12-hour shifts, 5 days of the week. The Pajaro Library and Ag Commissioner's request is for 12-hour shifts for the full 7-day-a-week coverage. And the last item that you see there is for data ticket, and that's a contracted service that we have at the department. When there's parking citations that occur, this department addresses the handling of those parking citations, and that is done through this contracted service of data ticket. This is the last of our baseline level of services of which we would be asking for. Again, the other one that we were asking for was the salary savings. That was the greater bulk of the department's request. And this data ticket contract amount is for approximately $20,000. Moving on to the next slide. The department wishes to note that through the loss of these augmentations, there would be reduced service levels to the public and our county customers, both our internal customers of the county employees as well as our external facing customers, the general public. And one-time decisions could yield long-term repercussions. That takes us to our last and final slide, where staff thanks the board. That concludes staff's presentation, and we open up for any questions and comments. And again, thank you very much for being able to present to you today.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Supervisor Lopez?
A couple questions for you, Randy. On the parking citation services, is there a return that we expect on those? I mean, typically tickets turn into revenue. So you're asking for 20,000 there, but typically how much do we get back from the ticketing process in a typical year?
I will look to our Assistant Director, Lindsay LaRabel, for more detail and to respond to the question about the ticket generation. And as I hand the floor over to her, the ticket citation fees are generally on the lower end of the scale. They typically start at $28 per infraction. But with that, I'll hand it over to Lindsay.
Thanks, Assistant Director Ishii. For revenue for 23-24 second quarter, we were looking at about $67,000.
That was just for a quarter?
I'm sorry. Yes, throughout, I'm sorry, yes, I'm just reading our augmentation. We have several different entities that we we collect infractions for. It's the sheriffs, for facilities, parks, NMC, and the CHP. So we have several entities, and that's how we're able to collect that kind of revenue.
And that was for $67,000 for a quarter. So would you estimate $240,000 for the year?
That's through the second quarter, sorry. So that's for half of the year.
For half the year. Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. And then the only other question I had, I mean, I see the ranger positions and the needs, the rest I understand. The one that you didn't bring up in your presentation, but I'm curious about just because it came up during budget committee, is the $2.5 million needed for investment at the lake, specifically for the Nacimiento overnight structures, those camping structures. I've heard that there would be an expected ROI of 3 years to fully get that money back and then just start seeing profit on those. Is that part of this ask, or are you assuming that those were covered in the earliest piece of the presentation?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Lopez. Very good question and very good points. That item was being asked for through the separate but in tandem process, the 5-year CIP, and so that's a CIP request, which is related to but different than our budget augmentation request that we have before you today at this time.
I just took the opportunity to shine a little light. Thank you. I'll kick it back your way.
Supervisor Alejo.
Thank you, Randy. First of all, your department does a lot of amazing work. Every single emergency, I'm thinking about you and all your team being out there. Just on the Pajaro, priority number 4, I know the board last year or the year before that, we had contributed, I think, about $2 million for the sanitation systems infrastructure needs. This 709 would get us what more in the next fiscal year to address the needs there?
This $709,000, Supervisor Alejo, and very good question, by the way, just addresses the ongoing operations and maintenance for the PCSD for this upcoming fiscal year. So it's not reinvestment per se back into rehabilitating the sewer infrastructure, although that's always a greater piece of the entire Prop 218 structure. It's essentially, that's the gap in order to make the rates at the preferred level.
Got it. Appreciate that. And then one item that we haven't talked about yet was just, even though the board talked about it in the past hearing, I think maybe in the CIP committee, was just on the road fund and how much more percentage we were going to be contributing to road maintenance. At what point are we going to look at that cost in the overall aspect of the budget? Maybe for Sonia.
Yes, Supervisor, we're actually including it as part of the recommended budget. So it'll be coming to your board for review and approval at the end of May. But it's actually going to be brought forward as part of the recommended.
Okay, but we didn't have any present what the number looks like. I know it's been a while since we talked about that. How much more millions, or how many more percentage we're going to include in the budget?
Okay, if you could advance Ezequiel. Valerie.
Yes, I think I could speak, I think. So thank you for that, Sonia. So in response to Supervisor Alejo's question, the policy decision that the board has to make is they had to inform our office that they wanted to do to restore the 25% contribution to the road fund from the general fund. So the difference between that and the balance that was being provided in prior years is $3.8 million. So I think that that's the difference that Supervisor Alejo was referring to, just that question. Let me know if there's anything else I could provide in any type of information.
That was it. It's because it was like some preliminary direction given, but we haven't taken a vote yet whether we're going to actually include the 3.8 million. But it seems like staff's already saying we already got it in the budget already. When I think as a board, when we just like the development set aside money, we had separate hearings, separate conversations, but we didn't take it into account looking at the overall budget of what. What can we afford at the very end of the day, right? But if it's going to come back to us already in the budget, it seems like the decision's being made even before this board says yes. All five of us agree that that's where it should go.
The recommended from the direction from last year from the board was to include it as part of the recommended budget for your board's consideration. And certainly you could change that, but we did incorporate it as part of the direction from last year, similar to the review of the DSA and whether or not to keep the cap or remove the cap. Mm-hmm. Right now, that is part of the discussion as well for budget hearings. So for both of those, you could choose not to have this 3.9 or 3.8 go to the road fund, but for now, based on direction from last year, it's there for board's review, but no decision has been made.
And the reason I bring that up is because we're throwing more money at the issue, which I won't dispute that our roads have a lot of needs, but Randy, in the past, when we've had discussion about bonding, which would be very expensive, there was the issue that you brought up, whether you had enough staff to provide the proper oversight of the road project. So if we're going to be throwing like another almost $4 million in the next fiscal year for roads, do we have the staffing to adequately provide the oversight of those projects to make sure they're being done right, they're not going over budget? In our last two major capital improvement projects, especially the juvenile hall, the fact that early on there wasn't the adequate staffing oversight resulted in a lot of overruns of that infrastructure project. And it was later that we got staff honing in more, but at the beginning, it helped contribute to some of the expensive additional costs we had for that project. So that'd be my question, whether we have, in the next fiscal year, we're going to have the staffing to be able to actually carry out another $4 million worth of road improvements.
Supervisor Alejo, excellent questions and excellent points, and that is very good history that you brought up. And as such, and when staff received direction from the board in February 2022 to start proceeding towards this pilot bond program, which has now evolved into the local road rehabilitation program, we have been on the path of staffing selectively with a combination of on-call consultants as well as existing staff, and almost all of that existing staff, or almost all of that new staff that would be needed, have come on board, the balance of which are going to be staff augmentations using on-call consultants.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew or Adams, no comments?
Nope, I'm up, my hand's raised. Supervisor Church, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go right ahead.
Great, thank you. Sorry, I'm going to have to be old school with my hand raising. So Randy, this is a question that I was just thinking about the other night when we were talking about, when I was just kind of going over in my mind about the parks and the lakes and the enterprise fund versus non-enterprise fund, and that Laguna Seca at this point is an enterprise fund. And I'm saying when, not if, but when the change takes place, I would assume that Laguna Seca would not be part of our enterprise fund any longer, that this would be a very different budgeting kind of animal. And I'm wondering if that plays into your budget in any way, that, or is this something that is even worthy of discussion? I appreciate what you were saying about 3 or 4 staff people at the track now that are going to need, we hope we'll find additional positions for them. But as far as all of the other things and how we view Laguna Seca in the overall picture, that will change significantly, will it not? And that may not even be a question for you, Randy. It might be a question for Ezekiel. Do you have any comment on that?
Thank you very much for the question, Supervisor Adams, and those are also very good points about the future of Laguna Seca and how it'll be managed in terms of the county's books. This staff member would like to start off and then hand it to Assistant County Administrative Officer Vega to help answer the question. But to start off, by making this move towards a concessionaire agreement, Laguna Seca, is no longer another facility where funding needs to be ascribed to it, services need to be performed, and so on and so on. It then becomes its own entity operated by this separate concessionaire who is also assuming all the capital and performing capital at the facility, as well as the capital needed to perform any of the special events. And so that in and of itself makes it more of what we would call a contracted service. And the way that it would manifest itself in the county books, we imagine that the CIO's office has ways of which that will appear, but it would no longer appear the way it has been under the current structure, where it's a listed out item under Public Works, Facilities and Parks. That's an enterprise fund with salaries, revenues, and expenditures. And Assistant CIO Vega, if you'd like to add to that.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you, Director Ishii. So in general, it will be similar to what we have also with the lake, or, we have this one lake where we have a concessionaire agreement, and it's still a county responsibility, even though we have a third party that is administering this for the county, it's still a county property. And it depends also on the specific structure of the agreement that we have with the concessionaire. But overall, independently of all of that, this operation will still show as a county operation that is managed by a third party for the county. So the overall expenses that the county has to incur overall for the management of this facility will be minimized, because we will only have to have oversight of the operation while they'll be dealing with the day-to-day operations of the facility. But there'll still be some costs associated with that for the county. And we have to determine what that will look like once we actually have the final steps for that type of agreement. So I hope that I helped answer the question.
You definitely did. Thank you so much for that. My final question on it then, would that be any amount of money that is significant? And would it be something that we should be considering as we look at options for this year's for the budget coming up?
I believe that there will be some dollars that will be needed for the oversight. I don't think that they will be significant. And I'll have to confer with Director Ishii as to how this will look like, because most likely this is something that will still be under the purview of Public Works Facilities and Parks, as I understand it, but I may be wrong. So I think that we need to still confer a little more, but I don't anticipate the cost of the county overseeing the concessionaire being significant.
Okay. Thank you so much for that.
So I have a few questions here, and I want to kind of go back to the parking citation, the ticket, data ticket with the $20,000, and trying to understand that. I understand we're collecting money now, so I guess the question I think Supervisor Lopez was raising was, with this $20,000, how much more are we going to collect? Will it cover that cost?
Very good points, Chair Church, and staff would like to respond to that. We received new information, clarifying information, by the way, about what was said earlier. According to last year's numbers, it was $67,000 that was collected during the entire year, and nearly 75% of that is for sheriff citations, so it goes to the Monterey County Sheriff's Office. The balance that's left over is the part that comes back that's relevant to the Facilities Division, and that is not enough to pay for the data ticket service.
Okay, thank you for that. I am curious about one thing. You're saying our infractions start at $28?
Those are one of the parking citations. So yes, that's $28 is one of them, and staff can present to you the entire tier of the different types of citations after this meeting when you like.
I guess my question is are citations on par with other cities and all, or do we know that? And doesn't that be answered now, but it might be worthwhile to look into, because I know our littering fees were really low at one time, and we've addressed that. So just looking for areas where we're being comparable to other agencies. I want to go back a little bit here to the salary savings, which I noticed that Parks took a undue hit on there, over half, I think. Yes, over half over the years. Has that been for not filling positions, or has that been not raising salaries, particularly for all of these, I guess?
Certainly, and what staff would like to do is look to our Finance Manager 3, Jessica Cordero Martinez, as well as our Chief of Parks, Brian Flores, to assist with responding to the question.
Yeah, good afternoon. This is Jessica Cordero Martinez, Finance Manager 3, Public Works, Facilities, and Parks. Although the dollar amount may look larger, that Parks is taking a bigger hit, it's not necessarily the case. It's based on a percentage of their overall positions that they have. So where administration may only be taking 100 or 200,000, 198, I believe, they're actually taking a bigger hit in consideration of the total number of positions that they have. So Parks is based on a lot of vacancies that we tend to incur in South County. I think Chief Flores can talk about that more, but those are, the number is based on our history. So we looked at a 3-year, a 5-year history of our vacancies and took that into account when we made those decisions, what we could afford to balance the budget with there. Brian, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Thank you, Jessica. Members of the board, Chair Church. Yes, our South County positions, a number of them are difficult to fill at certain times of the year, just based on where the lakes are geographically in comparison to the urban centers where people live, such as Paso Robles and King City. And so some of those lower level buildings and grounds positions are difficult to fill because they are lower salaries, and people have a hard time justifying working for gas money, so to speak. And so they are more difficult positions to fill. One thing that we are going to be doing this summer for some of our temporary and seasonal workers is potentially offering up some type of housing for them so that we can get staff in. We're still exploring those options, but that may be a way that we can cut down on some of these unfilled vacancies at our South County parks.
So Brian, let me put you on the spot a little bit here, because over in the priority,
you enjoy doing that.
Yeah. On priority 5, there's several park positions that are looking to be filled, and then this also under the priority 3, which we were just discussing with the salary savings, has several park positions to fill. Is there a priority between those two?
Well, the salary savings will help us, balance our budget, and the reason that exists that Jessica can probably allude to better than I can. But with regards to the priority for the parks positions for North County, we're significantly understaffed in our North County parks. I mentioned this to some staff the other day that, if somebody calls in sick, it really throws a kink into the operations. We have to reshuffle staff. Sometimes I have to do work out in the field. Sometimes my operations managers do as well, just to fill those voids. And then with regards to the ranger position, right now we have a North County dedicated ranger, just finished his training, and he is on site in North County 100% of his time now. However, our rangers typically work a 4-day shift. And so without that ranger is really only able to cover the most needy times, which are the weekends. And so having dedicated rangers, 2 of them, would allow us that 7-day-a-week coverage, as Director Ishii alluded to. In addition to patrolling the Fort Ord properties, which you can imagine 3,000 acres takes a bit of time to do, we could have just one ranger doing that full time. BLM has 3 rangers that do that, and we're asking for 1 additional ranger to help offset the coverage that CSUMB police and BLM are currently doing for us on our own properties without requesting any type of payment for that. And so those positions are extremely important to the North County Parks operations. I've mentioned this in the past. Toro Park at one time had up to 10 staff members. Right now I have 3. And for our largest park, that makes it difficult when somebody does call in sick or they have to be brought up to another park and say Royal Oaks or Manzanita to assist.
Thank you very much for that. And my last statement really here is I know some discussion here about the road fund, the 25% from the TOT tax, and I made the motion last year that it is included into the recommended budget, and it's been low for several years, quite a few years. Historically, it's been at 25%, and that's because it's been cut every time there's some tough times. That's why we're $700 million in the hole on bringing our roads up to just fair, and I'm pretty firmly in support of maintaining that. With that, if there are no other questions or comments here for Mr. Ishii, I guess we move on to the next one. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you all very much.
With that, we'll move into Health and Human Services. First one up is the Health Department. Do we have anybody in the chambers, or is this online?
I'm on Zoom.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Church, Board of Supervisors, CAO de la Rosa, Acting County Council Blitch, county colleagues, and members of the public. I'm Elsa Jimenez, and I'm here to you to present the Health Department's fiscal year 2024 and 2025 requested budget. I want to express my appreciation for our Health Department's finance team and bureau chiefs and staff preparing our requested budget that ensures expansion of services and programming for our residents. Before I get into the details, I want to express my appreciation to you for adopting the board resolution last week recognizing April 1st through 7th as National Public Health Week. In support of yesterday's theme, civic engagement, we encouraged others to register to vote and volunteer to serve as a county election poll worker for the upcoming election this November. Today's theme is healthy neighborhoods, and as such, we encourage everyone to plant a tree as green spaces reduce our risk of death and help to protect us from rising heat. And get to know your neighbors, since social cohesion is key for individual and community well-being. The Health Department continues to expand its services and programming through receipt of new grant dollars and expansion of billable services. We continue to rely on the general fund for those services that are not reimbursable through other means. Less than 5% of our total funding comes from the general fund. Our augmentations for additional general fund investment in the coming fiscal year are for Hitchcock Road Animal Services. With the formation of the Joint Powers Agreement in January of last year, the costs are shared between the county and the city of Salinas at about 51% and 49% respectively. The dollars noted under the reimbursement column on this slide is anticipated City of Salinas contribution towards requested augmentations. The department's total augmentation request from the general fund is about $400,000. But I will note that we have 4 items noted as priorities for your consideration in the coming year. We are requesting $192,000 to hold 48 free and reduced cost spay-neuter clinics serving a total of 1,200 to almost 2,000 feral cats and owned cats and dogs. The city of Salinas will also be considering an augmentation in the amount of $96,000 for 24 clinics in their city. Our shelter is at or over capacity on most days. Our team has been holding special adoption events, extended evening and weekend hours, and are implementing other strategies to help reduce the length of stay for cats and dogs. In order for us to be more expeditiously vetting our animals and exploring opportunities with rescue and foster groups, we need additional staffing. The addition of 1 animal care technician and an office assistant will help expedite the process of evaluating the animals for determining which ones are good candidates for rescue partner programs and support adoption efforts. Hitchcock Road Animal Services is delivering services out of a 20-plus-year-old building. The current key card system is aged and is no longer supported. Some areas of the building will require a physical key for entry, which is not efficient or effective. Approval of this augmentation request to ensure a new and modern key card system is implemented will allow ease of access for staff throughout the facility. And in response to referral number 2024, staff are seeking $30,000 to implement a mini grant program to expand upon the available pet animal education for community residents, and local community-based organizations would be eligible to apply for mini grant funding to promote key messages. And then the fifth one that I skipped over, my apologies, is to improve our security camera system. Again, it is an aged system and doesn't have cameras in all of the prime locations that are needed to be able to ensure the security and safety of our staff and the animals under our care. So again, to reiterate, of our 6 augmentation requests, we really need the first 4, which equal about $342,000. And lastly, we have an augmentation request of $496,000 out of the Jewel settlement. Our Public Health Bureau's Chronic Disease and Injury Prevention Division currently has dedicated funding for tobacco retail licensing, smoke-free housing, cannabis education, drug driving, and community coalition building on tobacco-related issues. Our division does not have dedicated funds for outreach and education on youth vaping. The goal of the Jewel settlement funds is to support local health jurisdictions to address the youth vaping crisis. The health department requests Jewel settlement funds to be allocated to the division to implement evidence-based best practices addressing youth vaping. The settlement funds were designed for compensatory prosecution and remediation, and as such, there is a strong recommendation that the settlement funds be used for abatement of youth vaping. Jewel settlement funds will be used over the course of the next couple of years to adopt community-focused approaches to youth vaping by engaging social media platforms, schools, and community-based organizations to provide socially and linguistically tailored prevention and education campaigns. Additionally, the Jewel settlement funds will be utilized to address current gaps in programming, to provide funds for existing positions to oversee these additional community-focused activities. Again, our second request is not for general fund, but for Jewel settlement funds in the amount of $496,000. In summary, we're seeking $496,000 from the Jewel settlement for vaping prevention and education efforts, and approximately $342,000 of general fund dollars for our 4 priorities for the Hitchcock Road Animal Services as noted on this slide. And with that, I'll stop sharing and answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Askew?
Thank you for the presentation and the reminders at the beginning. Definitely think everyone should get outside. We had a chance to go for a walk over lunch, and it's beautiful out there. But my question was on the Jewel settlement funding. And can you remind me, Elsa, what or Ezekiel or CAO, what when we received those funds, what we set them aside for, or if there was what decisions were made at that point? I know there were decisions made. I'm not recalling.
There was a decision to set aside the dollars, but there was no allocate. It wasn't placed in a specific area. So,
yeah, unfortunately, there's been further developments on that, and I don't know if you can let in Marina Pinchenko, but my understanding is that the judge who is governing the multi-district litigation concerning Jewel and other vaping products has now indicated that the funds should be used for traditional preventive measures. Our settlement agreement does not say that we have to use it for any particular purpose, but the federal judge is asking for apparently yearly reports on how the money is being used. And is Marina available? I'll let her finish because she's the one that has been involved in this litigation.
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon, supervisors. Judge Orrick is the federal Northern District Court judge who's overseeing the MDL litigation, and he has issued orders. Just to confirm what Director Jimenez and Ms. Blitch is explaining here, that they are to be used for remediation in terms of reducing harm that was caused by the vaping epidemic. And so far, what they have presented as options are education, cessation treatments, and addiction prevention type programs. And we are required annually to report back on how we use that funding.
Okay, great, thank you. And is this, what was the total settlement? Was this a total settlement that we received this year, or is this a portion of that?
There's two settlements, Supervisor. There was a global settlement with Jewel for roughly 1.8 million. And there's another settlement that's about to come in the coming weeks from Altria, which was an additional defendant in the amount of 647,000. Now, out of that amount, 20% will come out for outside counsel fees. So they will be adjusted, but that's roughly the global settlements as it relates to Jewel.
Okay, so if we spend this down here from the total settlement amount, there will be a remaining balance for future years to continue programming.
Yes, there's two amounts that have been received. One of them is in the amount of $797,000 that was received in November of 2023. The second was $176,000 received in January of this year.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Alejo.
Just to follow up, because here we're talking in more abstract terms about the overall amount given it for that purpose, but will we get a presentation from Elsa so the board could approve exactly what the plan's going to be to use that almost $500,000?
Elsa, if we could plan on that, I think it would be helpful. I know right now the request is for 496 of that Jewel settlement, but to have a more comprehensive perspective, that would be helpful.
Yeah. Thank you.
And if I may, would the board like to receive that before the budget hearings?
I think so, in order to be able to know how that money's going to be used.
Definitely. We can plan for that.
Thank you.
Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, a couple questions. So the 192 for mobile spay neuter, is that your budget is currently approved or moving forward has $0 in there without this augmentation? Is that correct?
Yes, at our JPA board meeting in January, they gave direction to go ahead and present a total of $288,000 in augmentation requests. The county share of that is $192,000, and then the city staff will be moving a request in the amount of $96,000. So all in all, it would be, if your board and city council approve this augmentation, these augmentation requests, we'll have about 72 clinics in the coming year in both the city of Salinas, 24, and then the remainder in unincorporated areas of Monterey County, or where we see there are hotspots in our community that need further investment to address our unwanted pets, but more so our feral cat population.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Adams, I can't see if you have your hand up or not, but I guess you have not up, so.
I don't have my hand up right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just hope that we aren't getting too far down in the weeds as we're looking at some of the things that we're asking staff to do, as far as approving programs. It just seems like that's something that the department and the directors generally do, even if we're talking about doing something in the budget process. So I just want us to be mindful of what it is that we're asking of staff at this point. Thank you.
Well, I'm going to pull the weed. Looking at the augmentation request, the mini grant program on 30,000 onto there. Is that referring to Supervisor Lopez's referral?
Yes, this is in response to referral number 2024.01.
All right. So if we don't fund that, then the referral doesn't go out. Okay. Very good. Thank you. With that, yes, Supervisor.
I was going to add that sometimes what I was referring to on a Jewel Summit, it's because we're participating in a class action lawsuit. It's like money, we're only going to get certain portions of it, and it shouldn't just be, give it to the department, and then we go no input on it, right? It was, we actively, we're one of the plaintiffs, so that we could actually be victorious, and then we could help decide with our health department director how that money should be used. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Elsa, for the presentation.
Thank you.
And next up would be Social Services. Lori Medina.
Thank you to the chair, Chair Church, members of the board, our CAO, Sonia De La Rosa, County Council, members of the public. Thanks for the opportunity to present what we have planned for our budget so far. With me is Becky Cromer. She's our finance manager in the Department of Social Services. And I also have Jack Murphy, who's our interim military and veterans affairs officer with us. And so, okay. So next slide. So today we're going to be giving you an overview of our baseline budget, our revenues, some of the budget impacts, particularly those related to the state budget, and our augmentations request. I also have in this presentation some highlights of some of our services that we provide to the community, particularly as they relate to the budget. For the sake of time, I probably won't go into those programs in depth, but I will make the relationship to you in terms of if there are any state budgetary impacts that could influence those highlighted programs. So for our baseline budget, you can see that our budget is about $350 million, with about 926 allocated positions. And then the programs that we administer are in the area of aging and adult services, our community benefits or eligibility programs, our CalWorks employment services, and family and children's services. We also support some kind of larger community programs that are provided to our senior population, our populations who are living kind of under the poverty threshold, and our military and veterans programs. We also support our in-home support services public authority, which is a registry of providers for our seniors and those who are disabled who are living in their homes. And then the last piece of that is our entitlement programs. That's the direct cash assistance to members of our communities through our benefit programs. Next slide. Okay, so the overview of our revenue. So you can see, I'll start with the smallest chunk. So I'll lead with about 7% of our budget is county general fund. A large proportion of that is used to leverage to pull down federal and state funding. You can see that the biggest other proportions of our budget are federal, state, and realignment. Next slide. How that general fund, which equates to that 7% I just talked about, equates to about $22 million. You can see how that's divided across the programs in terms of military and veterans affairs, our admin, the entitlement programs, again, the direct cash assistance to community members, and our community programs. Okay, next slide. So state budget impacts, I really wanted to talk about this because the last several years, we haven't really had great impacts before this year from the governor's recommended budget. And I will say that the calculations I'm giving you right now aren't based on the $73 billion that Ezekiel was talking about. This was based on the January figure of about $38 billion. So the impact to the County of Monterey with the recommended either cuts or deferred programs, which in effect equates to a cut for us, is about $8 million from programs that we currently administer. And so that includes some administrative costs around our CalWorks employment program, the elimination of expanded subsidized employment, which we use to help people get back on their feet and get back into the workforce, family stabilization, which is an early intervention case management model that also has behavioral health supports in it to either help stabilize families who are going through some crises or to prevent removal of children from their homes and get into our child welfare system. And then the next program that you see is the elimination of the Family Urgent Response Program. That's about $500,000, but it is a program designed to help children in the child welfare system or their caregivers stabilize situations when there is an active crisis. So this is a program where they'll respond 24 hours a day, 7 days a week when there is a crisis, with the hope of trying to prevent, one, either removing children from the home or hospitalization of those youth that are in crisis. And then the last piece that I will mention is delayed funding for various programs, some of which are housing programs. Bringing Family Homes is a housing program for families in the child welfare system that helps either expedite children to return to their home when having a safe home to return to. Physical home is a barrier. Then there's Home Safe and our Housing Disability Advocacy Program that really looks at housing for seniors and those with disabilities. Next slide. So some of our impacts to the baseline outside of those state budget impacts are really, the salaries, the wage comp studies. It's great when our staff are paid competitively for what they do in comparison to other counties, and you can see what that equated to in terms of our budget was about $1.8 million that we absorbed. And then we have our in-home support services, health benefits, and maintenance effort. This does not include, I'm going to talk about later on an augmentation request that I'm asking for in relation to in-home support services. This is above and beyond that augmentation request. These are things that we've absorbed but did have an impact to our budget. CalWorks caseload counts and also general assistance caseloads, those, not surprisingly, those caseloads are increasing now. We're out of some of the emergency assistance funding that we got through ARPA and other programs, and so folks are seeking assistance, public assistance through our department again, so that is naturally some of those economic relief programs. As they are going away, we're seeing an increase in our caseload. The continued high costs for complex care, these are for children who are in foster care. The very, very high needs kids who, but for some additional augmentations, we wouldn't be able to find placements for those. And so that's an additional $1.2 million we pay above the regular foster care rates for a very small group of kids who have a lot of significant challenges. And then the overall reduction in the general fund contribution that we received from the county as opposed to last year, which was a $2 million reduction. And for us, a $2 million reduction isn't a dollar-for-dollar reduction. It actually means that that's $6.1 million additional dollars that we can't draw down or leverage against. Next slide. Okay, so our augmentations. We're asking for 5 augmentations, 3 of which are going to be funded internally through the department, so we're not asking for any county general fund there. But we thought it was important to lift those up because they are new positions to our department. Those are 2 positions that are related to CalAIM, specifically to help enroll people in benefits before they leave incarceration, so that they'll have coverage going back into our community. And then the other one is an administrative position in our child welfare area. As you know, we've been working on corrective action plans and greater oversight in that area, and so we are adding a position that we think really does demonstrate the importance of the work that's going on there. And then the two additional ones, and I'm thankful for the county administrator's office, because I think we do have support, at least for the recommended budget, if the board agrees, with the in-home support services wage increase. So if you'll remember, a few years ago, we were in negotiations with our in-home support services providers. These are the people who are going into the home of folks who need assistance. We've got more than 5,000 people who are receiving in-home support services, and more than that in terms of providers who are providing those services. We negotiated a 3-year contract with the in-home support services providers. This is the third iteration, or third year of that contract in terms of what the county contribution would be. So that's about $510,000 that we are asking for as the third year's iteration of that contract. And then lastly, we're asking for the $100,000 for the Schumann Heart House. This was a shelter that provided about 34 additional beds in the community that we did not have before last year. We know we really need shelter beds. The Community Human Services that administers this program has been successful in also getting other funding from a variety of different entities. We're asking for $100,000 to help support those additional beds and keep them viable and available for our community. Next slide. I always do this, so just bear with me. I always like to just show you all of the various homeless programs that are supported through the Department of Social Services. It's about $5.5 million, of which about 20% comes from county general funds. So I do want to just lift that up, but we kind of leverage different funding sources that come through the department to help support our housing programs. Next slide. I'm not going to go through all of the highlights of these programs, but I will say in terms of homeless programs, certainly outreach has been a really important component of that, and probably one of the most responsive ones. And so we have really supported that program over the last several years. In-home support services, I just spoke about that. I mentioned 6,400 individuals receive these services, and about 5,200 providers provide those services, and 87% of those providers are actually relatives. Next slide. I'll just say that along with in-home support services, it is a key strategy on the governor's master plan on aging. Continue. Community benefits. Just a reminder, we serve about 1 in 2 people in the community. We process about 5,000 applications monthly. Those applications are going up as some of the waivers we experienced or we had through the pandemic have gone away. So we're doing actually more applications and also renewals. And you can see that tens of millions of dollars goes back into the community, into our economy because of the benefits that are being distributed. Next slide. Medi-Cal expansion just started January 1st, and through that, we've seen expansion for those individuals aged 26 to 49 who were able to transition from limited scope Medi-Cal to full scope Medi-Cal. We transitioned over 8,300 people to full scope Medi-Cal, and today in Monterey County, more than 189,000 residents are actually receiving Medi-Cal. I've already talked about subsidized, expanded subsidized employment. This is one of the things that will be going away if currently approved through the governor's budget. You can see the impact on the right when we talk about the wages that people get first as subsidies, but then often some of these opportunities end up becoming permanent opportunities. Next slide. Family stabilization, I talked about that too. This just gives you kind of the numbers of how many people we've served. We've run this program in Monterey County for about 10 years and has really helped us to provide intensive short-term case management for people on a voluntary basis. Next slide. The Family Urgent Response Program, we talked about that and the impact to foster youth. Next slide. Bringing Families Home, we just became a participant in this program last year in 2023. And already, you know, we've served 42 families in Bringing Families Home. So this is a strategy that's used to try to, for children who are in foster care, who have a barrier to going home because their family doesn't have stable housing. This is a strategy that's been used to bring children back into their birth homes. So this is something, unfortunately, that is slated to go away. Next slide. And then the impact to families. We talked about. Actually, that's okay. So, I mean, one of the things I just want to say about some of the programs that are slated to go away, these have been some of the most promising practices in terms of early intervention, prevention services, and although we know that the administration has a great commitment to housing, at the same time, we're going to be losing some of our housing programs as well. And it's not clear yet how some of the newer strategies are going to impact the programs that are going away, or how there's a relationship between that. And then the last is Military and Veterans Affairs, and Jack has been so gracious because he's not really asking for anything, but we just really wanted to highlight that, you know, they serve more than 18,000 vets, and because of the advocacy they do and the benefits claims that they do, they're bringing in more than $13 million on behalf of veterans and their families. And so, Jack.
Thank you, Lori. Mr. Chair, members of the board, CEO De La Rosa, members of the public, thank you. I just want to briefly highlight and expand on what Lori mentioned. My mic drop moment for you, $119.8 million. That's a summation of all VA compensation and disability payments paid to Monterey County veterans last year alone. As Lori alluded to, our office, largely responsible for that, as the only accredited service and accredited office here in Monterey County. We did serve 3,040 unique veterans last year for whom we filed over 6,000 claims. And out of that, because not every claim is a compensable claim, but out of that we had just under 2,000 VA disability compensation and pension claims that totaled $13.3 million. That's new money that's factored into that larger sum of 119.8. So through the course of today, I've heard results. I've heard someone speak about accountability, and then Vice Chair Lopez brought up return on investment a number of times. Our GFC portion is $1.1 million. We're factoring that into the 13.3. We're giving you over 12% or 12 times a return. We're grateful for being able to serve the military and veteran community here in Monterey County, and we're very proud of what we do. Thank you.
With that, we're available for questions.
Any supervisor ask you?
No, I do have one question. Sorry, on the IHSS augmentation request, I'm not sure what slide number it is, but the $509,846 for the county share of the IHSS wage increase, that's a requirement, right? That's not an optional request.
So that, again, will be included as part of the recommended budget for your consideration.
Okay, got that, thank you. And then one question on the Schumann Hart House, and we have the homeless programs budget. Is that a general fund, that's general fund request because we've already allocated all of our HAP dollars?
Correct.
Okay, and we do have, I want to make sure, I think I saw a couple of the other CHS programs, the Casa de Noche Buena was included.
That is included in our HAP budget.
Okay. And then the gatherings for women, and then the share shelter also, we've got that included.
Right.
Okay. So we just ran out of that. The Schumann Hart House opened after we'd already allocated, so we could include that potentially in future planning for homeless dollars. I think, you know, a couple of those programs that CHS operates, it's really incredible because they're running really critical community needs on philanthropic dollars, whereas we're fully funding the share center operations. We've got philanthropic dollars that are being highly leveraged for Casa de Noche Buena and Schumann Hart House at the, you know, thanks to the labor of nonprofit folks, Community Human Services and Gatherings for Women, so and donors who are incredibly generous supporting these needs. So supportive of that, of course. And yeah, thank you for the clarification on the IHSS request.
Supervisor Alejo.
Lori, just like the health department and behavioral health being impacted by Proposition 1, I think Katie Eckert, our Behavioral Health Bureau Director, mentioned that alone, Prop 1 was potential loss of $17 million per year. $5 million of the 17 were matching federal dollars that we used to draw down. So that's a significant impact in that program alone. And earlier, Mr. Vega brought up about the potential up to $73 billion budget deficit, which I think now conversations are happening about what programs might be cut or some ended. I would assume you'd be the other department where there could be some significant impacts that we don't know yet, but in the next fiscal year with those state funding streams, they could be pretty significant for you and your staff.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. An excellent point. And so, like some of the programs that are slated to be deferred this year, we are almost sure that they're going to be they're not going to be reauthorized next year. I mean, the budget isn't going to be much better next year, so there's no reason for us to believe. So some of those, what I would say, CDSS administered housing programs that come through social services, Department of Social Services, or some of those programs, I think they're very vulnerable to being eliminated. I think that there might be an assumption that Prop 1 will take care of some of those needs, but it's not clear yet about how that's going to happen because a lot of the programs are not going to be locally controlled.
Right, exactly. And I just want to thank your office department for all the work on homelessness. I agree with my colleague Supervisor Askew just on the $100,000 for the Schumann House. It's a small amount for them to, you know, that we're putting in versus them, all the rest of the money that they have fundraised to keep that program operating for critical resources there in the Monterey. And I just want to continue to express my support for that that program to continue there. I think that's all I got, but thank you for your presentation.
Supervisor Lopez?
Yeah, just also want to add to that chorus on Schumann House, understanding the leverage there, and thank you for all that you're doing. I know it's not what we're discussing today, but it's relevant in that I was able to visit with our social workers last week from Family and Children Services, and we ask a lot of them, and I talked a little bit at that opportunity about performance punishment, and we ask a lot of them because we know they can do a lot. And given what we're staring down at the state level, knowing what that impact will be over the coming years, I don't see it getting any easier on that end. And so those pieces about compensation and how we take care of them, making sure we invest in their well-being, mental health, and all those pieces will be critical as well. And so just wanted to call that out as part of this budget conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Adams, do you have any comments?
Yes, just weighing in on the Schumann House.
I'm breaking up there a little bit, Supervisor.
Really want to I'm so sorry. I said that I just want to weigh in on the Schumann House because I'm just so thankful and grateful for the generosity of the community that came together to make that project possible. And my hope is that others throughout the whole county will use it as an example of other kinds of partnerships that we can do. But I'm glad that we have the funding to be able to put something in to be part of it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Lori, Jack, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
With that, we move to Public Safety and Criminal Justice, and to our District Attorney, Ginny Paccioni. Good afternoon.
With all this fancy technology, we have to say next, next, instead of actually using the technology to change the slide. Note to self. Well, thank you for having us today. I appreciate the board listening to our pitches today. I think the department heads and elected officials that have worked really hard on their budgets, and I appreciate the opportunity to present today to you. So the next little bit, I'm going to talk a little bit about our mission. Everybody knows that we send prosecutors to court to prosecute people who violate the law, but we actually do a lot of prevention work as well, and we serve the public in a lot of different ways, mainly with supporting our victims and treating them with respect and compassion and dignity. So our office locations are here in Salinas. We have all of our criminal prosecutions here. Monterey has our consumer environmental unit, and now we have our new Family Justice Center that opened yesterday down in King City, Holding On to Hope Family Justice Center. So just a primer on what we do in terms of, how we do our work. There are 18 agencies up there in the little circles, and every one of those agencies does their own investigations. They send them to the DA's office where we evaluate them for proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and then we take them to court to prosecute in court. Now, this seems like this is all of our agencies in this area, but this is only our local agencies. We now have a considerable presence of federal agencies that we're working collaboratively with and moving forward with prosecutions jointly with them. So in criminal cases, our filing rate, our cases coming into our office are about the same as they were last year. There have been a few differences in the numbers, but generally our prosecutors review over 14,000 cases and file a little bit over 11,000 cases. What I wanted to talk to you, well, actually, let me just go back to that for a second. Those are new cases coming into the office. So those are new prosecutions, new violations that have occurred, and are within the statute of limitations. What's not included in that slide, in that portion, are all of the criminal justice reform cases that we have previously prosecuted that there have been final judgments on, but because of new legislation, those cases are all subject to being reopened and relitigated. And so those numbers aren't reflected in the criminal cases on the slide. So the truancy abatement program is one of our prevention programs. And so what I want you to look is at the mediation number, 1,532. We have 2 prosecutors that did those mediations last year alone, just 2, and they cover the entire county. That number doubled from the prior year. In 2022, those same prosecutors completed 722 mediations. That means they're meeting at the school with parents and the children and the school district trying to figure out why these kids aren't going to school. It's an incredibly powerful program because we know if kids aren't in school, then they're likely to get drawn up into something that they shouldn't, and it leads them to being non-productive people. The case filings have also increased, and that's in those situations where we need the help of probation, and that's the only way we can get services to some of these youth that are either themselves refusing to go to school or their parents aren't getting them to school for whatever reason. Another notable change is in our victim services. Last year, our 9 victim advocates provided 24,000 services to victims. There are only being, and I say only because the number of services is so extreme, 3,000 victims. Now, victims aren't necessarily victims in the sense that they have to be filed cases with our office. We provide services to victims even if the case isn't getting prosecuted. There are some restrictions on what we can provide, but this number has increased significantly. For example, in the recent tragedy in King City, there are 34 victims associated with that one incident. So additionally, we've been working our cold cases. What's really exciting about this is that we've had 4 convictions and we have 45 cases under review. We have over 500 unsolved homicides in the county of Monterey, and this team, which is a team of my prosecutors and one prosecutor and a team of investigators, work as other duties as assigned on this. And so they have been working these cases and solving them. We have 6 cases that are pending trial right now, and some of these cases are 40 years old. And so the families are finally getting justice for their loved one, the loss of their loved one. Another interesting thing about this task force, it is also identifying victims who have previously been unidentified, and they were known as Jane Does and John Does in the coroner's office. And so we've been able to use grant funding to do this testing, which is very expensive, to some amazing results. So this is Holding On to Hope. Holding On to Hope is the name of our new Family Justice Center, and we're starting in King City. It opened yesterday officially. We'll be having a grand opening later this summer. We've been able to raise $775,000 through federal grants that will go into rehabbing the building a bit and to make it more comfortable for our community partners. The businesses and nonprofits you see on that list, these are all people that we have MOUs and will be providing services as needed out of the King City location. It's actually really exciting. The logo and the name of the center were brought about by a collaboration with CSUMB students who we went over and told them what it is we wanted to achieve in terms of a place for these services, and they came up with the design and the name. Additionally, down in King City, we now have a child advocacy center, which is distinct from the Family Justice Center, and it's a forensic room that is wired for interviews for children. No longer will children have to come up to Salinas to have those interviews done. They can have them done in the South County location, and that was with a partnership with the Natividad Foundation. Digital discovery remains to be an issue we deal with at our office. Last year alone, we had over 10,000 requests for digital discovery. Includes everything from audio, video, digital images, and other documents. Right now, we have over 20 terabytes of data on our county servers, and our computers regularly crash when they're downloading videos because these things are taking up so much space and they're challenging. We are currently working with a vendor to outsource and manage our data, and it would take further information off. We wouldn't be adding to the county servers, and it would be stored and managed through an Azure cloud thing, for using a technical term there. I don't know, I trust my people to know this. And I'm relying partially on that disk position that you all gave me last year. So this is huge because using this cloud will make it easier for our attorneys to access data much faster, and we will, I'm told, have a higher likelihood of not crashing as often as we do now. So that's pretty exciting. So I have an augmentation. It is not coming out of GFC. It is actually paid for by the CCP, has approved it. This Management Analyst 2 position is to help with the Racial Justice Act. There is significant data collection and analysis required for these. Just a reminder, the Racial Justice Act is one of those justice reforms that opened up all prior convictions. Originally, the law was only prospective, and then last year they made it retroactive. So any conviction if they want to file, if the defendant wants to file and feels that they have a right, they have a basis for reopening their case based on animus or racial bias, or there's a whole laundry list of things, then they can come back to court and essentially get that issue relitigated. And that's that additional piece of cases that weren't in the original one. So that's what this augmentation request is. The only other two things I'd like to bring to your attention are looming issues. And I'm going to start with the race-blind charging. So last year, the legislature passed a law that requires prosecutors starting January 1 of 2025 to have race-blind charging. And race-blind charging means that the filing and reviewing prosecutor would receive a report that was redacted, taking out race, gender, names, locations, any information, any type of slang that would suggest one particular race or another. And they would have to review the report without any of that information. And then they would have to make a preliminary filing decision saying they're likely to file or unlikely to file. And then they get to reread the report in its entirety with all of the correct, the regular information, and then they make their filing decision at that point. If you change your filing decision, we have to keep track of that, and it has to be reported to the Department of Justice annually. So what it's doing is it's requiring a prosecutor to read a report twice in order to make a filing decision, because they don't have access to all the information. So this is problematic. There are 58 counties. Only 13 of us have the same data management system that we take in these reports. And this is not an off-the-shelf product you can buy and implement. Every county is different. We have particular gangs here, so whatever system we have, whatever we end up getting, which is going to be very costly, whatever system we end up getting will have to be tailored to Monterey County in our groups here, in our racial groups here, so that the program can identify, using AI, the targeted words and descriptions, so that the reviewing attorney is reviewing a redacted copy. I'm in the process right now of trying to work on that. It's due to be implemented January 1 of 25, and it's something we're all facing. I will tell you that this was a bill that was passed and that said it didn't have to be implemented unless there was funding associated with it from the legislature. They have not given any funding to it, and but it's something that I feel is very strong that we proceed with this process regardless of the funding issue, because it's a way to help the community know that the prosecutors aren't charging based on race. The other issue I'd like to bring to your attention is wage studies, and I've heard it brought up a few times today, and I'm just going to reiterate. I have a 17% vacancy rate, and I know that you have a policy now that says that these wage studies will be implemented during the budget process. Well, that's a problem. When I can't fill my positions, and I have a 17% vacancy rate, and I am in continual recruitments, this is not a good issue. This is not a good outcome for our communities. I lost an attorney to another DA's office, and he got a $60,000 pay raise. And I am not up here saying, poor us, we don't get paid enough. I am here saying we can't hire attorneys because our neighboring comparable counties pay a much higher wage. And so they don't want to come here where the cost of living is high and they can get paid, 30, 40% more in another county. Now, I'm not suggesting that that's the differential here. There is a differential. We know, we've done the studies. There is a 12 to 13% wage disparity between us and our comparison counties. But this is an issue. We're supposed to be an employer of choice. I can't hire attorneys. Attorneys, particularly prosecutors who are overworked and underpaid, make mistakes. If they're not competent, if we have to hire the bottom of the barrel, there will be mistakes, and mistakes are costly. These mistakes are very costly. We're talking about people's liberties. I don't want to suggest that that's happening, but if we can't hire, mistakes will be made. And mistakes are going to be made in the public defender's office. They're going to be made at county council, and you don't want people representing you that aren't, the most competent and ethical. And so I really would encourage you to, whatever you need to do, to look at this and implement it, because waiting a year to do the implementation of a wage study is absolutely unacceptable, and it will mean a lot of negative outcomes for our county. And with that, I don't have any more to say, but I'm willing to answer any questions.
Questions? All right.
Yeah.
Yes, please go ahead.
Just want to comment on the wage studies, and our HR director is working diligently, including looking at the possibility of contracting to have some of these wage studies completed. As you've noted, public defender, county council, I believe might be a child support position, and there's somewhere that's also an attorney. Those are all being reviewed simultaneously, and so it is definitely our focus is to advance. We do have, as of a couple weeks ago, about 70 wage studies or compensation studies that are pending, and that's why we're going this alternate route of contracting to have these done.
And I really appreciate the HR director. He communicated with me directly about his intent to move forward with the wage study. It's just a real critical problem with our office right now. And we look at applications. We don't wait for them to come in a batch. Like they arrive at HR and then they send them directly to us for us to review them. They're reviewed within days of these people applying to our office. We jump on them, we act as fast as we can, and it's just not enough.
So my own self a little clarification. My understanding is that we're basically not, and I mean, my recollection may be wrong, but we're not presenting the wage-based studies for adoption within a few months of the budget. But it's not that you have to wait a whole year, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. It's just been such a lag, and because we have such a we're backed up pretty bad. So that's the reason. But in terms of the budget process, there is a dark period where you cannot because we wait until the beginning of the budget year. Last year, we decided to move in that direction because we began the year with a $8 million hole. And it grew from that, but we didn't want to put departments in that same position. So it would just be during that blackout period.
Thank you.
I believe we just felt that adding some increases right before the budget didn't allow for a full review of everything. I was just curious on the race blind charging. I assume there have been studies and that there have been.
No, there's studies being done now.
Okay.
Yeah, the city of San Francisco and San Francisco DA's office and Yolo County are early implementers of this program. And so far the studies, I spoke with the professor who's running those studies, and so far they haven't demonstrated any disparities in the charging. That's not to say there aren't disparities in some other, upstream or in sentencing, but in terms of charging, they haven't discovered any disparities. But this is a way to build trust in the system, and that's why I'm sure the legislature moved forward with it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I don't see any questions unless Supervisor Adams has any, but I don't see her hand raised. So thank you very much for the presentation. With that, we move to the public defender, Ms. Chapman.
Not sure if I'm last, but best.
Close to last, but not there.
So good afternoon, Chair Church, supervisors, CAO, county staff, and members of the public. I'm Susan Chapman, the public defender for the County of Monterey. Assisting me today is Latasha Ellis Bowers, my finance manager. Recognizing the budgetary constraints for this fiscal year 24-25, I've been very deliberate and conservative in identifying the critical needs for the public defender. I'd like to incorporate a lot of the comments made by DA Paccioni regarding the workload and the nature of the change of work that is being encompassed and presented to both the DA, the public defender, and probation. But legislative mandates continue to expand the work of the public defender. We are no longer limited to the four walls of the courtroom. We work in civil and criminal proceedings, including limited conservatorships, probate, and family law. By December, I anticipate the public defender will be identified as the provider for care court. This is a great opportunity for the public defender to expand our footprint in mental health and follow-up treatment for our clients. However, the work is time-intensive and will require additional staffing. The public defenders employed 3 emergency temp attorneys over the past few years to cover the collaborative and trial courts. This is not a good long-term plan and not in the best interests of our clients or community. Grant funding has covered these costs, but those are near depletion. In the past 7 years, the board approved 1 augmentation for a general fund attorney position, our immigration attorney. We are very appreciative of this position, and his impact has been extremely valuable. However, we are now at a breaking point. Going into fiscal year 24-25, we need 2 additional full-time attorneys and 2 investigators. Other than the immigration attorney, we have not had a general fund attorney position, as I said, added to our staff in over 10 years. Currently, we have 6 investigators and 1 chief investigator. About 5 years ago, our supervising investigator was reclassified to a chief investigator. We have not been allocated a new investigator position in over 20 years. The manner in which investigators work has dramatically changed over the past 20 years and is much more time-intensive. Reviewing body cams takes hours and hours. Obtaining records and interviewing witnesses from older cases coming back for resentencing or from clients in the collaborative holistic setting takes many additional hours. And we still need the old-fashioned legwork of our criminal cases as well. I would like to introduce our Chief Investigator, Kelvin Wyndham, for a brief comment.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Chair Church, CEO De La Rosa, Supervisors Lopez, Eskew, Alejo. As she said, I'm Kelvin Wyndham, and I've spent more than half my life working for the county and also this department, 30 years. And I just want to give you a brief history of this unit. And believe me, bear with me, the history is very brief, basically. I was brought in 1993 by Mike Lawrence, Glenn Nolte, people I do admire and trust. 1993, there was just 3 of us. Crescencio Padilla, God rest his soul, Franz Brazil, who was the supervisor, and myself, 3 of us. 1993, let's fast forward. 2000, the last person that was brought into our office who made our unit complete with 6 investigators, 1 supervisor, and 1 legal staff member, Sergio Zamudio, who's no longer with our unit, who's now a part of the newly developed Santa Cruz Public Defender's Office. He's the chief there. Okay, that's 2000. Let's fast forward again. 2024, where we are right now. Still, 6 investigators, 1 supervisor, 1 legal staff assistant. That's 24 years. Like I said, I've been here for 30, so I've seen a lot of changes in this department, but very little in my unit. Work has not stopped. Work has gotten greater. We have technology that we have to get accustomed to working. We have younger investigators who are eager to get started on investigations using this technology, but me as a supervisor, I am unable to help assist them with that, primarily because my workload is so high. I basically still feel like a line staff because I'm working so many cases. I am not a supervisor right now. I'm just that entitled, I am working as much as any of my investigators, primarily because I am trying to give them an example of how to work. Yet, I know my job is to be a supervisor, to help train, to help teach them. But yet, we are doing triage investigations when we should be doing a major operation to make sure that these attorneys are not in court without reports, without their witnesses, without the transcripts, whatever they're asking us to get, we have to make sure that they have it, but we are not in that position at this moment. So I appreciate my chief, Susan Chapman and Jeremy Dubai for bringing me in as their chief. I really appreciate them trusting in me, but I am not able to provide what they brought me in to do, primarily teach the other investigators. So with these two positions we're asking, you guys will be, supervisors, will be rounding our numbers off to 10. So those are the two numbers. I know I've heard a lot of numbers being thrown around in this session. The only two numbers I want you guys to remember is 24 years, and 10. Those are the two numbers that matter most to me. So I thank you for this opportunity to speak before you. Thank you.
So money is tight, needs are high. For 24-25, I actively sought out grant funding, and I did obtain grant funding for 3 of my requested augmented positions. I have 1 attorney, 1 investigator, and 1 management analyst being funded by CCP and by AB 109. All 3 positions will align with our expanded duties in the trial courts, resentencing, racial justice, and holistic services. The general fund request, augmentation request, is for a 2nd attorney position and investigator position, which do not have grant funding. That does not make the need any less critical or crucial to obtain. My request from the general fund is 1 attorney in the amount of $294,164 and 1 public defender investigator at $184,659 for a total ask of $478,823. I am withdrawing my request for the .5 office assistant, and we will continue to use an emergency temp for that position. I want to thank the Budget Committee for recommending the CIP to cover the ballistic glazing, so that request for augmentation is also withdrawn. I'd like to close by sharing the Public Defender Department in action in our county. As I say, we do more than the work within the courtroom and the other collaborative courts. We mentor in the classroom. One of our attorneys is a member of the Sheriff's Search and Rescue Team. Our attorneys take their vacation days and volunteer at Dorothy's Kitchen. And the other picture is a picture of myself and one of my clients from 30 years ago, where he was sentenced to, as a juvenile, to spend up to age 25 at the CYA facility. And he completed his time and was released, and he is now a productive citizen in Monterey County. And he came to find us to thank us for our believing in him and thanking us for our support. So in summary, our general request again is for the 294 to, I think it's 264. I'm sorry, 164, correct? And then the 184,659 for a total of 478,823. The failure to fund could result a strong likelihood of the public defender having to declare unavailability, which would cost additional funds to be expended by the department that are not within our general fund budget for appointment of outside counsel. And with that, I'm open for questions or comments.
Any questions? Seeing none?
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you so much.
With that, we move to our last presentation from the Sheriff's Department. I'm assuming this is online from Sheriff Nieto.
Yes, sir. So we'd be happy to host your budget meeting at our offices next time if you guys would like to do that. So we've been really busy, as you know. We're in the news almost every day with issues going on. So we are looking at a different light. We're looking at what our budget needs are. And so quite honestly, we didn't prepare our PowerPoint just to show you all the great things that the men and women here at the Sheriff's Department are doing. But since the public is watching this, I do want to explain the Sheriff's Department to those who may be watching. I know that the Board of Supervisors understands what the Sheriff's Office does. And I want to thank everybody involved in the budgeting process for the collaboration and helping the Sheriff's Office as we move along to going into these harder budget years, as we know we're all doing. The California State Constitution requires each county to elect a county sheriff. That's me, Sheriff Tina Nieto. And we are charged to enforce the state's criminal justice laws and upholding local ordinances that you, the Board of Supervisors, decide that you want us to do. We maintain local detention facilities, administer and offer recidivism reduction programs and anti-gang services. We administer mental health and rehabilitative treatment programs for our incarcerated persons. In addition, we run the coroner's office operations for the county. We have the civil responsibilities that we are responsible, and civil responsibilities include serving legal documents upon individuals and businesses here in Monterey County. This unit enforces court-ordered money judgments via levies upon wages, bank accounts, and real and personal property. The unit also enforces court-ordered evictions and serves both civil and bench warrants. The Office of the Sheriff consists of 3 bureaus. We have the Corrections Bureau, and the big part of the Corrections Bureau is our detention, which is our jail. And the Detention Division is responsible for intake and housing and release of all inmates in the Monterey County Jail. And earlier you saw that little diagram with the DA. We house everybody that she showed that little diagram. So we are also responsible to take in anybody who's arrested, and we take all the bookings here in Monterey County. And so we have both the main jail and a rehabilitative facility. We house both sentenced and unsentenced male and female inmates. We have medical services in-house, psychiatric and dental staff under the Hernandez settlement. We operate an on-site full-scale laundry, professional kitchen, library, commissary service, maintenance, and we chapel or religious services. Like I said, we house all prisoners and inmates or incarcerated persons from all police agencies in the county, for the California Department of Corrections, for parole violations, for the probation department, probation violations, and from the courts when they send somebody to the jails. Once the
Sheriff, you're gone, I guess.
Sorry, I'm back. We have approximately 1,100 inmates who are housed in 31 separate housing units that range from single cells to open dormitory settings. And so that's the big part of our corrections facilities. We're a full house correction, so that's transportation and everything involved, including court services to provide security for our judges. We also have the Administrative Bureau. Our Administrative Bureau, again, because we're a full service agency, to serve the entire county, is made up of a civil division, fiscal division, professional standards. We have in-house HR persons embedded with us, and we run our own IT department. In addition to that, we also have, and I'm going through my notes, sorry, the Enforcement Bureau. And the Enforcement Bureau runs forensic services, investigative divisions, patrol divisions, radio communication support, special operations division. But let me talk about the things that we do for the entire county. So we run a special enforcement detail for the entire county to work on whatever specifics are going on. Keith is, or the undersheriff is going to talk about King City. That's a big example of the things that we do. We do vehicle abatement here in our county. We work with other agencies for MadCat, which is looking at auto thefts. We are the SWAT team for most of the county. We run the hostage negotiation team for most of the county. We have a reserve deputy program. We have the bomb squad for the entire county, the dive unit for the entire county. We run an aero unit, drones, which are mostly used for search and rescue and other natural disasters, as we saw last year during the major flooding. And we have a mounted unit. So that's just a few things to name that what the Monterey County Sheriff's Office has to do. That's mandated by law. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to the undersheriff to ask about what we're asking for from you all, so we ensure that our public remains safe and that our incarcerated personnel or our incarcerated persons are taken care of while they are housed in our detention facilities.
Thanks, Sheriff. Mr. Chair, members of the board, I just want to confirm, I'm sharing my screen, and I just want to confirm you can see our PowerPoint.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, sir. So the sheriff has set the stage, and it's my pleasure today to be speaking on behalf of the organization and presenting our fiscal year 24-25 budget request on behalf of the men and women of the Sheriff's Office and Sheriff Nieto. So this year, our baseline budget, as provided in the planning process by the CAO's budget office, is a little over $153 million. And we are currently have 60 requests for various forms of augmentation. You're going to see, you see two numbers on here. The original packet showed it at just over 8 million, but due to a recent budget committee session where we brought an item there and direction from the budget committee to roll that item into the first year into this cycle, our actual request that we would be extending to the CAO for board consideration is a little over 8.2 million. And that does affect the overall requested budgets of 161 million to 238 to 439,000. Currently, just a little history. Last year when we came to the board, we talked about plans to fill staff, and effective August 31st of 2023, we had 47 vacancies in the organization with 25 sworn, 22 professional staff. And in addition to that, we had 43 employees on industrial leave. As of a couple days ago, in the 7 months since that time, we're down to 12 sworn vacancies at this time. We recently extended 8 conditional offers of employment, which would, pending successful completion of pre-employment medical-related examinations, it likely will reduce our vacancies in the sworn ranks to 4 by the middle of May. Excuse me, the middle of April. I'm getting ahead of myself there. On our professional staff side, we've made slight progress. We're down to 20 vacancies, but due to where we're at in the hiring process and backgrounds, we expect to be at 10 or less by the end of May. Unfortunately, as you all are aware, industrial injuries are a chronic issue that government entities have to deal with, and we've seen growth there at this time. Some of our challenges that we're dealing with are the jail federal settlement impacts that impact our budget. We have the jail staffing, which is mandated through the settlement, the federal settlement, Board of Corrections, Title 15 standards. We currently have federal monitors through the settlement in medical, mental health, dental, ADA, and ADA facilities. And there's roughly 100 focused areas of review as part of that process. Prior to the sheriff taking offers, there was 35% compliance roughly over the 8 years, if that at best. But we've made considerable progress over the last 12 months. We're hoping to have some firm details before the final resolution of the budget. But we have been told by the monitors, and we continue to be told they haven't seen this much progress in 8 years that they've seen in a year with respect to the sheriff's office aspects. We're still running overtime, but that number is dipping compared to last year. And our augmentation drivers, unfortunately, as I said, we're looking for 8 million to 8.2 million, depending on one of the projects that is going to be listed in here. But in my short time with the county, but in talking with others, it seems to be the history that the budget office, when they present the GFC contributions and the various funding streams, that seldom has it met the baseline status quo needs for the sheriff's office. Last year, our baseline budget did not incorporate the funding streams required to fulfill the WellPath contract, and we had to seek augmentation. This year, WellPath was rolled into our baseline needs, but when you look at the numbers, we were given $153 million for baseline GFC, but we need 157 to maintain status quo of our current operations. That means we're requesting from the board for consideration of $3.9 million in augmentation funding to just maintain status quo. A breakdown of that is, if the board is unable to or chooses not to fund that 3.9 million, these positions are on the chopping block. We have 17 sworn staff members and 12 professional staff members. Some of these people are from within the jail. Some are from field services. But ultimately, what would happen is it would severely impact the ability of the sheriff's office to provide for public safety to the residents and communities in the county of Monterey. This, if needed, losing 12 deputy sheriffs in operations would result in station closures in Monterey and in South County, and we would have to centralize operations and work out of the central station to ensure the best response and the safety of staff in providing that for the communities. There's also impacts to the jail, where we're trying to meet the requirements of Hernandez. We would have to cut deputy sheriffs in the jail, which I'm not sure how we would do to meet the minimum standards imposed by the court. Work alternative program, which is for post-incarceration and alternative sentencing, we would have to cut staff there, making it more difficult to schedule appointments and meet the needs of the community. We would have to cut a correctional cook. We would cut an office assistant in the jail, correctional specialist, custody control specialist, and we would have to cut record specialists, potentially limiting our ability to run the front counter for community coming in, but as well response in a timely manner to requests from the public for records. Fortunately, we did receive a $5 million grant from the Bureau of State and Community Corrections for the Path 3 of CalAIM, and we're looking to launch a new program at the Sheriff's Office that is mandated by law and funded by this BSCC grant. What is it? Well, it's a transitional planning program mandated by law that, beginning within the 90 days of the release date of an individual, that we begin transitional planning, and it specifies what we need to do. This allows us to establish resources for them: housing, MAT, SUD, contact with our NGOs, medication planning. What we are working with this funding, and we'll be working with capital improvement, public works facilities, and our partners to appropriately get the facility set up. But we're looking to restructure the fence line at the rehabilitation center and put in some office trailer space to create a post-incarceration resource center where the sheriff's office provides mandated services the law requires us to perform. The grant itself will fund in a limited period for 3 fiscal years. It will fund positions we're going to be asking for and structural support for the establishment of the program and support services with potential vendors. What we're doing here, as it's noted, it's 100% funded through CalAIM. We're requesting 6 positions for the new resource center. 1 is a sheriff sergeant and 2 are deputy sheriff's corrections, because again, this does begin 90 days prior to the release from custody as well, post release. We're asking for a management analyst and an office assistant who will support with the procedural paperwork, clerical duties to meet the needs of the program. And additionally, we're going to put a patient financial services specialist in there to ensure we're properly billing Medicare, Medi-Cal, and all the programs that we can bill within that 90-day period to start cost recovery for the sheriff's office for what we're eligible to under the CalAIM program. And again, these 6 positions are fully funded by the grant for the limited 3-year period, which hopefully by then the state comes, we can all say that the economy improves and we're in a better position to carry these on our rolls. Next, we're looking to add 2 inmate service specialists to the jail. We have worked with the CAO's office, and we intend to fund both of these positions through available revenue within the Inmate Welfare Fund. They'll be 100% funded. These positions work within the scope of maintaining the jail, coordinating incarcerated person work crews to do vocational training, do repairs, do servicing the jail within the scope of the Hernandez settlement that we can with our incarcerated population. It's a savings for us because it potentially we can accomplish things that are within the scope of their work ability that don't require us to contract out to county vendors or facilities. But this, again, is 100% funded through the Inmate Welfare Fund, which is an authorized expenditure of the fund. Next, we're looking at an additional augmentation request of $4 million for 9 specific requests targeting 24 items. And this is where now we're looking at the future. Now we're not looking at maintaining the status quo or providing a request for positions that can be funded by grants or existing revenue streams. This is requests for additional staffing or programs from the board in the interest of public safety. First, our request is for funding for our Axon body-worn camera and technology program. We did receive, as the board is aware, a $600,000 grant from the Bureau of Justice Assistance. We are required to expend that grant prior to September of 2026. We worked with county purchasing to identify a process to ensure we were following appropriate county protocols and purchasing requirements. And we identified the ability to use a Sourcewell collaborative agreement through a non-county RFP process. But in essence, the Sourcewell collaborative is where a large entity of people did an RFP, it's there, and we can use it. What we're looking to do is engage with, and through that process, 2 vendors met our requirements initially, but 1 vendor met them in totality, which was Axon. We're looking to do a 10-year proposed contract with them for nearly $16 million, beginning in, this indicates June, but it would be July because of the beginning of the fiscal year. Our year 1 expenditure would be, we would need an augmentation of $1.6 million because we have $349,000 available from the grant to in year 1. In the future, we'd need a $1.4 million built into the budget because we'd have an amount from the grant we could use each of those years. But where we found benefit in this proposal with Axon is in years 4 through 10, we have fixed cost of $1.5 million each year. Great for budget planning when you don't have to come back every year and ask for 2 or 3% or 5% in technology to see increases. It's a cloud-based system within the scope of the direction of the board. But here's the thing. This gone up a little bit because our original request for this augmentation cycle, is noted in the documents you received, was $1.4 million. But due to direction from the budget committee, we're seeking a higher amount in this proposal and deferring that lower amount to a future year. Next, we are seeking and I should say these positions I'm mentioning from this point forward, take into consideration statements the board made last year during the cycle about 75% funding time that it's going to take us to hire. All of these positions we've created for planning purposes and for board consideration at a 50% ask at step 1. We didn't budget them for step 7 to create salary savings or fund some other sheriff's office need. We wanted to be good partners with our other county entities. And so we figured it's going to take us, if approved, 6 months to open a recruit, complete a background, and get the employee in. And we wanted to be good partners. So that being said, we're seeking to create a new community outreach division within the sheriff's office, and we're going to create it. It's just hopefully we'll have a manager to staff it, and we won't have to sub it to a collateral assignment to another manager. But we're looking to bring on an administrative operations manager, which the position title will be Sheriff's Communications Manager. This person would oversee our crime prevention unit, our website management, social media, community engagement, Public Records Act request, and things of that nature, and allow us to support the county as needed with other aspects if the director of communications needed support, but as a support entity to be there in a disaster, but also to support disasters for the sheriff's office. It's a new position. We worked with HR to find the right position based on the needs. And the challenge we found is over the years, the sheriff's office lost accountability and oversight of various aspects of what we do. And we're trying to create and restore that administrative oversight within these various divisions to ensure what is needed to be done gets done. And we ensure it's following the path that's in the best interest of the community, not being missed or lost in translation. The next individual thing we're looking to do is expand our jail compliance division. And last year during the budget hearings, we came to the board, we requested, and we thank the board for their funding for a sheriff's commander and a sheriff's sergeant to develop the first compliance unit within the jail division, the jail bureau. And we've seen it be effective. But originally we had a captain in there, and we've realized that having the captain in there, it's the high level that the captain does was being lost in that division. And a good thing to do is constantly evaluate where the resources should be applied. And so we recognized we needed to put that captain back in the larger overarching jail division to ensure that working with the commanders in the jail division, that the items that the compliance division was identifying and addressing were then being taken and put into practice by operations. Now, when we moved that captain out, we moved a sergeant from elsewhere in the jail into compliance to ensure that the commander had support from 2 sergeants. That allows the sergeants to work 7 days a week on an overlapping schedule, and we touch every day of the week with a compliance official in the Corrections Bureau. What we're looking to do is first, this is obtain funding for that sergeant we put in there, so we can then reallocate the sergeant we moved back to operations and increase the accountability on the operations side. Additionally, we're seeking a management analyst and an office assistant, and their salaries are there. Management analyst, $89,000, office assistant, $62,000 for the half year. And we're focused on those positions because what we found from our federal monitors is we need to increase our analytical support and professional support for the sworn staff in compliance. Instead of paying, and I'll use the word, an expensive commander to do push paper, use a clerical person at a lower rate, use the analyst to perform analyst duties, have your commander and your sergeants focusing on things that should be specific to them. And this has been driven home through multiple monitors in sit downs for exit interviews. We're hopeful the board will consider allowing us to expand the compliance division by funding this request. The next thing we're looking to do is add a finance manager 1 to our budget. What we found is over the years, the sheriff's budget, just as all the other county departments' budgets and the county budget as a whole, has grown. The expectations of financial management and fiduciary responsibility have grown. And what we found is because of that growth, we're making the request for this position. And what we found is other county departments, facilities, health, have units of comparable budget size that have multiple finance managers, whereas we're running with one finance manager 2, and then the next tiered person below that is an accountant 3. So the goal by doing this is to have our finance manager 2 oversee the fiscal division, and then that person carry the duties of the accounts payable and side of the house, and then this new finance manager to oversee the revenue and payroll side of the house, and to allow us to be more in line with others. And the CEO's office would acknowledge that we've had misses this year on deadlines. And personally, I just looking at the structure, we just don't have the structures others have there, and we're trying to put the structure in place to be more accountable to the county government system and the community, and that we ensure we're having timely responses. We intend to go to the AB 109 panel and seek partial funding for this position later in the year, but because that will occur after the budget cycle, we couldn't make that request now. The next item we're looking to bring on position is a sheriff's record director. We did bring this forward last year, and there was some discussion from some members of the board to consider funding this at 75% or reduced amount. But it was the direction was, in essence, as I recall, come back later in the year, let's see where you're at with the body camera system. Because what happens is right now, our records and warrants units are managed by our sheriff's office IT manager. Due to the growing complexity, scope, and volume of IT projects in law enforcement, and just everywhere in general, it's very challenging for that IT manager to manage multi-million-dollar technology projects and have sufficient time to address the legal service of a warrant. And so we have supervisors in there, but we don't have management level officials overseeing that warrants and records unit. Due to the expansion scope of services, change in legislation, and increased access requests, there increased liability that if we miss or we fail to do something properly. So we want to split the IT manager out and create a records director to focus on records and warrants. Again, we're seeking 50% funding at step 1. With the increased volume of PRAs, the increased volume of document requests, the likely, upon board support, if the board supports the body worn camera program, 320 cameras will probably generate 50,000 videos a month. The increased volume, we need specific managerial oversight in those units. Next, we are looking for a program manager 2, which would be sheriff's maintenance manager. We are going to create a maintenance division within the sheriff's office, which will, it's not that we're going to do repairs, but we're going to house our fleet operations in there, which oversees the entire sheriff's fleet, making sure that those vehicles are addressed, fixed, repaired, maintained, needs are brought forward in a timely manner, cost controls on projects. But where the maintenance manager gives us the most value is we have a jail that continually breaks. And we have an aged facility that is in need of repair. And when something breaks, and I'll use an example, when the grinders break in the jail, we have to ultimately, a commander or the chief gets involved, working with the vendor to solve that problem in the emergent situation. To have a lower paid project manager who is focused on the professional staff side, focused on project management, construction, and various things of that nature, it would allow us to be more efficient. They would liaison with facilities to ensure that projects for the sheriff's office are prioritized, working collaboratively with facilities to ensure their staff use is done well and best. So it's a need that we're looking to implement. Lastly, and this is a big one, it's $1.8 million for 16 deputy sheriffs in the jail. And we recognize that that's a challenge. And we're putting this out here so the board's aware of the thoughts and the process and where we're looking to go with these positions. And it was important in the augmentation, we just didn't say 16 deputy sheriffs because it lacks context for the board. And it just seems like we're just trying to expand the sheriff's office without purpose. But we wanted to be able to, we built this request based on specific guidance or instructions, or if you want to call it, focused areas of concern by the monitors. And what we're looking to do is add 4 deputies to the jail receiving area. Well, this would allow for 1 deputy 24/7 on each team. Receiving is so time intensive with the acceptance of a new arrestee, the medical process. While somebody's getting in a medical assessment, the deputies have to stay there. They have to wait because they're there to protect the nurse or the medical staff in the event of a violent encounter from the incarcerated person. But at the same time, they have to manage all of the holding cells, all of the safety cells, and meet all of the checks specific to the medical or security condition of each person. There's not much time, and it's impactful and on the health and welfare of the staff and our population. And so what we're looking to do by adding another person is to expand our ability to service the intakes and the in-house in those units. We're looking to add 4 deputies to the housing blocks, 1 per team. I've been told by members of the jail, deputies, they could walk 5 to 9 miles in a shift if they're working the blocks to meet all the things that need to occur. By doing this, we can increase security for our staff. As you're all aware, within the last month, we had a significant attack on our staff that thankfully one of the deputies who was subsequently injured as well was able to get there, entered without additional support, but entered in the intent to protect and save her partners. Having additional staff in this violent environment is not only better for our staff, but it's also better for the population, for their safety in the event of a violent encounter, but also for their safety in the event of a medical need, a mental health need, or a crisis that someone is going through. Next, we're looking to add 4 people to our classification unit. And if this is funded, one of those 4 would be for a full-time dog handler for a fentanyl certified dog to be housed in the jail with the focused assignment of the jail. Now, classification is becoming more and more challenging as the state population shifts to the county levels over the last few years and now, with the violence that we're seeing in the jail, with the mental health and the medical issues seen in the jail. To expand our classification, it's how we can help keep ourselves out of trouble, to make sure we properly classify somebody, to make sure we do it in a timely manner, that they're housed in the right area, that we provide for their safety. And it's a challenge. And our staff is doing a great job, but they're taxed. And if they miss, it could lead to an adverse situation. And we don't want that to happen. So we're trying to provide them the support they need so they can support our population. We seldom think of it this way, but our jail is in essence a 900 to 1,100 bed hospital based on the volume of individuals in that facility that have medical or mental health issues. But at the same time, you're conducting that in a locked environment due to the violent nature or the situation at hand. Next, we're looking to add 2 more deputies to our programs division for the focus on being able to move our population from their housing units to programs. Alternative services, a path to the future are critical to providing our population with hope. But if we can't get people to those classes or expand how many we can get, we're limiting our population's potential for success, potential for a new path. Now, by expanding here, it will support the Cal-AIM Path 3, but we can't use the Cal-AIM Path 3 funding for these positions because its focus is post-incarceration or just that 90-day window. This is all the time. Next, the last 2 positions we're looking for are focused to the jail medical unit, but they're specifically to be assigned to increase our ability to move our incarcerated persons from their cells to mental health assessments, to mental health treatment time, to mental health counseling time. The more we can move of the population, the greater we can impact the future of an individual. And the challenge is, it's easy to say, oh, just pull deputies from elsewhere, but then we're compromising the security of the facility, and we could be exposing them to risk. Before I get into questions, I just want a couple notes as I listen to the presentations today. In the CAO's PowerPoint, and he mentioned in fiscal year 23-24 that the sheriff's office was looking at a $699,000 deficit. It's noted on the PowerPoint, page 27. He didn't mention it specifically, but that's where it's at. We did have a late revision to our numbers because we got a Prop 172 change, and we got it late, and we were unable to meet the deadline to get in our revised numbers. We were able to, we did some trimming within the budget. We really tightened some things. We identified some revenue sources from Cal-AIM. We identified some revenue sources potentially from other areas, and we submitted our revised budget, and the CAO's budget office wanted us to make sure we made it aware that we are on pace for a $2 surplus. I know it's not much, but it's not a $699,000 deficit. Next, on page 37, it shows we're seeking a $9.4 million augmentation request. It's important to know that that $4 million of that is to maintain the status quo. So what we're really seeking is $5.4 million for a project and to expand services. But of that $5.4 million, we have $1.4 million of revenue to offset some of that cost. So it's down to really what we're asking for is $4 million for status quo and $4 million to add a body-worn camera program and bring on needed positions. Next, last thing I want to say, and I really thank my other department heads and people I've gotten to know for some of their comments, because it stimulates some things for me. As we know, there's 3,800 square miles in this county. That's a large space. And as the Public Works Director indicated, the mileage of our roads, and it would go 1/3 of the way across the country. If you made a half-mile road based on the square and straight lined our square footage, you could go from Salinas to beyond Warsaw, Poland. And that's to think about the space that the sheriff's office is serving to protect people and to provide for safety. It's roughly, in the conversion rate, 7,600 miles of a half-mile long road. One other, couple other points, just because I want to emphasize a few things as I close. Social Services noted in her presentation, $350 million budget for 926 employees. That's approximately $378,000 per staffer. Sheriff's Office budget at $157 million if you provide the $4 million augmentation to meet status quo for 470 employees, puts us at $334,000 per staffer. So we're efficient with our dollars, and any additional funding drives that cost per staffer down for the services we're giving the community. As the DA noted, the unfortunate mass shooting in King City, tragic. It seems to be a sign of the times, increasing violence in the community everywhere in the country. The DA noted there were 34 victims in that shooting that their victim witness program is working with and that they will ultimately serve. It should be noted that that night we were at King City's side supporting their efforts. And over the last 30 days, not even the last 30 days, because I got this data yesterday, the sheriff's office has provided to its local municipal partner through mutual aid at no reimbursement potential over 2,200 hours of staff time. Those impacts are what public safety is. People look to the sheriff's office to be there, especially our smaller municipal partners. And then lastly, as I indicated, in the last month, jail attack, 3 deputies seriously injured. We had an OD over the Easter weekend in our population that deputies rendered Narcan and saved the individual in question. 3 deputies exposed, as well as two of our incarcerated persons requiring medical treatment and subsequently were cleared. Over Easter weekend, 2 deputies attacked on patrol while effecting an arrest, serious injury to the deputies. And supporting over Easter weekend, supporting the washout of Highway 1 to the Big Sur community, getting drone footage up and running immediately as quickly as possible. Deputies in the field working with our partners. Public safety is public safety. The public expects somebody to be there when they call. And when they have someone in our care in the jail, they expect us to be there. And we need the board's support to maintain services and actually increase the services in the jail and other areas focused on meeting the needs of the federal settlement.
Thank
sheriff's
you,
office.
Under Sheriff, I'm going to we're kind of drifted off of the budget request at this point, but I appreciate the presentation.
Respectfully, Supervisor, I'm almost done, but this is part of the budget presentation, and no other department head or staffer was cut short.
No,
I'm almost
I
done.
understand,
And I would
but
respect
you
that.
were given quite a bit of time.
He has gone on way longer than any other department head.
But if you have this to, if you can finish you up what you want to say in a minute, please go right ahead.
All I was going to end with is I appreciate the board's support and their focus. It's a tough time and tough years ahead, and we request the board to focus on public safety.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board? Supervisor Aleo.
I got a comment. First of all, I think it's unfair that just in terms of time-wise, we tell every department what your time frame is, and every department kind of try to stick to that as close as possible. This one went way longer than any other department. So we were here sitting, listening, and being patient. But at some point, it's like you're trying to talk down on the board here and trying to preach to us when we know. I could give every example of a violent crime or bad incident that doesn't just justify that we should do everything and give you everything that you want. I think this board, especially last year under a new administration, we supported giving some positions. Now, after hearing this presentation, now we said we give a commander. Now that commander is not best suited. We need another position to do that same role. But after hearing all the presentations, many of I want to thank our department heads because they realized and they presented an augmentation request that reflected a tougher budget coming this year and even tougher the following year and that year after that. They tempered their request to positions they really need, and even among them, they said, okay, if there's only 2 or 3 positions, these are the top ones that I really need in my department. This presentation wants to keep the 47 vacancies and then 60 new positions in the millions of dollars more than any other department. I just would request strategically to our sheriff to give us a list that's more tempered, knowing that money is not limitless. We're going into negotiations with all our bargaining units. That's going to come out into the tens of millions of more dollars. That's why it was difficult for me to hear some of these things, because I think we've tried to convey we're supportive, but this list, this wish list, is just extreme, I would say. I know that all the department heads could come and give us a wish list of 30, 40 positions each, but they know that our budget situation. And so some of these positions, for example, the community outreach or communications, there's always been a communications person at the Sheriff's Department that I've seen go on to the press. Now we're creating another position, even though there's been one or a point person within the department to do that. The 2 positions were mentioned, the communications and the sheriff's records director proposed position, that they would be handling public records. But a lot of that is being done by our county counsel's office because it's a very unique area of law that has to be done right, and it has to have the legal eyes to be able to review some of those requests. And we had provided a finance manager, I think, a couple years back. Now there's a new finance manager that's being requested as well. We have a facilities and maintenance under our public works facilities and parks, and now they want to create another maintenance department within the Sheriff's Department. I feel if money was limitless, yes, we could do a lot of this, but it's not, and that's what I'm just saying. and probably I know my the other department heads are like shaking their heads too, saying, wow, this is just, we're tightening on our belts. We're asking for the minimum of what we need to get by in the next fiscal year. And this list is just in the dozens of positions and millions of dollars, when we know we got a lot of other asks from our community and from other departments, and that we're going into negotiations in this year. Last year under the I think the patrol division alone, under the class and comp study or the wage study we did, that alone was an increase of $1.6 million. And we supported it because we're trying to help with the retention. So I'm just trying to remind you that this board has taken action with the limited dollars we have to try to be supportive of the department. But this list presented today, just now, seems to not reflect our budget realities for the next several years. Thank you.
Any other board members with questions? Supervisor Lopez.
Yeah, there was a comment in that presentation about the body cameras, and I want to be clear that at Budget Committee, we were extremely supportive of bringing those online. It was a question of timing. If we'd done them now or approval by the board in this fiscal year, we would have seen an initial amount of about 1.4, 1.5, plus another 1.6 come July. So it would have totaled about 3 million versus waiting to July to launch them and seeing a number around 1.6 to start just a few months later. I think that, looking at the picture that we're dealing with today, that's the reason we chose to do that, based on that package that came forward. I just wanted to make sure that I characterized that in the way we saw it Budget Committee and captured that, and continue to express my support.
Thank you, Supervisor Lopez, on that. Supervisor Askew?
Just a couple questions. I think echo some of the comments that were made, but a question about the Cal-AIM program positions. Do those require sworn officers in those roles?
Supervisor Askew, the Cal-AIM program allows us to submit our plan, but it does deal with individuals 90 days pre-release. And so we have to have contact and movement of those individuals among the facility, which is why we have a sworn component in there. So we can actually go into the housing units, have contact with individuals, move them to the areas where they can work with our analysts and our office staff. That's why there's that component in there.
So it's just to move people around?
It's to move people around, deal with the individuals while they're inside the facilities, and move them to and from, and work with our professional staff that we are adding to that program.
Okay. Yeah, I'm very familiar
provide
with
for the safety
program,
and security of the others as well.
I get that. I just to provide services. I hadn't been under the understanding that that it would require sworn officers to provide that service. So we've got 3 folks that would be doing the work, and then 3 deputies who would be sworn positions to help move people from location to location. Okay, we'll take a look at that. And then on the, I appreciate the significant work that you guys have done on filling vacancies from last year. And I know that's hard. You laid out a very ambitious plan to have recruitment in all positions filled. And I'm just wondering, and I also appreciate that you've come in and managed, the budget for the department, but I believe we fully funded all of those positions. And so the funding that wasn't utilized in your budget this year for those positions that were fully funded over the course of this year, how were those resources used?
It's a common practice in the county to budget salary savings to balance a department or office's budget. And we had accounted for, looking into the budget, the time for us to fill positions, we had accounted for salary savings in the budget to offset expenditures to keep our budget in alignment. So the money comes in and then it's being used through salary savings, and other departments do that as well.
Right. No, I guess I'm just questioning. So when we approve the budget with the different categories of funding, so we approve the positions, we fully fund, this board fully funded those positions last year. That's a significant salary savings. And I'm just wondering where those dollars were spent elsewhere in the budget over the course of this last year.
Well, I'd have to pull specific data, but to get really deep in it, but as I've seen it and working with our finance, we budget salary savings to offset to keep our balanced budget. This year, here the example being, we were provided with $153 million in GFC, and we've budgeted approximately $2 million in salary savings because of where we're progressing to keep the budget whole. That still left those other positions on the augmentation end. So it's the money was accounted for based on you providing it to us. We worked through the year and slowly filled some of those, but it's accounting for those positions over the year not being filled. They were budgeted as salary savings to keep our GFC and our budget in line.
So could the salary savings from those positions have been used to fund the body-worn cameras?
Then our budget would have been out of alignment. We came to the budget committee to seek augmentation because that money was already budgeted to keep our budget balanced during the year.
Okay, so maybe this is a question that I have for our county budget or CAO's office. If we could see, I don't know if it's like I think we get a similar report for Natividad Hospital where we see what major categories are budgeted and then what the difference is or a variance report by category.
We can get you a budget.
I'd be interested in taking a look at that as we think about how do we make decisions for this process moving forward. Another one that I really do appreciate in the, although I have to question some of the additional staffing requests given the realities that we're facing. I do appreciate the idea of budgeting new positions to allow for time to fill them, so at the 50%. But the concern that I have in that is without knowing what the total cost will be in future years, if we were to approve the positions that are being requested at the amounts that they're being requested at, we're effectively putting the county in a position where we've created new positions. We're only funding them at 50% for this coming year, but the new positions will continue at a full funding rate into future years. So we're not just making an increase this year, but we're committing ourselves to future increases that would be significantly more in out years. So that's something else I would just ask that the county budget team could take a closer look at, so that when we're asked to really look at this, the request, maybe some prioritization, but really understanding what the 24-25 funding amount would be, but what the ongoing cost for each one of those positions would be as well, so that we understand the full picture. So that'd be a request of county budget team.
We can do that. And we actually, when we began the positions that were added last year, we started them at about 75% rather than that full 100. But then we had them provide what the full 100% would look like. And so in this instance, we did request that departments provide what the percentage would be. And then going forward, Undersheriff did mention that these were being budgeted at step one, and then at step one, I believe at the lowest step. But the issue is next year, depending on where these folks come in, this amount's definitely not going to be accurate. So we could do both, and so that there's a clear understanding of what we're looking at in future years.
Okay, and then one other request that I just have, if we are going to be thinking about adding positions to the sheriff's office, which, am I not on? Okay. Oh, a little closer. There we go. So if we are going to be looking at adding positions to the sheriff's office in this year's budget, I think one of the things someone had suggested from another county is a way that they can approve the position, but hold the funds in the CAO's office until the position is filled, and then have those funds released. So I would ask that we start looking at options for how we can manage those dollars in a way that is responsive to needing to know that they will be filled, but knowing that there's a delay in timing to fill positions. So that would be something I would just ask that we that come back to us with recommendations for.
We lost you again.
So strange. Okay.
So we can do that, and usually the way that it's budgeted is the salary savings. The departments actually have to meet that salary savings amount. So in order to make their budget to begin with, one of the things about the 1.6 that you mentioned, Supervisor, coming into the year for COMPA, the Sheriff's Department started with the $1.6 million hole, which is one of the reasons why we wanted to wait to implement wage studies and make sure that if there were going to be some during this period, there we go, that we would be able to have them plan going forward. But we are doing that, and as a matter of fact, I'm asking for a budget status updates, and we could share those with you so that you could see how they've been doing during the course of the year and where their expenditures have been for the departments. So for example, if there was work that was done, it would be captured as part of that report outside of where the funding was allocated initially.
Okay. And just my final comment is, you know, and I hear that it's difficult to, for all of our departments to manage a budget and to prepare a budget that allows for, you know, we use this term status quo. The reality is for everyone who was watching our earlier presentation this morning, the reality is that our revenue does not increase at a rate sufficient to meet that status quo. So, so knowing that that's the case, knowing that that's the reality that we face every single year that I've ever been with the county, to assume that revenue, that each department continues to receive a status quo budget when your costs of doing business are increasing at rates more significant and larger than the county's revenue is increasing. I'm just looking to, you know, make that comment, and I think I'm hearing from most of our department heads that there's an understanding of that, and we don't just get to create money because we want to maintain status quo budgets. I'd love to be able to offer all of our departments a status quo budget, but that's just not the reality that we've ever had here in, I think, any local government. So thank you.
Supervisor Adams. Any comments?
Yes, thank you very much. The first thing I want to say is that a whole lot of time and effort and thought went into the presentation that you've given us today. And I want you to know how much I appreciate that. I feel in some ways that if this, in the current circumstance that we are, it's almost like we should be looking at this as like a 3-year plan, because it's pretty clear to me, at least at this point, that we aren't going to be able to do everything that you need or want. Need is probably the better term in the first year. But considering how much effort has gone into this, and I think it was really well done, I'd love to see it spread out a little bit so that you don't get nothing, but we can base what it is that you want and need on the priorities that you would set. And my understanding is that if in fact you were limited, that the compliance positions would be very important. But what I wanted to ask is if you could tell me a little bit more about what the compliance positions mean. What does that mean? What would they do in compliance?
So the compliance staff have to conduct specific audits of operational functions pursuant to the various monitor areas. So they have to ensure that we're doing mandated checks for ADA items, medical, and that we're meeting all the specs. They're ultimately checking the Hernandez settlement, what we're being asked to do, making sure that we're getting reports to the plaintiffs' attorneys, to the monitors, and then they identify these issues, and then they provide that focus to our operations side for operations to implement, and then compliance audits what operations is implementing to make sure we're identifying, implementing, and foundationing.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks for that. And then I also wanted to know if you could talk about the resource center a bit more that you had mentioned. And I didn't understand if that was going to be an actual place or if it was a program that would be nestled within the jail.
We are looking to add 2 modular office buildings to the rehabilitation facility, restructure the fence line so it's outside the fence line, so that way individuals can come and go from it freely. The office, the 2 trailers will allow office space for sheriff staff and community partners that will be working with us from the various social services entities in the community. And then it allows a place for those that have in pre-release or post-release, a place to go to get the services they need pursuant to that program. So it will be buildings as part of that.
Okay.
Funded through the grant.
Okay, great. Thank you. Those are my only questions. And again, I appreciate the presentation. Thanks.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. With this, we'll go to a public comment on the presentations we've had today. If anybody in the chambers would like to speak, you would have 2 minutes.
And Mr. Chair, just for clarification, could it be also on other items like the community requests? Because some people have been waiting to speak on those as well.
Yep, that would
Thank
be
you.
fine.
Yeah, start the clock. I don't want to speak for 37 minutes. So Kimberly Craig, President and CEO of the Monterey County Business Council. Just want to take the quick opportunity to readdress the DSA formula. I heard 5 different topics on that one particular issue. Number 1, option 1 or 2, keep or increase the overall current percentage for current DSA partners. Number 2, fold MCBC into the formula at 0.5%. Number 3, develop an RFP process for DSA partners. Number 4, include community program into the DSA formula. And number 5, review potential for a TOT increase. I think I got all of that from the original conversation. I just want to acknowledge that we've had 7 straight years at Monterey County Business Council of overperformance of the metrics the county has given us. Our one specific ask is to please give clear direction to fold MCBC into the DSA formula at 0.5%. We have been at $100,000 for almost 19 years. The budget presentation that was presented today has MCBC in fiscal year 25 at $100K. Certainly, we are open to the community program. If you recall, we've been administering the ARPA funding for several small business-based organizations. Supervisor Lopez made that suggestion. I think we're doing it for 15 or 16 community and business organizations right now. We're growing and expanding with our Apex Accelerator, which helps businesses get government contracts. We closed $18 million last year. We just won the Small Business Development Center contract. We are running Leadership Monterey County. We are a bilingual, multicultural organization doing everything in our reach to be in South County, North County, the Monterey Peninsula, and the Salinas Valley, and would love your support in supporting us to fold us into that DSA formula. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the chambers? Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Edwin Hermosillo, the Operations Coordinator at the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex and proud local resident. The Salinas Regional Soccer Complex holds a significant role in our community, dedicated to fostering youth development, promoting healthy lifestyles, and providing recreational opportunities for people of all ages. Week after week, we welcome over 6,000 guests, and we anticipate this number to increase further with the completion of our 2 new turf fields by the end of June, which we hope to see all you at the ribbon cutting ceremony. Our ongoing partnerships with local soccer leagues and nonprofit organizations underscore our commitment to offering free soccer clinics and college ID camps to the Monterey County community. These initiatives are rooted in our belief in positive youth development, utilizing soccer as a means to open doors to higher education and broader opportunities. The Salinas Regional Soccer Complex is deeply committed to the well-being of our residents, aiming to establish a hub of athletic excellence that fosters a resilient and healthier community. As you deliberate on budgetary decisions, we respectfully request that the board allocate $250,000 in the fiscal year 24-25 budget to support the endeavors of the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex. Thank you for your thoughtful considerations.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Valeria Hernandez. I'm a resident of Salinas, and I serve as Public Affairs Specialist for the Salinas Regional Sports Authority, the nonprofit org that manages the Salinas Regional Soccer Complex. Firstly, on behalf of everyone at SRSA, we want to personally thank you for your financial contributions and for your continued support. As my colleague Edwin mentioned, the soccer complex sees around 6,000 visitors every week, and thanks to your support, we're able to continue providing not just soccer fields for our community, but a myriad of resources like exercise stations, Salinas Valley Health Mobile Clinic, and vendor opportunities. I want to take this opportunity to present to you data that firsthand shows the impact of your contributions. According to an ongoing survey we have been pushing in the last couple of months, 97% of our visitors agree or strongly agree the soccer complex is a safe, family-friendly facility 96% agree or strongly agree they or their family members are more physically active due to participating in events at the soccer complex. 91% agree or strongly agree they or their family has increased access to health resources due to resources hosted at the soccer complex. 96% agree or strongly agree their or their family's mental health has improved, and 93% agree or strongly agree their or their family's physical health has improved. Evidently, an overwhelming majority of our community has seen incredible benefits from the progress at the soccer complex. I believe it's important to communicate to you that when I say we're serving our community, I am not simply referring to Salinas, but rather all of Monterey County, including South County cities like King City and Soledad, and Monterey residents as well, according to the survey. For these reasons and more, I encourage the Board of Supervisors to please consider a $250,000 allocation of funds to continue supporting our mission. Thank you again.
Is there anybody else in chambers? Yes.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. I am Lupe Mateo, the Social Media Coordinator for Salinas Regional Sports Authority. Through my work at SRSA, I have been able to gather impact stories from our residents that have truly opened my eyes to the expansive work that SRA is doing. Most recently, I have been gathering impact stories from local girls who are not only stellar athletes, but excellent scholars as well. Many of them named the soccer complex as an important part of their path to success, and some have even been selected to the showcases hosted at the soccer complex. I urge the Board of Supervisors to continue elevating the lives of so many of our young residents and invite you to consider that $250,000 contribution to the soccer complex, as we are much more than just soccer. With your support, we are truly shaping the community that our residents feel pride in and are supporting our next generation of leaders. Thank you.
Hello again, Jennifer Johnson, C. Monterey. I wanted to just reiterate that we are your partner and the only organization charged with one mission, and that's refilling the TOT and sales tax coffer. We are the county-wide destination marketing organization tasked with bringing the ideal visitation that works well for our destination and regenerates that visitor spending, where restaurants stay alive, hoteliers have occupancy, where all of our prior to COVID, almost 30,000 people in our community work in the tourism and hospitality industry. So ensuring that we have some type of mechanism to regenerate the fund is so critical, whatever you decide. And being here today reminds me how hard it is knowing where there are so many decisions to be made for so many things that need to happen and limitations on where the buckets are. So we absolutely respect the work that is ahead of you this month in May, being here for the budget hearings and being able to answer any questions that you have about the return. You'll be getting our third quarter report soon, but just wanted to say thank you again for reinvesting, because I know as a homeowner that if the visitors who are here aren't refilling our coffers, then it's going to be up to us, the residents, to do that. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Jackie Atchison, the Executive Director of the Arts Council for Monterey County, and I just want to thank the Board of Supervisors for investing in the arts and culture in our community since 1985, when Chris started it all when he was born. But I also wanted to mention, Supervisor Lopez mentioned that we re-grant to a lot of arts organizations and social impact organizations. It's actually about 80 organizations a year, because we also get funding from the Packard Foundation, so that really helps us spread out the funding. And until today, I didn't realize that we could use some of this funding for administrative fees. We've always supplied 100% of it to programming, including being able to offer public art exhibitions like we have throughout the government center here. The 2 murals that we did here, the mural at Supervisor Rude Askew's office. And next year, we've already had requests for murals from Supervisor Alejo and Supervisor Lopez. And we're also working with Supervisor Church's office to create the new Welcome to Pajaro sign and a crosswalk mural. So we're really looking forward to that with your support next year. Thank you.
Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ana Gutierrez. I'm Salinas resident and a girls soccer coach for 8 years. I started my coaching career at the soccer complex long before it flourished into what it has now. I am incredibly grateful to those who continue to make contributions to the soccer complex, as it has allowed for my girls to have a place to excel in their passion. I have been lucky enough to see a handful of them grow into collegiate athletes. Thanks to the opportunities like this, I am here to support SRSA in their ask for your financial contribution in order to continue supporting the dreams of so many girls in the community. Thank you.
Seeing nobody else in the chambers, is there anybody online?
Christian Snyder has his hand up.
Yes, Mr. Schneider, you have a couple of minutes, 2 minutes.
He's not.
Is our online audio working? You tried to speak earlier. I don't think we've had any comments from anybody online today.
We can try Moira. Moira.
We may have a problem with our online here. Is there anybody else that wants to speak?
Ellen Lyons. Oh, there's Moira.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. You have 2 minutes, please.
Oh, thank you. I am the office administrator for the Monterey County Film Commission. And I want to thank the board for your continued support of the development set aside. We work daily to attract and promote Monterey County as an on-location destination for film and media productions. Every year we return about $3.5 to $4 million in economic impact to those small businesses. They come on location, stay in hotels. We also generate some of that TOT tax. I understand the difficult decisions that are needing to be made. I think holding us at current year funding would seem a fair compromise with all of the decisions that are ahead of you. And we would be welcome to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you.
Ellen Lyons. How about Christian Snyder? Oh, there goes Ellen.
Apologies, Board of Supervisors. I was just going to allow you to test your speaker. It's obviously working.
So you have 2 minutes if you would like to speak.
She's counting.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, I didn't quite catch it. Okay, got it.
Christian Snyder.
Okay, hey, thank you so much. Wow, I have never watched one of these before. Kind of explains a lot of what's going on in your lovely county. I wanted to make a point earlier, and I got cut off for lunch, and unfortunately wasn't able to make it. But I wanted to see if I got this correct, because I've heard some really drastic needs in this county, for mental health and foster youth and things like that. But you're giving money to something called the Monterey County Business Council. And if I understand this correctly, the president and CEO is Kimberly Craig, who's also the mayor of Salinas. And on the board is a bunch of people head of the board is her treasurer for her campaign and a treasurer for Salinas Valley Leadership Group. And what this organization does is it connects businesses with government contracts. Do I have that correct? Y'all can answer. It's okay. All right, and I'll keep going. All right. So this almost looks like to me like a corruption assembly line. Does anyone have any oversight over this, like on preferential treatment? Because it looks like you pay money to join the Salinas Valley Leadership Group, and then you get access to these elected officials who are then going to get you government contracts or use their ability within government to award them contracts. I mean, do any of you see the potential, at least, that this could be a corrupted process? Because I also went and saw that a lot of you like to have speaking engagements there. So do you have any oversight on this program that you're...
Thank you for your comments. Is there nobody else online? Okay, very good. So with that, we bring this back to the board for a discussion and direction. Supervisor Lopez, you want to step forward first?
Yeah, happy to, just kind of run through a couple notes I took today. So obviously on the first item this morning, there was the MCBC 0.5% roll-in, which I remain supportive of. I'm hoping we can agree to do that and then figure out the rest as we talked about earlier as we move forward. Just other piece, there was a $27,000 ask for an interim position within the HR department that I wanted to give some support to. I think that's critical in helping to build the department. Some of the other pieces, given my general feeling is I don't want to add positions this year. And so that $27K to me is a reasonable approach. The $100K is needed for building services for outsourcing some of those needs that was asked for by Mr. Spencer for his department is something I'm supportive of. I want that on the table. A little confused about how we have an option or not an option to pay utilities at public works facilities and parks. So I want to support the utilities, love to keep the lights on. There was a salary savings request there. I don't know that I can support 100% of that, but a percentage of that is something I would be open to and would look to the CAO to maybe bring back a recommendation if there's board support for looking at something like that. I think it's a good incentive to departments over the years to start looking at a different way of approaching your budgeting, just given some of the practices of needing to spend it in order to request it the next year. I think if you're allowed to keep a percentage of your savings, it may incentivize folks taking a different approach, which I would like to see, so I want to put that on the table. There was a request for a Ranger 2 for North County. I'm supportive of that. I know our Ranger Corps is depleted, and given what I know is coming this summer, which is high use at the lakes, the Rangers are going to be stretched even further thin-wise, so I want to support that. I know I mentioned it once, but I'll do it again. The Lake Nacimiento structure, I want to call them investments because, again, I've heard that by investing 2.5, we'll see that recovered in 2 to 3 years. And given what we're looking at, we're looking at about 90% at both lakes right now. And that is a great projection based on release schedules for the next 2 to 3 years, having a guaranteed water level that will really give us that opportunity to capitalize on these particular parks. We've already seen the return this year. We're already over $400,000 above projections, not even projections, real numbers that have come in, and we've spread those dollars further in assisting other projects at getting done. So I'd like to see that 2.5 investment to find a way to do that, even if it's all not this year, but starting to structure that out over a couple of years so we can see that ROI coming back in. There was the question about parking citation services. I think we have to have some sort of enforcement. I just don't know that if we're paying 20 to lose money that it's really working. So if we can get creative at an approach there, given the additional security request that was also in the piece, I'd like to see that happen. On the health side, there was a mobile spay and neuter, the 192 I'm incredibly supportive of, and I would ask for support for the 30 for a one-time grant program. I'm not looking at this turning into multi-year, but I do think there is a great deficit in our communication to community about how to surrender an animal. Not a single person can answer to me, if you need to abandon your animal, what would you do with it? Nobody knows because we haven't shared that. And I get that we're already at capacity and you don't want to advertise the service, but we don't get a realistic picture. And unfortunately, those pets are ending up in situations which I think are unacceptable. So I'd like to see a one-time $30,000 commitment to get the right word out into the community with our partners. There was the $250 for Salinas Regional Soccer Complex that I'm supportive of. The Schumann House request, just reiterating my support for that. The body cameras from the Sheriff's Department, supportive of that. And then I asked them not to be here today, but the Salinas Valley Promise has always been there. And I know we're still trying to find a way to fund it, but I'd love to continue to make that investment, given the incredible impacts that it's having on our residents, no matter which district you live in. And those are my quick notes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Adams, do you have anything you'd like to add there? back.
I do. Thank you, I do. I concur with just about everything that Chris has just said. I also want to be sure that the 100,000 for land checkers is in for HCD. And then in public works, definitely want to be sure that the utilities, and then also the Fort Ord unscheduled maintenance problem that they have, that there's funding for that also. And of course, the money for the road work. Going to the sheriff's office, I think that we should definitely look at those top 3 compliance officers, the fiscal manager, the management analyst, and the office analyst. And then, of course, in health, definitely the spay and neuter clinics. I think those are just incredibly important. I would like to have another swipe at the public defender. Not a swipe at her, but I would like to understand a little bit more clearly about the 2 positions that she indicated she needs. They sounded very important. So I would put my hat in the ring of wanting us to make sure that we looked at considering those as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Askew.
Great, thank you. And big thanks to all the departments who presented today and those who didn't present and those who are continuing to work with our CAO budget team to dial in and fine-tune the requests and make sure that we've got our most critical needs met. So thank you to everyone for just engaging in the process. I also want to just tell our CAO and our budget team that I hope you guys can continue to work and finesse, not just based on what, and I hear that commitment is there, not just based on what direction we're giving today, but sort of in where we can find resources and identifying things that you identify as significant needs that maybe didn't emerge today or for us to speak out on. Let's see here. I still have some questions just about Prop 1 impacts on our departments, as well as the essential community services that will be lost due to funding changes. So I'm hoping, I know we have a policy that we don't backfill. I stand by that policy, but I also want to be cognizant of there may be situations where one-time funds are going to help bridge something into where we don't have, where we minimize the harm that's happening. So I want to ask for that ongoing conversation. I still have questions about a process for receiving community-oriented requests. Whether we tie that into DSA conversation, whether it's something separate. I don't know if the way to do that is through our budget process where we identify an amount of money that we're putting into the pot for that. And then there's some fair, transparent way where we identify, maybe it's the board priorities that we've already identified. But I'm really uncomfortable with the process that we've used up to this point, where it's just kind of whoever happens to get their project or request on the list at the right time. I have concerns, so I would like to see that happen. The 1185 AB Ad Hoc Committee, or AB 1185 Ad Hoc Committee, will be returning soon with a summary of our research and options for proceeding with some scenarios for sheriff oversight. There could be, depending on the options that we pursue, there could be an additional request for funds to implement a recommendation. And so I think that's something that I would just like us to keep on our radar as a potential additional funding need. In terms of the additional revenue enhancement options, which we didn't get to talk in detail about, I think it's worth exploring everything that's been outlined. I think that some of these have the potential to, be more regressive and how they who pays for them. But overall, we and whether or not we're able to move forward with some of the revenue enhancement options for November, or we're looking at 2 or 4 years out. I think that's something that we need to start conversations on. I'm not looking to push anything through a process, but definitely we need to begin that process of having the conversation. I am not interested in creating additional uncertainty and debt through our personnel-related costs. So I fully support keeping our unfunded accrued liability obligations, continuing the investments that we're making there. I think one of the obligations that I have is to leave our county in better financial shape when I leave than when I showed up here. And so that's the commitment that I intend to keep. And then same thing about the compensated absences assignment. I would be very cautious about depleting that fund, knowing that we do have, retirements that are on the horizon, and there have been years where there have been significant resources pulled from that account. Let's see here, a couple other comments. I want to make sure I don't miss anything. The other thing that I wanted to, we didn't, again, talk specifically about how we fund or what our plan to fund is, but the $12 million roughly in unfunded capital requests. I don't know if we have a process where we'll be going through prioritization of those, or if we have a way within the budget that we're planning on providing funding for all or some of those unfunded requests. But I think that there's some pretty significant items that on that list that won't otherwise have funding outside of either general fund dollars or other county reserve dollars. So I do want to make sure we're able to continue movement on that. I'll just say significant progress has been made in I think a 5 or 6 department project now at the Broadway Social Services Building, where we've got quite a bit of momentum, and there's a number of different challenges and county-wide issues are being brought in to a solution in a single building. So we definitely want to make sure we continue to make progress on that, recognizing that there will be some a need for some long-term funding, but being able to get it to a point where we can solicit and go out and figure out how to get that full funding package pulled together. I had a couple other notes that I can follow up one-on-one with folks on, but I think that summarize. The DSA, whether we cap it at $23-24 amounts or maintain the current percentage cap, I'm comfortable with either one of those options, but I do want to offer my support to the setting the percentage inclusion, changing the percentages as was recommended by the committee. So whatever we do moving forward for this year, but I do want to see us have a deeper conversation about the DSA as my earlier comments indicated. Thank you so much, everyone, for the presentations.
Charger Leo.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, again, I would, like my colleagues, just thank all our budget staff, who I think, for the most part, many try to be judicious on what they were really asking for. Overall, though, there's been a kind of a pattern here the last few budget years where at the end, the process kind of invites every department to advocate and to ask for more money, ask for more positions. And over the last 2 years, I think we've increased each year 100 new additional county positions. So just 200 in the last 2 years. And not all were filled, obviously, because we have a challenge recruiting and retaining staff. But that's just been the pattern, and I've always cautioned some concern with that because, that's not sustainable because each of those come with a significant cost, ongoing costs into future years. So I'm always reluctant to just keep adding more and more positions, but I know our department heads are doing their job by trying to address their needs in their particular department. And every department's different, but some of those, the need is probably more urgent than perhaps some others. And so that's where I think it was hard to just go through the whole list and say yes to this one or no to that one, because there was dozens of positions that were being requested by us here today. But some of these departments have struggled more in the past. I know in the past with our CPS workers, that's been a struggle. But that's a really critical area for the protection of our most vulnerable little ones in our county, and so those those positions I kind of put in a different position than some of the others. But overall, I think what we're going to be seeing in the future is that we're going to keep getting this request from our department heads, from our community. And we've been relying a lot on TOT growing, property tax growing. But I think we have to kind of look into the future. What else can we be doing that's not out of the norm of what our other neighboring counties are doing? And that's where I think in a future meeting, really taking a close look at the TOT, revenue generating option, and the sales tax, because what Ezequiel Vega didn't present today was that if we look at all the local governments in Monterey County, all 12 cities in our county, Monterey County is at the lowest. I think 7.75, where all the cities are above 9%. And so that means 75% of our residents in the 12 cities are already paying sales tax that is over 9% and over. We're only talking about the unincorporated area, and it has to be done gradually. I think if we were to ask a consultant or an expert on these types of sales tax measures, they would give us an analysis. 1% is a high, 1 cent increase is a high percent to ask. Sometimes they put it at 0.75, or like Santa Cruz County with Measure K, it was only half a cent, from 9 to 9.5%. So we have to kind of know what is palatable for the voters in that option. But certainly, if it could generate up to $12 million a year, knowing our ongoing pressures into the future years, I don't want to lose an opportunity to go to take this question to the voters in November when we expect a high voter turnout during the presidential election, because then we won't have that same opportunity for several years afterwards, 4 years afterwards. On the DSAs, I want to express my support for both those options. I think there's a win-win there, but the change would be into bringing in MCBC into that formula, and I think that's an important and a significant one. I do want to continue to express our support for the groups that we have supported on the community request. It's not perfect, but considering the limited budget that we have, opening it up, I think, is going to create expectations that we cannot fulfill from many other community groups that would certainly come forward asking if we were saying we're now taking other requests, but we know the money isn't there. So certainly I'm very supportive of supporting the Salinas Valley Promise, the soccer complex, which is trying to expand recreational opportunities for our youth and our families, and helping prevent crime in our community. It is a prevention program by supporting those ongoing efforts, and a lot has been raised on the private side, and this is a relatively small amount we're giving, matching a lot more private dollars. So what I haven't mentioned, spay and neuter, obviously, we had a presentation last meeting about the importance of that, and the many little critter constituents that we have, many who have to be euthanized because we don't have enough of these spay and neuter opportunities for families that can't afford it, and I take that with all seriousness. Certainly want to express support for the body cameras in our Sheriff's Department. I think the first time that our department has been welcoming, wanting to integrate this into the department, but also pursuing grant funding for it, and to support the remainder that is needed. I think it's an important and monumental one for the department to actually implement once and for all body cameras, not only out in the community, but in the jail as well, that I think would help us and help our officers with some of the claims that arise. I think that's all. I don't want to comment on I'm going to say what Supervisor Askew said, is that in some of these positions, since there are so many, I hope that we could really try to look at what our budget can afford at this time and really limit those numbers if we go that route at the next time this comes up. But I think some of the lists that we've had were pretty extensive, and we just all know that we can't afford it. One question I would raise with Mr. Vega is that we're entering into negotiations again and we're having reopeners on the increase in healthcare cost, and renegotiating pay increases. In this budget, we don't even know what that number potentially could be at this point, and so we're going to approve a budget and continue negotiations, not knowing that in the end what that total amount is going to add to the fiscal pressures to the budget that we may approve in June. So I just wanted to point that out there because last time we did this, it came out, I think, to, I believe it was $16 million, if not more, of added costs mid-year to our budget. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. As I look at this, try to limit the amount of new positions coming in as well. I think we're all cognizant of that. I do feel that there might be some justification for the internal auditor and the auditor because there might be some savings that could come about from there. I know there's been with the audits in the past, and that hasn't been something that's been expanded recently. Human resources, I see it. Feel that there might be a real need for the 100,000 legal services as we go into labor negotiations. We want to make sure we do this right and have it down right. Fully supportive of the building services on call. I know the utilities at Public Works, Facilities and Parks was asking for the 174,000 has to do with the recent increase in PG&E rates. And we do have a number of buildings through the county, and it's good to keep the lights on into there. So I think there's some reason for that. So look down here at parks. Parks over the years has been hit pretty hard on a lot of ways, and there's the four-door maintenance, for example, which is 150,000, but we don't have a maintenance program there, and there hasn't been anything done. And that's it's an area where we have a lot of visitors coming in. There's the salary savings that crosses over from parks and administration facilities as well. I think I agree with Supervisor Lopez on that, and that may not be able to see a way to accomplish all that, but I think there's some, perhaps with some more specifics, we can get it narrowed down a little more. The park positions, I'm generally looking favorable at some of that as well. The health department, obviously with SNP and a lot of the other, some of the other recommendations there, that animal services, another department that's been cut over the years and hasn't really come back up to where it should necessarily be. Salinas Valley Promise, as others have spoken of, the soccer complex, as others have spoken of, are all important parts into here. I also listen to the public defender and the need for an investigator. Again, this is another one that hasn't been fulfilled for a position has been filled in there or placed in there for a long period of time. Look at the sheriff's department. The cameras are pricey, and it's probably going to require also some support staff to review that. As we had heard, I think we need to find a way to work this in somewhere, and I'm also supportive of anything we can do to keep us in the direction of going towards resolving this Hernandez settlement. I think we've made some significant progress there in the last years. Appreciate the Sheriff's Department regarding that. As as we look back at the DSA funding, I'm still hesitant to bring in frankly, a new formula when we're looking at perhaps needing a further discussion to go on to here. So I'm really more inclined to be supportive of the current funding for this, at least using that as somewhat of a baseline to look at from there. And we do need a more thorough discussion on this, as Supervisor Askew brought up. I think it's important on how we go forward and how we address this. It's as mentioned earlier, I don't think we've kind of got in front of us quite what the board was looking for last year. In terms of revenue increase, I know we have a hard date and early August to have everything put forth. That's only 4 months from now. We really need to bring this onto the agenda for a more thorough discussion than what we had presented here. I personally am not real supportive of a lot of the proposals put up in there, but I think what stands out real clear, and it's the biggest possibility of raising some money, is the increase on the TOT. I mean, this starts to address some of the concerns that the DSA organizations have, where we can potentially raise $10 million here. It brings in more money for roads. It brings in more money for organizations. It brings also more money in as we need to look around at other entities that want to seek some of these funds without hurting upon the ones that are receiving it now. And it brings in more money for general fund. So it has the least amount of impact upon our residents here, because it's going to be people that are coming in that are visiting. And with that, I think I pretty much addressed everything on here. And yes, Supervisor Alejo.
Just a quick issue that hasn't come up, but I just wanted to bring it up with the CAO because last year we had this is about the youth center, because it did come up earlier about needing some tenant improvements. But last year under the CAO's budget, we had approved to do a study about looking to consolidate the youth center with the juvenile hall. And around last year too, some new state monies had come up, and I had forwarded them to Chief Keating. That was specifically for finishing juvenile halls, the same situation that we were in. We didn't get to complete one wing, the dining hall and the laundry facility. I believe those are the three main pieces. But we were supposed to do an independent study through the CAO's office to look at the feasibility of consolidating both. And we just never, this was under Charles before, actually, so it was before over a year, and it never came back to us. So I just wanted to bring that up because we were looking at efficiencies there, because the overhead to run the youth center for the 24 youth that were there at the time, it came out to almost an expenditure of about $500,000 per youth being housed there. And we thought that if we could, there was a referral, I think, that Supervisor Phillips and I did to see if we could complete the juvenile hall with the additional wing, we might be able to see some further savings there by finishing what we couldn't finish because of overruns. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I think we're getting almost the finish line.
Almost there. You know, just in terms of the 30 for the animal advertising, is there any support there? I don't want to keep chasing
I would be supportive of that as well. Sorry, I had that in my notes and I skipped that.
Perfect. Thank you. I just wanted clarity on that. And the one other piece for you, Supervisor Alejo, that I still haven't forgotten, the pump track. You didn't mention it today, so I was a little disappointed, but I was hoping to hear about a pump track.
Well, that would be in the regional soccer complex's budget. They're going to come back to us. We've made some modifications to be able to hopefully site it on the soccer complex rather than the other county property. Lindsay Rabel will be bringing that back soon as an update to the referral.
I've got some tractors ready to help, so.
Thank you.
And I also want to bring up what I also skipped on my notes here too was, and I know it's a big ask, but that's Lake Nacimiento, because it does bring in revenue again, and I'm always looking for something like that as well. With that, I think we are about ready to cross the marathon finish line if we can have a readout.
No reportable action from closed session.
One point of personal privilege.
Go right ahead.
I just want to share, I'm an uncle. I've been an uncle, but my brother and his wife had a baby about an hour and a half ago. So welcome baby Ventura Lopez to the world. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congratulations.
Yo, Chris.
And with that, we will adjourn today's meeting.